Duel on Syrtis by Powell Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Duel on Syrtis by Powell Anderson. Bold and ruthless, he was famed throughout the system as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd slain them all. But his trophy room lacked one item, and now Riordan swore he'd bagged the forbidden game that roamed the red deserts. A Martian. The night whispered the message. Over the many miles of loneliness it was borne, carried on the wind, rustled by the half-sentient lichens and the dwarfed trees, murmured from one to another of the little creatures that huddled under crags, in caves, by shadowy dunes. In no words, but in a dim pulsing of dread which echoed through Kreega's brain, the warning ran: "They are hunting again." Kreega shuddered in a sudden blast of wind. The night was enormous around him, above him, from the iron bitterness of the hills to the wheeling, glittering constellations light years over his head. He reached out with his trembling perceptions, tuning himself to the brush and the wind and the small burrowing things underfoot, letting the night speak to him. Alone. Alone. There was not another Martian for 100 miles of emptiness. There were only the tiny animals and the shivering brush and the thin, sad blowing of the wind. The voiceless scream of dying traveled through the brush, from plant to plant, echoed by the fear pulses of the animals and the ringingly reflected cliffs. They were curling, shriveling, and blackening as the rocket poured the glowing death down on them, and the withering veins and nerves cried to the stars. Kreega huddled against a tall, gaunt crag. His eyes were like yellow moons in the darkness, cold with terror and hate and a slowly gathering resolution. Grimly he estimated that the death was being sprayed in a circle some 10 miles across, and he was trapped in it, and soon the hunter would come after him. He looked up to the indifferent glitter of stars, and a shudder went along his body. Then he sat down and began to think. It had started a few days before, in the private office of the trader Wisby. "I came to Mars," said Riordan, "to get me an owlie." Wisby had learned the value of a poker face. He peered across the rim of his glasses at the other man, estimating him. Even in God-forsaken holes like Port Armstrong one had heard of Riordan, heir to a $1 million shipping firm which he himself had pyramided into a system-wide monster. He was equally well known as a big game hunter. From the fire drakes of Mercury to the ice crawlers of Pluto, he'd bagged them all. Except, of course, a Martian. That particular game was forbidden now. He sprawled in his chair, big and strong and ruthless, still a young man. He dwarfed the unkempt room with his size and the hard-held dynamo strength in him, and his cold green gaze dominated the trader. "It's illegal, you know," said Wisby. "It's a 20-year sentence if you're caught at it." "Ah, the Martian commissioner is on Ares, halfway around the planet. If we go at it right, who's ever to know?" Riordan gulped at his drink. "I'm well aware that in another year or so they'll have tightened up enough to make it impossible. This is the last chance for any man to get an owlie. That's why I'm here." Wisby hesitated, looking out the window. Port Armstrong was no more than a dusty huddle of domes, interconnected by tunnels in a red waste of sand stretching to the near horizon. An Earthman in an airsuit and transparent helmet was walking down the street, and a couple of Martians were lounging against a wall. Otherwise, nothing. A silent, deadly monotony brooding under the shrunken sun. Life on Mars was not especially pleasant for a human. "You're not falling into this owlie loving that's corrupted all Earth?" demanded Riordan contemptuously. "Oh, no," said Wisby. "I keep them in their place around my post. But times are changing. It can't be helped." "There was a time when they were slaves," said Riordan. "Now those old women on Earth want to give 'em the vote." He snorted. "Well, times are changing," repeated Wisby mildly. "When the first humans landed on Mars 100 years ago, Earth had just gone through the Hemispheric Wars. The worst wars man had ever known. They damn near wrecked the old ideas of liberty and equality. People were suspicious and tough. They had to be to survive. They weren't able to empathize the Martians, or whatever you call it. Not able to think of them as anything but intelligent animals. And Martians made such useful slaves. They needed so little food or heat or oxygen. They can even live 15 minutes or so without breathing at all. And the wild Martians made fine sport. Intelligent game that could get away as often as not, or even manage to kill the hunter." "I know," said Riordan. "That's why I want to hunt one. It's no fun if the game doesn't have a chance." "It's different now," went on Wisby. "Earth has been at peace for a long time. The liberals have gotten the upper hand. Naturally, one of their first reforms was to end Martian slavery." Riordan swore. The forced repatriation of Martians working on his spaceships had cost him plenty. "I haven't time for your philosophizing," he said. "If you can arrange for me to get a Martian, I'll make it worth your while." "How much worth it?" asked Wisby. They haggled for a while before settling on a figure. Riordan had brought guns and a small rocket boat, but Wisby would have to supply radioactive material and a hawk and a rockhound. Then he had to be paid for the risk of legal action, though that was small. The final price came high. "Now, where do I get my Martian?" inquired Riordan. He gestured at the two in the street. "Catch one of them and release him in the desert?" It was Wisby's turn to be contemptuous. "One of them? Ha! Town loungers. A city dweller from Earth would give you a better fight." The Martians didn't look impressive. They stood only some 4 feet high, on skinny, claw-footed legs, and the arms ending in bony, four-fingered hands were stringy. The chests were broad and deep, but the waists were ridiculously narrow. They were viviparous, warm-blooded, and suckled their young, but gray feathers covered their hides. The round, hook-beaked heads, with huge amber eyes and tufted feather ears, showed the origin of the name owlie. They wore only pouched belts and carried sheath knives. Even the liberals of Earth weren't ready to allow the natives modern tools and weapons. There were too many old grudges. "The Martians always were good fighters," said Riordan. "They wiped out quite a few Earth settlements in the old days." "The wild ones," agreed Wisby. "But not these. They're just stupid laborers, as dependent on our civilization as we are. You want a real old timer, and I know where there's one to be found." He spread a map on the desk. "See? Here in the Hraffinian Hills, about 100 miles from here. These Martians live a long time, maybe 2 centuries, and this fellow Kreega has been around since the first Earthmen came. He led a lot of Martian raids in the early days, but since the general amnesty and peace, he's lived all alone up there, in one of the old ruined towers. A real old-time warrior who hates Earthmen's guts. He comes here once in a while with furs and minerals to trade, so I know a little about him." Wisby's eyes gleamed savagely. "You'll be doing us all a favor by shooting the arrogant bastard. He struts around here as if the place belonged to him, and he'll give you a run for your money." Riordan's massive dark head nodded in satisfaction. The man had a bird and a rockhound. That was bad. Without them, Kreega could lose himself in the labyrinth of caves and canyons and scrubby thickets. But the hound could follow his scent, and the bird could spot him from above. To make matters worse, the man had landed near Kreega's tower. The weapons were all there. Now he was cut off, unarmed and alone save for what feeble help the desert life could give. Unless he could double back to the place somehow. But meanwhile he had to survive. He sat in a cave, looking down past a tortured wilderness of sand and bush and wind-carved rock, miles in the thin, clear air to the glitter of metal where the rocket lay. The man was a tiny speck in the huge barren landscape, a lonely insect crawling under the deep blue sky. Even by day the stars glistened in the tenuous atmosphere. Weak, pallid sunlight spilled over rocks tawny and ochreous and rust red, over the low, dusty thorn bushes and the gnarled little trees and the sand that blew faintly between them. Equatorial Mars. Lonely or not, the man had a gun that could spang death clear to the horizon, and he had his beasts, and there would be a radio in the rocket boat for calling his fellows. And the glowing death ringed them in a charmed circle which Kreega could not cross without bringing a worse death on himself than the rifle would give. Or was there a worse death than that? To be shot by a monster and have his stuffed hide carried back as a trophy for fools to gape at. The old iron pride of his race rose in Kreega, hard and bitter and unrelenting. He didn't ask much of life these days. Solitude in his tower to think the long thoughts of a Martian and create the small exquisite artworks which he loved. The company of his kind at the gathering season, grave ancient ceremony and acrid merriment, and the chance to beget and rear sons. An occasional trip to the Earthling settling for the metal goods and the wine which were the only valuable things they had brought to Mars. A vague dream of raising his folk to a place where they could stand as equals before all the universe. No more. And now they would take even this from him. He rasped a curse on the human and resumed his patient work, chipping a spearhead for what puny help it could give him. The brush rustled dryly in alarm. Tiny hidden animals squeaked their terror. The desert shouted to him of the monster that strode toward his cave. But he didn't have to flee right away. Riordan sprayed the heavy metal isotope in a 10-mile circle around the old tower. He did that by night, just in case patrol craft might be snooping around. But once he had landed, he was safe. He could always claim to be peacefully exploring, hunting leapers or some such thing. The radioactive had a half-life of about 4 days, which meant that it would be unsafe to approach for some 3 weeks. 2 at the minimum. That was time enough, when the Martian was boxed in so small an area. There was no danger that he would try to cross it. The owlies had learned what radioactivity meant back when they fought the humans, and their vision, extending well into the ultraviolet, made it directly visible to them through its fluorescence, to say nothing of the wholly unhuman extra senses they had. No, Kreega would try to hide, and perhaps to fight, and eventually he'd be cornered. Still, there was no use taking chances. Riordan set a timer on the boat's radio. If he didn't come back within 2 weeks to turn it off, it would emit a signal which Wisby would hear, and he'd be rescued. He checked his other equipment. He had an air suit designed for Martian conditions, with a small pump operated by a power beam from the boat to compress the atmosphere sufficiently for him to breathe it. The same unit recovered enough water from his breath so that the weight of supplies for several days was, in Martian gravity, not too great for him to bear. He had a .45 rifle, built to shoot in Martian air, that was heavy enough for his purpose. And, of course, compass and binoculars and sleeping bag. Pretty light equipment, but he preferred a minimum anyway. For ultimate emergencies, there was the little tank of suspensine. By turning a valve, he could release it into his air system. The gas didn't exactly induce suspended animation, but it paralyzed efferent nerves and slowed the overall metabolism to a point where a man could live for weeks on 1 lungful of air. It was useful in surgery, and had saved the life of more than one interplanetary explorer whose oxygen system went awry. But Riordan didn't expect to have to use it. He certainly hoped he wouldn't. It would be tedious to lie fully conscious for days waiting for the automatic signal to call Wisby. He stepped out of the boat and locked it. No danger that an owlie would break in if he should double back. It would take tordenite to crack that hull. He whistled to his animals. They were native beasts, long ago domesticated by the Martians and later by man. The rockhound was like a gaunt wolf, but huge-breasted and feathered, a tracker as good as any terrestrial bloodhound. The hawk had less resemblance to its counterpart of Earth. It was a bird of prey, but in the tenuous atmosphere it needed a 6-foot wingspread to lift its small body. Riordan was pleased with their training. The hound bayed, a low, quavering note which would have been muffled almost to inaudibility by the thin air and the man's plastic helmet had the suit not included microphones and amplifiers. It circled, sniffing, while the hawk rose into the alien sky. Riordan did not look closely at the tower. It was a crumbling stump atop a rusty hill, unhuman and grotesque. Once, perhaps 10,000 years ago, the Martians had a civilization of sorts, cities and agriculture and a Neolithic technology. But according to their own traditions, they had achieved a union or symbiosis with the wildlife of the planet and had abandoned such mechanical aids as unnecessary. Riordan snorted. The hound bayed again. The noise seemed to hang eerily in the still, cold air, to shiver from cliff and crag and die reluctantly under the enormous silence. But it was a bugle call, a haughty challenge to a world grown old. Stand aside, make way. Here comes the conqueror. The animal suddenly loped forward. He had a scent. Riordan swung into a long, easy, low-gravity stride. His eyes gleamed like green ice. The hunt was begun. Breath sobbed in Kreega's lungs, hard and quick and raw. His legs felt weak and heavy, and the thudding of his heart seemed to shake his whole body. Still he ran, while the frightful clamor rose behind him and the padding of feet grew ever nearer. Leaping, twisting, bounding from crag to crag, sliding down shaly ravines and slipping through clumps of trees, Kreega fled. The hound was behind him and the hawk soaring overhead. In a day and a night they had driven him to this, running like a crazed leaper with death baying at his heels. He had not imagined a human could move so fast or with such endurance. The desert fought for him. The plants, with their queer, blind life that no Earthling would ever understand, were on his side. Their thorny branches twisted away as he darted through, and then came back to rake the flanks of the hound, slow him. But they could not stop his brutal rush. He ripped past their strengthless, clutching fingers and yammered on the trail of the Martian. The human was toiling a good mile behind, but showed no sign of tiring. Still, Kreega ran. He had to reach the cliff edge before the hunter saw him through the rifle sights. Had to. And the hound was snarling a yard behind now. Up the long slope he went. The hawk fluttered, striking at him, seeking to lay beak and talons in his head. He battered at the creature with his spear and dodged around a tree. The tree snaked out a branch from which the hound rebounded, yelling till the rocks rang. The Martian burst onto the edge of the cliff. It fell sheer to the canyon floor, 500 feet of iron-streaked rock tumbling into windy depths. Beyond, the lowering sun glared in his eyes. He paused only an instant, etched black against the sky, a perfect shot if the human should come into view, and then he sprang over the edge. He had hoped the rockhound would go shooting past, but the animal braked itself barely in time. Kreega went down the cliff face, clawing into every tiny crevice, shuddering as the age-worn rock crumbled under his fingers. The hawk swept close, hacking at him and screaming for its master. He could not fight it, not with every finger and toe needed to hang against the shattering death. But he slid along the face of the precipice into a gray-green clump of vines, and his nerves thrilled forth the appeal of the ancient symbiosis. The hawk swooped again, and he lay unmoving, rigid as if dead, until it cried in shrill triumph and settled on his shoulder to pluck out his eyes. Then the vines stirred. They weren't strong, but their thorns sank into the flesh and it couldn't pull loose. Kreega toiled on down into the canyon while the vines pulled the hawk apart. Riordan loomed hugely against the darkening sky. He fired once, twice, the bullets humming wickedly close, but as shadows swept up from the depths, the Martian was covered. The man turned up his speech amplifier, and his voice rolled and boomed monstrously through the gathering night. Thunder such as dry Mars had not heard for millennia. "Score one for you, but it isn't enough. I'll find you." The sun slipped below the horizon, and night came down like a falling curtain. Through the darkness, Kreega heard the man laughing. The old rocks trembled with his laughter. Riordan was tired with the long chase and the niggling insufficiency of his oxygen supply. He wanted a smoke and hot food, and neither was to be had. Oh well, he'd appreciate the luxuries of life all the more when he got home, with the Martian skin. He grinned as he made camp. The little veld was a worthwhile quarry, that was for damn sure. He'd held out for 2 days now, in a little 10-mile circle of ground, and he'd even killed the hawk. But Riordan was close enough to him now so that the hound could follow his spoor, for Mars had no watercourses to break a trail, so it didn't matter. He lay watching the splendid night of stars. It would get cold before long, unmercifully cold, but his sleeping bag was a good enough insulator to keep him warm with the help of solar energy stored during the day by its Gergen cells. Mars was dark at night, its moons of little help. Phobos a hurtling speck, Deimos merely a bright star, dark and cold and empty. The rockhound had burrowed into the loose sand nearby, but it would raise the alarm if the Martian should come sneaking near the camp. Not that that was likely. He'd have to find shelter somewhere, too, if he didn't want to freeze. The bushes and the trees and the little furtive animals whispered a word he could not hear, chattered and gossiped on the wind about the Martian who kept himself warm with work. But he didn't understand that language, which was no language. Drowsily, Riordan thought of past hunts. The big game of Earth. Lion and tiger and elephant and buffalo, and sheep on the high sun-blazing peaks of the Rockies. Rainforests of Venus, and the coughing roar of a many-legged swamp monster crashing through the trees to the place where he stood waiting. Primitive throb of drums in a hot, wet night. Chant of beaters dancing around a fire. Scramble along the hell plains of Mercury with a swollen sun licking against his puny insulating suit. The grandeur and desolation of Neptune's liquid gas swamps, and the huge blind thing that screamed and blundered after him. But this was the loneliest and strangest and perhaps most dangerous hunt of all, and on that account the best. He had no malice toward the Martian. He respected the little being's courage as he respected the bravery of other animals he had fought. Whatever trophy he brought home from this chase would be well earned. The fact that his success would have to be treated discreetly didn't matter. He hunted less for the glory of it, though he had to admit he didn't mind the publicity, than for love. His ancestors had fought under one name or another. Viking, crusader, mercenary, rebel, patriot, whatever was fashionable at the moment. Struggle was in his blood, and in these degenerate days there was little to struggle against save what he hunted. Well, tomorrow. He drifted off to sleep. He woke in the short gray dawn, made a quick breakfast, and whistled his hound to heel. His nostrils dilated with excitement, a high, keen drunkenness that sang wonderfully within him. Today, maybe today. They had to take a roundabout way down into the canyon, and the hound cast about for an hour before he picked up the scent. Then the deep-voiced cry rose again, and they were off. More slowly now, for it was a cruel, stony trail. The sun climbed high as they worked along the ancient riverbeds. Its pale, chill light washed needle-sharp crags and fantastically painted cliffs, shale and sand and the wreck of geological ages. The low, harsh brush crunched under the man's feet, writhing and crackling its impotent protest. Otherwise it was still, a deep and taut and somehow waiting stillness. The hound shattered the quiet with an eager yelp and plunged forward, hot scent. Riordan dashed after him, trampling through dense bush, panting and swearing and grinning with excitement. Suddenly the brush opened underfoot. With a howl of dismay, the hound slid down the sloping wall of the pit it had covered. Riordan flung himself forward with tigerish swiftness, flat down on his belly, with one hand barely catching the animal's tail. The shock almost pulled him into the hole, too. He wrapped one arm around a bush that clawed at his helmet and pulled the hound back. Shaking, he peered into the trap. It had been well made, about 20 feet deep, with walls as straight and narrow as the sand would allow, and skillfully covered with brush. Planted in the bottom were 3 wicked-looking flint spears. Had he been a shade less quick in his reactions, he would have lost the hound and perhaps himself. He skinned his teeth in a wolf grin and looked around. The alley must have worked on it all night. Then he couldn't be far away, and he'd be very tired. As if to answer his thoughts, a boulder crashed down from the nearer cliff wall. It was a monster, but a falling object on Mars has less than half the acceleration it does on Earth. Riordan scrambled aside as it boomed into the place where he had been lying. "Come on!" he yelled, and plunged toward the cliff. For an instant a gray form loomed over the edge, hurled a spear at him. Riordan snapped a shot at it, and it vanished. The spear glanced off the tough fabric of his suit, and he scrambled up a narrow ledge to the top of the precipice. The Martian was nowhere in sight, but a faint red trail led into the rugged hill country. Winged him, by God! The hound was slower in negotiating the shale-covered trail. His own feet were bleeding when he came up. Riordan cursed him, and they set out again. They followed the trail for a mile or two, and then it ended. Riordan looked around the wilderness of trees and needles which blocked view in any direction. Obviously the owlie had backtracked and climbed up one of those rocks from which he could take a flying leap to some other point. But which one? Sweat which he couldn't wipe off ran down the man's face and body. He itched intolerably, and his lungs were raw from gasping at his dole of air. But still he laughed in gusty delight. What a chase! What a chase! Kreega lay in the shadow of a tall rock and shuddered with weariness. Beyond the shade, the sunlight danced in what to him was a blinding, intolerable dazzle, hot and cruel and life-hungry, hard and bright as the metal of the conquerors. It had been a mistake to spend priceless hours when he might have been resting, working on that trap. It hadn't worked, and he might have known that it wouldn't. And now he was hungry, and thirst was like a wild beast in his mouth and throat, and still they followed him. They weren't far behind now. All this day they had been dogging him. He had never been more than half an hour ahead. No rest, no rest. A devil's hunt through a tormented wilderness of stone and sand, and now he could only wait for the battle with an iron burden of exhaustion laid on him. The wound in his side burned. It wasn't deep, but it had cost him blood and pain and the few minutes of catnapping he might have snatched. For a moment the warrior Kreega was gone, and a lonely, frightened infant sobbed in the desert silence. "Why can't they let me alone?" A low, dusty green bush rustled. A sandrunner piped in one of the ravines. They were getting close. Wearily, Kreega scrambled up on top of the rock and crouched low. He had backtracked to it. They should by rights go past him toward his tower. He could see it from here, a low yellow ruin worn by the winds of millennia. There had only been time to dart in, snatch a bow and a few arrows and an axe. Pitiful weapons. The arrows could not penetrate the Earthman's suit when there was only a Martian's thin grasp to draw the bow, and even with a steel head the axe was a small and feeble thing. But it was all he had. He and his few little allies of a desert which fought only to keep its solitude. Repatriated slaves had told him of the Earthlings' power. Their roaring machines filled the silence of their own deserts, gouged the quiet face of their own moon, shook the planets with a senseless fury of meaningless energy. They were the conquerors, and it never occurred to them that an ancient peace and stillness could be worth preserving. Well, he fitted an arrow to the string and crouched in the silent, flimmering sunlight, waiting. The hound came first, yelping and howling. Kreega drew the bow as far as he could, but the human had to come near first. There he came, running and bounding over the rocks, rifle in hand and restless eyes shining with taut green light, closing in for the death. Kreega swung softly around. The beast was beyond the rock now, the Earthman almost below it. The bow twanged. With a savage thrill, Kreega saw the arrow go through the hound, saw the creature leap in the air and then roll over and over, howling and biting at the thing in its breast. Like a gray thunderbolt, the Martian launched himself off the rock, down at the human. If his axe could shatter that helmet! He struck the man, and they went down together. Wildly, the Martian hewed. The axe glanced off the plastic. He hadn't had room for a swing. Riordan roared and lashed out with a fist. Retching, Kreega rolled backward. Riordan snapped a shot at him. Kreega turned and fled. The man got to one knee, sighting carefully on the gray form that streaked up the nearest slope. A little sand snake darted up the man's leg and wrapped about his wrist. Its small strength was just enough to pull the gun aside. The bullet screamed past Kreega's ear as he vanished into a cleft. He felt the thin death agony of the snake as the man pulled it loose and crushed it underfoot. Somewhat later he heard a dull boom echoing between the hills. The man had gotten explosives from his boat and blown up the tower. He had lost axe and bow. Now he was utterly weaponless, without even a place to retire for a last stand. And the hunter would not give up. Even without his animals, he would follow, more slowly, but as relentlessly as before. Kreega collapsed on a shelf of rock. Dry sobbing racked his thin body, and the sunset wind cried with him. Presently he looked up across a red and yellow immensity to the low sun. Long shadows were creeping over the land. Peace and stillness for a brief moment before the iron cold of night closed down. Somewhere the soft trill of a sand runner echoed between low, wind-worn cliffs, and the brush began to speak, whispering back and forth in its ancient wordless tongue. The desert, the planet and its wind and sand under the high, cold stars, the clean, open land of silence and loneliness and a destiny which was not man's spoke to him. The enormous oneness of life on Mars, drawn together against the cruel environment, stirred in his blood. As the sun went down and the stars blossomed forth in awesome frosty glory, Kreega began to think again. He did not hate his persecutor, but the grimness of Mars was in him. He fought the war of all, which was old and primitive and lost in its own dreams, against the alien and the desecrator. It was as ancient and pitiless as life, that war, and each battle won or lost meant something, even if no one ever heard of it. "You do not fight alone," whispered the desert. "You fight for all Mars, and we are with you." Something moved in the darkness, a tiny, warm form running across his hand. A little feathered mouse-like thing that burrowed under the sand and lived its small fugitive life and was glad in its own way of living. But it was a part of a world, and Mars has no pity in its voice. Still, a tenderness was within Kreega's heart, and he whispered gently in the language that was not a language. "You will do this for us? You will do it, little brother?" Riordan was too tired to sleep well. He had lain awake for a long time, thinking, and that is not good for a man alone in the Martian hills. So now the rockhound was dead, too. It didn't matter. The owlie wouldn't escape. But somehow the incident brought home to him the immensity and the age and loneliness of the desert. It whispered to him. The brush rustled and something wailed in darkness, and the wind blew with a wild, mournful sound over faintly starlit cliffs. And it was as if they all somehow had voice, as if the whole world muttered and threatened him in the night. Dimly he wondered if man would ever subdue Mars, if the human race had not finally run across something bigger than itself. But that was nonsense. Mars was old and worn out and barren, dreaming itself into slow death. The tramp of human feet, shouts of men, and roar of sky-storming rockets were waking it, but to a new destiny, to man's. When Ares lifted its hard spires above the hills of Syrtis, where then were the ancient gods of Mars? It was cold, and the cold deepened as the night wore on. The stars were fire and ice, glittering diamonds in the deep crystal dark. Now and then he could hear a faint snapping borne through the earth as rock or tree split open. The wind laid itself to rest. Sound froze to death. There was only the hard, clear starlight falling through space to shatter on the ground. Once something stirred. He woke from a restless sleep and saw a small thing skittering toward him. He groped for the rifle beside his sleeping bag, then laughed harshly. It was only a sand mouse, but it proved that a Martian had no chance of sneaking up on him while he rested. He didn't laugh again. The sound had echoed too hollowly in his helmet. With the clear, bitter dawn, he was up. He wanted to get the hunt over with. He was dirty and unshaven inside the unit, sick of iron rations pushed through the airlock, stiff and sore with exertion. Lacking the hound, which he had to shoot, tracking would be slow, but he didn't want to go back to Port Armstrong for another. No, he'll take that Martian. He'd have the devil's skin soon. Breakfast and a little moving made him feel better. He looked with a practiced eye for the Martian's trail. There was sand and brush over everything. Even the rocks had a thin coating of their own erosion. The owlie couldn't cover his tracks perfectly. If he tried, it would slow him too much. Riordan fell into a steady jog. Noon found him on higher ground, rough hills with gaunt needles of rock reaching yards into the sky. He kept going, confident of his own ability to wear down the quarry. He'd run deer to earth back home, day after day, until the animal's heart broke and it waited quivering for him to come. The trail looked clear and fresh now. He tensed with the knowledge that the Martian couldn't be far away. Too clear. Could this be bait for another trap? He hefted the rifle and proceeded more warily. But no, there wouldn't have been time. He mounted a high ridge and looked over the grim, fantastic landscape. Near the horizon he saw a blackened strip, the border of his radioactive barrier. The Martian couldn't go further, and if he doubled back, Riordan would have an excellent chance of spotting him. He tuned up his speaker and let his voice roar into the stillness. "Come out, owlie. I'm going to get you. You might as well come out now and be done with it." The echoes took it up, flying back and forth between the naked crags, trembling and shivering under the brassy arch of sky. "Come out! Come out! Come out!" The Martian seemed to appear from thin air, a gray ghost rising out of the jumbled stones and standing poised not 20 feet away. For an instant the shock of it was too much. Riordan gaped in disbelief. Kreega waited, quivering ever so faintly as if he were a mirage. Then the man shouted and lifted his rifle. Still the Martian stood there, as if carved in gray stone, and with a shock of disappointment Riordan thought that he had, after all, decided to give himself to an inevitable death. Well, it had been a good hunt. "So long," whispered Riordan, and squeezed the trigger. Since the sandmouse had crawled into the barrel, the gun exploded. Riordan heard the roar and saw the barrel peel open like a rotten banana. He wasn't hurt, but as he staggered back from the shock, Kreega lunged at him. The Martian was 4 feet tall and skinny and weaponless, but he hit the Earthling like a small tornado. His legs wrapped around the man's waist, and his hands got to work on the air hose. Riordan went down under the impact. He snarled tigerishly and fastened his hands on the Martian's narrow throat. Kreega snapped futilely at him with his beak. They rolled over in a cloud of dust. The brush began to chatter excitedly. Riordan tried to break Kreega's neck. The Martian twisted away, bored in again. With a shock of horror, the man heard the hiss of escaping air as Kreega's beak and fingers finally worried the air hose loose. An automatic valve clamped shut, but there was no connection with the pump now. Riordan cursed and got his hands about the Martian's throat again. Then he simply lay there, squeezing, and not all Kreega's writhing and twisting could break that grip. Riordan smiled sleepily and held his hands in place. After 5 minutes or so, Kreega was still. Riordan kept right on throttling him for another 5 minutes, just to make sure. Then he let go and fumbled at his back, trying to reach the pump. The air in his suit was hot and foul. He couldn't quite reach around to connect the hose to the pump. Poor design, he thought vaguely. But then, these airsuits weren't meant for battle armor. He looked at the slight, silent form of the Martian. A faint breeze ruffled the gray feathers. What a fighter the little guy had been. He'd be the pride of the trophy room back on Earth. Let's see now. He unrolled his sleeping bag and spread it carefully out. He'd never make it to the rocket with what air he had, so it was necessary to let the suspensine into his suit. But he'd have to get into the bag, lest the nights freeze his blood solid. He crawled in, fastening the flaps carefully, and opened the valve on the suspensine tank. Luckily he had it, but then a good hunter thinks of everything. He'd get awfully bored lying here till Wisby caught the signal in 10 days or so and came to find him, but he'd last. It would be an experience to remember. In this dry air, the Martian's skin would keep perfectly well. He felt the paralysis creep up on him, the waning of heartbeat and lung action. His senses and mind were still alive, and he grew aware that complete relaxation has its unpleasant aspects. Oh well, he'd won. He'd killed the wiliest game with his own hands. Presently Kreega sat up. He felt himself gingerly. There seemed to be a rib broken. Well, that could be fixed. He was still alive. He'd been choked for a good 10 minutes, but a Martian can last 15 without air. He opened the sleeping bag and got Riordan's keys. Then he limped slowly back to the rocket. A day or two of experimentation taught him how to fly it. He'd go to his kinsmen near Syrtis, now that they had an Earthly machine and Earthly weapons to copy. But there was another business first. He didn't hate Riordan, but Mars is a hard world. He went back and dragged the Earthling into a cave and hid him beyond all possibility of human search parties finding him. For a while he looked into the man's eyes. Horror stared dumbly back at him. He spoke slowly, in halting English. "For those you killed, and for being a stranger on a world that does not want you, and against the day when Mars is free, I leave you." Before departing, he got several oxygen tanks from the boat and hooked them into the man's air supply. That was quite a bit of air for one in suspended animation. Enough to keep him alive for 1,000 years. End of Duel on Syrtis by Powell Anderson.
On Venus by John and Dorothy DeCourcy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melissa Struby. Foundling on Venus by John and Dorothy DeCourcy. Unlike Gaul, the north continent of Venus is divided into 4 parts. No Caesar has set foot here either, nor shall one. For the dark, stinging, caustic air swallows up the lives of men, and only Venus may say, "I conquered." This is colonized Venus, where one may walk without the threat of sudden death, except from other men. The most bitterly fought for, the dearest, bloodiest, most worthless land in the solar system. Separated by men into east and west at the center of the twilight zone. The division across the continent is the irregular, jagged line of Mud River, springing from the Great Serpent Range. The African Republic holds one quarter which the Negroes exploit as best they can, encumbered by filter masks and protective clothing. The Asians still actually try to colonize their quarter, while the Venusian primitives neither help nor hinder the bitter game of power politics, secret murder, and misery. Most of all, misery. The men from Mars understand this better, for their quarter is a penal colony. Sleepy-eyed, phlegmatic Martians, self-condemned for minute violations of their incredible and complex mores, without guards save themselves, will return to the subterranean cities, complex philosophies, and cool, dry air of Mars when they have declared their own sentences to be at an end. Meanwhile, they labor to extract the wealth of Venus, without the bitterness and hate, without the savagery and fear of their neighbors. Hence they are regarded by all with the greatest suspicion. The Federated States, after their fashion, plunder the land and send screaming ships to North America, laden with booty and with men grown suddenly rich, and with men who will never care for riches or anything else again. These are the fortunate dead. The rest are received into the sloppy breast of Venus, where even a tombstone or marker is swallowed in a few short weeks, and they die quickly on Venus, and often. From the arbitrary point where the four territories met, New Reno flung its sprawling, dirty carcass over the muddy soil, and roared and hooted endlessly, laughed with the rough boisterousness of miners and spacemen, rang with the brittle, brassy laughter of women following a trade older than New Reno. It clanged and shouted and bellowed so loudly that quiet sobbing was never heard. But a strange sound hung in the air, the crying of a child. A tiny child, a boy. He sat begrimed by mud at the edge of the street where an occasional ground car flung fresh contamination on his small form until he became almost indistinguishable from the muddy street. His whimpering changed to prolonged wailing sobs. He didn't turn to look at any of the giant passers-by, nor did they even notice him. But finally, one passerby stopped. She was young, and probably from the Federated States. She was not painted, nor was she well dressed. She had nothing to distinguish her, except that she stopped. "Oh, my!" she breathed, bending over the tiny form. "You poor thing! Where's your mamma?" The little figure rubbed its face, looked at her blankly, and heaved a long, shuddering sigh. "I can't leave you sitting here in the mud." She pulled out a handkerchief, and tried to wipe away some of the mud, and then helped him up. His clothes were rags, his feet bare. She took him by the hand, and as they walked along she talked to him, but he seemed not to hear. Soon they reached the dirty, plastic front of the Elite Cafe. Once through the double portals, she pulled the respirator from her face. The air inside was dirty and smelly, but it was breathable. People were eating noisily, boisterously, with all the lusty, unclean young life that was Venus. They clamored, banged, and threw things for no reason other than to throw them. She guided the little one past the tables filled with people and into the kitchen. The door closed with a bang, shutting out much of the noise from the big room. Gingerly she sat him down on a stool, and with detergent and water she began removing the mud. His eyes were horribly red-rimmed. "It's a wonder you didn't die out there," she murmured. "Poor little thing." "Hey, are you going to work or aren't you, Jane?" a voice boomed. A large, ruddy man in white had entered the kitchen, and he stood frowning at the girl. Women weren't rare on Venus, and she was only a waitress. "What in the blue blazes is that?" He pointed to the child. "He was outside," the girl explained. "Sitting in the street. He didn't have a respirator." The ruddy man scowled at the boy speculatively. "His lungs all right?" "He isn't coughing much," she replied. "But what are you going to do with him?" the man asked Jane. "I don't know," she said. "Something. Tell the patrol about him, I guess." The beefy man hesitated. "It's been a long time since I've seen a kid this young on Venus. They always ship him home. Could have been dumped. Maybe his parents left him on purpose." The girl flinched. He grunted disgustedly, his face mirroring his thoughts. "Stringy hair, plain face, and soft as Venus slime clear through." He shrugged. Anyway, he's gotta eat. He looked at the small figure. "Want to eat, kid? Would you like a glass of milk?" He opened a refrigerator, took out a plastic bottle, and poured milk in a glass. Chubby hands reached out for the glass. "There, that's better," the cook said. "Pete will see that you get fed all right." He turned to the girl. "Could he belong to someone around here?" Jane shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen him before." "Well, he can stay in the kitchen while you work the shift. I'll watch him." She nodded, took an apron down from a hook and tied it around her waist. Then she patted the sober-faced youngster on his tousled head and left. The beefy man studied the boy. "I think I'll put you over there," he said. He lifted him, stool and all, and carried him across the kitchen. "You can watch through that panel, see? That's Jane in there. She'll come back and forth, pass right by here. Is that all right?" The little one nodded. "Oh," Pete raised his eyebrows. "So you do know what I'm saying." He watched the child for a few minutes, then turned his attention to the range. The rush hour was on, and he soon forgot the little boy on the stool. Whenever possible during the lunch hour rush, Jane stopped to smile and talk to the child. Once she asked, "Don't you know where your mama and daddy are?" He just stared at her, unblinking, his big eyes soft and sad-looking. The girl studied him for a moment, then she picked up a cookie and gave it to him. "Can you tell me your name?" she asked hopefully. His lips parted. Cookie crumbs fell off his chin and from the corners of his mouth, but he spoke no words. She sighed, turned, and went out to the clattering throng with laden plates of food. For a while Jane was so busy she almost forgot the young one. But finally people began to linger more over their food, the clinking of dishes grew quieter, and Pete took time for a cup of coffee. His sweating face was haggard. He stared sullenly at the little boy and shook his head. "Shouldn't be such things as kids," he muttered. "Nothing but a pain in the neck." Jane came through the door. "It gets worse all the time," she groaned. She turned to the little boy. "Did you have something to eat?" "I didn't know what to fix for him," Pete said. "How about some beef stew? Do you think you'd go for that?" Jane hesitated. I don't know. Try it." Pete ladled up a bowl of steaming stew. Jane took it and put it on the table. She took a bit on a spoon, blew on it, then held it out. The child opened his mouth. She smiled and slowly fed him the stew. "How old do you think he is?" Pete asked. The girl hesitated, opened her mouth, but said nothing. "About 2.5, I'd guess," Pete answered himself. "Maybe 3. Jane nodded and he turned back to cleaning the stove. "Do you want some more stew?" Jane asked as she offered the small one another spoonful. The little mouth didn't open. "Guess you've had enough," she said, smiling. Pete glanced up. "Why don't you leave now, Jane? You're going to have to see the patrol about that kid. I can take care of things here." She stood thinking for a moment. "Can I use an extra respirator?" "You can't take 'em without one," Pete replied. He opened a locker and pulled out a transparent facepiece. "I think this'll tighten down enough to fit his face." She took it and walked over to the youngster. His large eyes had followed all her movements, and he drew back slightly as she held out the respirator. "It won't hurt," she coaxed. "You have to wear it. The air outside stings." The little face remained steady, but the eyes were fearful as Jane slid the transparent mask over his head and tightened the elastic. It pulsed slightly with his breathing. "Better wrap him in this," Pete suggested, pulling a Duroplast jacket out of the locker. "Air's tough on skin." The girl nodded, pulling on her own respirator. She stepped quickly into her Duroplast suit and tied it. "Thanks a lot, Pete," she said, her voice slightly muffled. "See you tomorrow." Pete grunted as he watched her wrap the tiny form in the jacket, lift it gently in her arms, then push through the door. The girl walked swiftly up the street. It was quieter now, but in a short time the noise and stench and garishness of New Reno would begin rising to another cacophonous climax. The strange pair reached a wretched metal structure with an askew sign reading, El Grande Hotel. Jane hurried through the double portals, the swish of air flapping her outer garments as the air-conditioning unit fought savagely to keep out the rival atmosphere of the planet. There was no one at the desk and no one in the lobby. It was a forlorn place, musty and damp. Venus humidity seemed to eat through everything, even metal, leaving it limp, faded, and stinking. She hesitated, looking at the visiphone. then impulsively pulled a chair over out of the line of sight of the viewing plate and gently set the little boy on it. She pulled the respirator from her face, pressed the button under the blank visiphone desk. The plate lit up and hummed faintly. "Patrol office," Jane said. There was a click, and a middle-aged, square-faced man with blue-coated shoulders appeared. "Patrol office," he repeated. "This is Jane Grant. I work at the Elite Cafe. Has anyone lost a little boy?" The patrolman's eyebrow raised slightly. "Little boy? Did you find one?" "Well, I saw one earlier this evening," she faltered. "He was sitting at the edge of the street, and I took him into the cafe and fed him." "Well, there aren't many children in town," he replied. "Let's see." He glanced at the record sheet. "No, none's reported missing. He with you now?" No." He shook his head again, still looking downward. He said slowly, "His parents must have found him. If he was wandering, we'd have picked him up. There is a family that live around there who have a 10-year-old kid who wanders off once in a while. Blonde, stutters a little. Was it him?" "Well, she began. She paused, said firmly, "No." "Well, we don't have any reports on lost children. Haven't had for some time. If the boy was lost, his parents must have found him. Thank you for calling." He broke the connection. Jane stood staring at the blank plate. No one had reported a little boy missing. In all the maddening confusion that was New Reno, no one had missed a little boy. She looked at the small bundle, walked over and slipped off his respirator. "I should have told them the truth," she murmured to him softly. "But you're so tiny and helpless, poor little thing." He looked up at her, then around the lobby, his brown eyes resting on first one object, then another. His little chin began to quiver. The girl picked him up and stroked his hair. "Don't cry," she soothed. "Everything's going to be all right." She walked down a hall, fumbling inside her coveralls for a key. At the end of the hall she stopped, unlocked a door, and carried him inside. As an afterthought she locked the door, still holding the small bundle in her arms. Then she placed him on a bed, removed the jacket, and threw it on a chair. "I don't know why I should go to all this trouble," she said, removing her protective coveralls. "I'll probably get picked up by the patrol, but somebody's got to look after you." She sat down beside him. "Aren't you even a bit sleepy?" He smiled a little. "Maybe now you can tell me your name?" she said. "Don't you know your name?" His expression didn't change. She pointed to herself. "Jane." Then she hesitated, looked downward for a moment. "Jana, I was called before I came here." The little face looked up at her. The small mouth opened. "Jana." It was half whisper, half whistle. "That's right," she replied, stroking his hair. "My, but your throat must be sore. I hope you won't be sick from breathing too much of that awful air." She regarded him quizzically. "You know, I've never seen many little boys. I don't quite know how to treat one. But I know you should get some sleep." She smiled and reached over to take off the rags. He pulled away suddenly. "Don't be afraid," she said reassuringly. "I wouldn't hurt you." He clutched the little ragged shirt tightly. "Don't be afraid," she repeated soothingly. "I'll tell you what. You lie down and I'll put this blanket over you," she said, rising. "Will that be all right?" She laid him down and covered the small form with the blanket. He lay there watching her with his large eyes. "You don't look very sleepy," she said. "Perhaps I had better turn the light down." She did so, slowly, so as not to alarm him, but he was silent, watchful, never taking his eyes from her. She smiled and sat down next to him. "Now I'll tell you a story, and then you must go to sleep," she said softly. He smiled, just a little smile, and she was pleased. "Fine," she cried. "Well, once upon a time there was a beautiful planet, not at all like this one. There were lovely flowers and cool running streams, and it only rained once in a while. You'd like it there, for it's a very nice place. But there were people there who liked to travel, to see strange places and new things, and one day they left in a great big ship." She paused again, frowning in thought. "Well, they traveled a long, long way and saw many things. Then one day something went wrong." Her voice was low and soft. It had the quality of a dream, the texture of a zephyr, but the little boy was still wide awake. Something went very, very wrong, and they tried to land so they could fix it. But when they tried to land, they found they couldn't, and they fell, and just barely managed to save themselves. The big, beautiful ship was all broken. Well, since they couldn't fix the ship at all now, they set out on foot to find out where they were and to see if they could get help. Then they found that they were in a land of great big giants, and the people were very fierce. The little boy's dark eyes were watching her intently, but she went on, hardly noticing. So they went back to the broken ship and tried to decide what to do. They couldn't get in touch with their home because the radio part of the ship was all broken up, and the giants were horrible and wanted everything for themselves and were cruel and mean, and probably would have hurt the poor shipwrecked people if they had known they were there. So, do you know what they did? They got some things from the ship, and they went and built a giant, and they put little motors inside and things to make it run and talk so the giants wouldn't be able to tell that it wasn't another giant just like themselves. She paused, straightening slightly. And then they made a space inside the giant where somebody could sit and run this big giant and talk and move around, and the giants wouldn't ever know that she was there. They made it a she. In fact, she was the only person who could do it because she could learn to talk all sorts of languages. That's what she could do best. So she went out in the giant suit and mingled with the giants and worked just like they did. But every once in a while she'd go back to the others, bringing them things they needed. And she would bring back news. That was their only hope. News of a ship which might be looking for them, which might take them home. She broke off. I wonder what the end of the story will be, she murmured. For some time she had not been using English. She had been speaking in a soft, fluid language unlike anything ever heard on Venus. But now she had stopped speaking entirely. After a slight pause, another voice spoke, in the same melodious alien tongue. It said, I think I know the end of the story. I think someone has come for you poor people and is going to take you home. She gasped, for she realized it had not been her voice. Her artificial eyes watched, stunned, as the little boy began peeling off a skin-tight, flexible, baby-faced mask, revealing underneath the face of a little man. End of Foundling on Venus by John and Dorothy DeCourcy. Recording by Melissa Struby, Oxford, Pennsylvania, USA.
The Gate to Xoron by Hal K. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Sullivan. The Gate to Xoron by Hal K. Wells. He sat in a small, half-darkened booth, well over in the corner, the man with the strangely glowing blue-green eyes. The booth was one of a score that circled the walls of the Morai Hut, a popular nightclub in the San Fernando Valley, some 5 miles over the hills from Hollywood. It was nearly midnight. Half a dozen couples danced lazily in the central dancing space. Other couples remained tete-a-tete in the secluded booths. In the entire room, only 2 men were dining alone. One was the slender, gray-haired little man with the weirdly glowing eyes. The other was Blair Gordon, a highly successful young attorney of Los Angeles. Both men had the unmistakable air of waiting for someone. Blair Gordon's college days were not so far distant that he had yet lost any of the splendid physique that had made him an all-star tackle. In any physical combat with the slight-haired grayed stranger, Gordon knew that he would be able to break the other in 2 with one hand. Yet, as he studied the stranger from behind the potted palms that screened his own booth, Gordon was amazed to find himself slowly becoming overcome by an emotion of dread so intense that it verged upon sheer fear. There was something undescribably alien and utterly sinister in that dimly seen figure in the corner booth. The faint, eerie light that glowed in the stranger's deep-set eyes was not the lambent flame seen on the joyant orbs of some night-prowling jungle beast, nor was it the blue-green glow of phosphorescent witchlight that flickers and dances in the night mists above steaming tropical swamps. The stranger's face was as classically perfect in its rugged outline as that of a Roman war god, yet those perfect features seemed utterly lifeless. In the 20 minutes that he had been intently watching the stranger, Gordon would have sworn that the other's face had not moved by so much as the twitch of an eyelash. Then a new couple entered the Morai hut, and Gordon promptly forgot all thought of the puzzling alien figure in the corner. The new arrivals were a vibrantly beautiful blonde girl and a plump, sallow-faced man in his early 40s. The girl was Leah Keith, Hollywood's latest screen sensation. The man was Dave Redding, her director. A waiter seated Leah and her escort in a booth directly across the room from that of Gordon. It was a maneuver for which Gordon had tipped lavishly when he first came to the hut. A week ago, Leah Keith's engagement to Blair Gordon had been abruptly ended by a trivial little quarrel that two volatile temperaments had fanned into flames, which apparently made reconciliation impossible. A miserably lonely week had finally ended in Gordon's present trip to the Morai hut. He knew that Leah often came there, and he had an overwhelming longing to at least see her again, even though his pride forced him to remain unseen. Now, as he stared glumly at Leah through the palms that effectively screened his own booth, Gordon heartily regretted that he had ever come. The sight of Leah's clear, fresh beauty merely made him realize what a fool he had been to let that ridiculous little quarrel come between them. Then, with a sudden, tingling thrill, Gordon realized that he was not the only one in the room who was interested in Leah and her escort. Over in the half-darkened corner booth, the eerie stranger was staring at the girl with an intenseness that made his weird eyes glow like miniature pools of shimmering blue-green fire. Again, Gordon felt that vague impression of dread, as though he were in the presence of something utterly alien to all human experience. Gordon turned his gaze back to Leah, then caught his breath sharply in sudden amaze. The necklace about Leah's throat was beginning to glow with the same uncanny blue-green light that shone in the stranger's eyes. Faint, yet unmistakable, the shimmering radiance pulsed from the necklace in an aura of nameless evil. And with the coming of that aura of weird light on her throat, a strange trance was swiftly sweeping over Leah. She sat there now as rigidly motionless as some exquisite statue of ivory and jet. Gordon stared at her in stark bewilderment. He knew the history of Leah's necklace. It was merely an oddity, nothing more. A freak piece of costume jewelry made from fragments of an Arizona meteorite. Leah had worn the necklace a dozen times before, without any trace of the weird phenomenon that was now occurring. Dancers again thronged the room with the blaring jazz of the orchestra, while Gordon was still trying to force his whirling brain to a decision. He was certain that Leah was in deadly peril of some kind, yet the nature of that peril was too bizarre for his mind to imagine. Then the stranger with the glowing eyes took matters into his own hands. He left his booth and began threading his way through the dancers towards Leah. As he watched the progress of that slight, gray-haired figure, Gordon refused to believe the evidence of his own eyes. The thing was too utterly absurd. Yet Gordon was positive that the strong oak floor of the dancing space was visibly swaying and creaking beneath the stranger's menacing tread. The stranger paused at Leah's booth, only long enough to utter a brief, low-voiced command. Then Leah, still in the grip of that strange trance, rose obediently from her seat to accompany him. Dave Redding rose angrily to intercept her. The stranger seemed to barely brush the irate director with his fingertips, yet Redding reeled back as though struck by a pile-driver. Leah and the stranger started for the door. Redding scrambled to his feet again and hurried after them. It was then that Gordon finally shook off the stupor of utter bewilderment that had held him. Springing from his booth, he rushed after the trio. The dancers on his way delayed Gordon momentarily. Leah and the stranger were already gone when he reached the door. The narrow little entrance hallway to the hut was deserted, save for a figure sprawled there on the floor near the outer door. It was the body of Dave Redding. Gordon shuddered as he glanced briefly down at the huddled figure. A single mighty blow from some unknown weapon had crumpled the director's entire face in, like the shattered shell of a broken egg. Gordon charged on through the outer door just as a heavy sedan came careening out of the parking lot. He had a flashing glimpse of Leah and the stranger in the front seat of the big car. Gordon raced for his own machine, a powerful low-slung roadster. A single vicious jab at the starting button, and the big motor leapt into roaring life. Gordon shot out from the parking lot onto the main boulevard. 100 yards away, the sedan was fleeing towards Hollywood. Gordon stamped hard on the accelerator. His engine snarled with an unleashed fury of 100 horsepower. The gap between the two cars swiftly lessened. Then the stranger seemed to become aware for the first time that he was being followed. The next second, the big sedan accelerated with the hurtling speed of a flying bullet. Gordon set his own foot nearly to the floor. The roadster jumped to 80 miles an hour, yet the sedan continued to leave it remorselessly behind. The two cars started up the northern slope of Chahuga Pass, with the sedan nearly 200 yards ahead and gaining all the time. Gordon wondered briefly if they were to flash down the other side of the pass and on into Hollywood at their present mad speed. Then, at the summit of the pass, The sedan swerved abruptly to the right and fled west along the Mulholland Highway. Gordon's tires screamed as he swerved the roadster in hot pursuit. The dark, winding mountain highway was nearly deserted at that hour of night, save for an occasional automobile that swerved frantically to the side of the road to dodge the roaring onslaught of the racing cars. Gordon and the stranger had the road to themselves. The stranger seemed no longer to be trying to leave his pursuer hopelessly behind. He allowed Gordon to come within 100 yards of him, but that was as near as Gordon could get, in spite of his roadster's best efforts. Half a dozen times Gordon trod savagely upon his accelerator in a desperate attempt to close the gap, but each time the sedan fled with the swift grace of a scudding phantom. Finally, Gordon had to content himself with merely keeping his distance behind the glowing red tail light of the car ahead. They passed Laurel Canyon, and still the big sedan bored on to the west. Then finally, half a dozen miles beyond Laurel Canyon, the stranger abruptly left the highway and started up a narrow private road to the crest of one of the lonely hills. Gordon slowly gained in the next 2 miles. When the road ended in a winding gravel driveway into the grounds of what was apparently a private estate, the roadster was scarcely a dozen yards behind. The stranger's features as he stood there stiffly erect in the vivid glare of the roadster's headlights were still as devoid of any expression as ever. The only things that really seemed alive in that mask of a face were the 2 eyes, glowing, eerie, blue-green fire, like twin entities of an alien evil. Gordon wasted no time in verbal sparring. He motioned briefly to Leah Keith's rigid form in the front seat of the sedan. "Miss Keith is returning to Hollywood with me," he said curtly. "Will you let her go peacefully, or shall I—" He left the question unfinished, but its threat was obvious. "Or shall you do what?" answered the stranger quietly. There was an oddly metallic ring in his low, even tones. His words were so precisely clipped that they suggested some origin more mechanical than human. "Or shall I take Miss Keith with me by force?" Gordon glared angrily. "You can try to take the lady by force if you wish." There was an unmistakable jeering note in the metallic tones. The taunt was the least thing needed to unleash Gordon's volatile temper. He stepped forward and swung a hard left hook for that expressionless mask of a face, but the blow never landed. The stranger dodged with uncanny swiftness. His answering gesture seemed merely the gentlest possible push with an outstretched hand, yet Gordon was sent reeling backward a full dozen steps by the terrific force of that apparently gentle blow. Recovering himself, Gordon grimly returned to the attack. The stranger again flung out one hand in the contemptuous gesture with which one would brush away a troublesome fly. But this time Gordon was more cautious. He neatly dodged the stranger's blow, then swung a vicious right squarely for the adversary's unprotected jaw. The blow smashed solidly home with all of Gordon's weight behind it. The stranger's jaw buckled and gave beneath that shattering impact. Then abruptly his entire face crumpled into distorted ruin. Gordon staggered back a step in sheer horror at the gruesome result of his blow. The stranger flung a hand up to his shattered features. When his hand came away again, his whole face came away with it. Gordon had one horror-stricken glimpse of a featureless blob of rubbery, bluish-gray flesh, in which fiendish eyes of a blue-green fire blazed in malignant fury. Then the stranger fumbled at his collar, ripping the linen swiftly away. Something lashed out from beneath his throat. A loathsome, snake-like object, slender and forked at the end. For one ghastly moment, as the writhing tentacle swung into line with him, Gordon saw its forked ends glow strange fire, one a vivid blue, the other a sparkling green. Then the world was abruptly blotted out for Blair Gordon. Consciousness returned to Gordon as swiftly and painlessly as it had left him. For a moment he blinked stupidly in a dazed effort to comprehend the incredible scene before him. He was seated in a chair over near the wall of a large room that was flooded with livid red light from a single globe overhead. Beside him sat Leah Keith, also staring with dazed eyes in an effort to comprehend her surroundings. Directly in front of them stood a figure of stark, nightmarish horror. The weirdly glowing eyes identified the figure as that of the stranger at the Morai hut, but there every point of resemblance ceased. Only the cleverest of facial masks and body padding could ever have enabled this monstrosity to pass unnoticed in the world of normal human beings. Now that his disguise was completely stripped away, his slight frame was revealed as a grotesque parody of that of a human being, with arms and legs like pipe stems, a bald oval head that merged with necklace rigidity directly into a heavy-shouldered body that tapered into an almost wasp-like slenderness at the waist. He was naked save for a loin-cloth, made of some metallic fabric, His bluish-gray skin had a dull, oily sheen, strangely suggestive of fine-grained, flexible metal. The creature's face was hideously unlike anything human. Beneath the glowing eyes was a small, circular mouth, with a cluster of gill-like appendages on either side of it. Patches of lighter-colored skin on either side of his head seemed to serve as ears. From a point just under the head, where the throat of a human being would have been, dangled the foot-and-a-half long tentacle, whose forked tip had set Gordon into oblivion. Behind the creature, Gordon was dimly aware of a maze of complicated and utterly unfamiliar apparatus, ranged along the opposite wall, giving the room the appearance of being a laboratory of some kind. Gordon's obvious bewilderment seemed to amuse the bluish-gray monstrosity. "May I introduce myself?" he asked, with a mocking tone in his metallic voice. "I am Arlok, of Xoran. I am an explorer of space, and more particularly an opener of gates. My home is upon Xoran, which is one of the 11 major planets that circle about the giant blue-white sun that your astronomers call Rigel. I am here to open the gate between your world and mine." Gordon reached a reassuring hand over to Leah. All memory of their quarrel was obliterated in the face of their present peril. He felt her slender fingers twine firmly around his. The warm contact gave them both new courage. "We of Xoran need your planet and intend to take possession of it," Arlok continued. "But the vast distance which separates Rigel from your solar system makes it impractical to transport any considerable number of people here in space cars, for though our space cars travel with practically the speed of light, it requires over 540 years for them to cross that great void. So I was sent, a lone pioneer to your Earth, to do the work necessary here in order to open the gate that will enable Xoran to cross the border in less than a minute of your time. That gate is the one through the 4th dimension, for Xoran and your planet in a 4-dimensional universe are almost touching each other, in spite of the great distance separating them in a 3-dimensional universe. We of Xoran, being 3-dimensional creatures like you Earthlings, cannot even exist in a 4-dimensional plane, but we can, by the use of apparatus to open a gate, pass through a thin sector of the 4th dimension and emerge in a far distant part of our 3-dimensional universe. The situation of our two worlds," Arlok continued, "is somewhat like that of two dots on opposite ends of a long strip of paper that is curved almost into a circle. The 2-dimensional beings capable only of realizing and traveling along the 2 dimensions of the paper itself, those dots may be only a few feet apart. Yet in the 3rd dimension, straight across free space, they might be separated only by a 1,000th part of an inch. In order to take that shortcut across the 3rd dimension, the 2-dimensional creatures of the paper would have only to transform a small strip of the intervening space into a 2-dimensional surface like their paper. They could do this, of course, by the use of proper vibration-creating machinery, for all things in a material universe are merely a matter of vibration. We of Xoran plan to cross the barrier of the 4th dimension by creating a narrow strip of vibrations powerful enough to exactly match and nullify those of the 4th dimension itself. The result will be that this narrow strip will temporarily become an area of 3 dimensions, an area over which we can safely pass from our world to yours." Arlok indicated one of the pieces of apparatus along the opposite wall of the room. It was an intricate arrangement of finely wound coils, with wires leading to the scores of needle-like points, which constantly shimmered and crackled with tiny blue-white flames. Thick cables ran to a bank of concave reflectors of some gleaming grayish metal. "There is the apparatus which will supply the enormous power necessary to nullify the vibrations of the 4th-dimensional barrier," Arlok explained. "It is a condenser and adapter of the cosmic force that you call the Milkaean rays. In Xoran, a similar apparatus is already set up and finished, but the gate can only be opened by simultaneous actions from both sides of the barrier. That is why I was sent on my long journey through space to do the necessary work here. I am now nearly finished. A very few hours more will see the final opening of the gate. Then the fighting hordes of Xoran will sweep through the barrier and overcome your planet." "When the gate from Xoran to a new planet is first opened," Arlok continued, "our scientists always like to have at least one pair of specimens for the new world's inhabitants sent through to them for experimental use. So tonight, while waiting for one of my final castings to cool, I improved the time by making a brief raid upon the place that you call the Morai Hut. The lady here seemed an excellent type of your Earthling women, and the meteoric iron in her necklace made a perfect focus for electric hypnosis. Her escort was too inferior a specimen to be of value to me, so I killed him when he attempted to interfere. When you gave chase, I lured you on until I could see whether or not you might be useful. You proved an excellent specimen, so I merely stunned you. Very soon now I shall be ready to send the two of you through the gate to our scientists in Xoran." A cold wave of sheer horror swept over Gordon. It was impossible to doubt the stark and deadly menace promised in the plan of this grim visitor from an alien universe. A menace that loomed not only for Gordon and Leah, but for the teeming millions of a doomed and defenseless world. "Let me show you Xoran," Arlok offered. "Then you may be better able to understand." He turned his back carelessly upon his two captives, and strode over to the apparatus along the opposite wall. Gordon longed to hurl himself upon the unprotected back of the retreating Xorian. Any attempt of that kind would be suicidal. Arlok's deadly tentacle would strike him down before he was halfway across the room. He searched his surroundings with desperate eyes for anything that might serve as a weapon. Then his pulse quickened with sudden hope. There, on a small table near Leah, was the familiar bulk of a .45 caliber revolver, loaded and ready for use. It was included in a miscellaneous collection of other small earthly tools and objects that Arlok had collected for study. There was an excellent chance that Leah might be able to secure the gun unobserved. Gordon pressed her fingers in a swift attempt at signaling, then jerked his head ever so slightly toward the table. A moment later the quick answering pressure of Leah's fingers told him that she had understood his message. From the corner of his eye, Gordon saw Leah's other hand begin cautiously groping behind her for the revolver. Then both Gordon and Leah froze into sudden immobility as Arlok faced them again, from beside an apparatus slightly reminiscent of an earthly radio set. Arlok threw a switch, and a small bank of tubes glowed pale green. A yard-square plate of bluish-gray metal on the wall above the apparatus glowed with milky fluorescence. "It is easy to penetrate the barrier with light waves," Arlok explained. "That is a gate that can readily be opened from either side. It was through it that we first discovered your Earth." Arlok threw a rheostat on to more power. The luminous plate cleared swiftly. "And there, Earthlings, is Xoran," Arlok said proudly. Leah and Gordon gasped in sheer amaze as the glowing plate became a veritable window into another world, a world of utter and alien terror. The livid light of a giant red sun blazed mercilessly down upon a landscape from which every vestige of animal and plant life had apparently been stripped. Naked rocks and barren soil stretched illuminably to the far horizon in a vast monotony of utter desolation. Arlok twirled the knob of the apparatus, and another scene flashed into view. In this scene, great gleaming squares and cones of metal rose in towering clusters from the starkly barren land. Hordes of creatures like Arlok swarmed in and around the metal buildings. Giant machines whirled countless wheels in strange tasks. From 1,000 great needle-like projections in the buildings spurted shimmering sheets of crackling flame, bathing the entire scene in a whirling mist of fiery vapors. Gordon realized dimly that he must be looking into one of the cities of Xoran, but every detail of the chaotic whirl of activity was too utterly unfamiliar to carry any real significance to his bewildered brain. He was as hopelessly overwhelmed as an African savage would be if transported suddenly into the heart of Times Square. Arlok again twirled the knob. The scene shifted, apparently to another planet. This world was still alive, with rich verdure and swarming millions of people, strangely like those of Earth. But it was a doomed world. The dread gate of Xoran had already been opened here. Legions of bluish-gray Xoranians were attacking the planet's inhabitants, and the attack of those metallic hosts was irresistible. The slight bodies of the Xoranians seemed as impervious to bullets and missiles as though armor-plated. The frantic defense of the beleaguered people of the doomed planet caused hardly a casualty in the Xoranian ranks. The attack of the Xoranians was horrendously effective. Clouds of dense yellow fog belched from countless projectors in the hands of the bluish-gray hosts, and beneath that deadly miasma, all animal and plant life in the doomed planet was crumbling, dying, and rotting into a liquid slime. Then even the slime was swiftly obliterated, and the Xoranians were left triumphant upon a world starkly desolate. That was one of the minor planets in the swarm that make up the solar system of the sun that your astronomers call Canopus, Arlok explained. Our first task in conquering a world is to rid it of the unclean surface scum of animal and plant life. When this noxious surface mold is eliminated, the planet is then ready to furnish us sustenance, for we Xoranians live directly upon the metallic elements of the planet itself. Our bodies are of a substance which your scientists have never even dreamed. Deathless, invincible, living metal. Arlok again twirled the control of the apparatus, and the scene was shifted back to the planet of Xoran, this time to the interior of what was apparently a vast laboratory. Here, scores of Xoranian scientists were working upon captives who were pathetically like human beings of Earth itself, working with lethal gases and deadly liquids, as human scientists might experiment on noxious pests. The details of the scene were so utterly revolting, the tortures that were being inflicted so starkly horrible, that Leah and Gordon sank back in their chairs, sick and shaken. Arlok snapped off a switch, and the green light on the tubes died. "That last scene was the laboratory to which I shall send you two presently," he said callously as he stared back across the room toward them. Gordon lurched to his feet, his brain a seething whirl of hate in which all thought of caution was gone as he tensed his muscles to hurl himself upon that grim monstrosity from the bleak and desolate realm of Xoran. Then he felt Leah tugging surreptitiously at his right hand. The next moment the bulk of something cold and hard met his fingers. It was the revolver. Leah had secured it while Arlok was busy with his interdimensional televisor. Arlok was rapidly approaching them. Gordon hoped against hope that the menace of the deadly tentacle might be diverted for a fraction of a second necessary for him to get a crippling shot in. Leah seemed to divine his thought. She suddenly screamed, hysterical, and flung herself on the floor, almost at Arlok's feet. Arlok stopped in obvious wonder and bent over Leah. Gordon took instant advantage of the Xoronian's diverted attention. He whipped the revolver from behind him and fired point-blank at Arlok's unprotected head. The bullet struck squarely, but Arlok was not even staggered. A tiny spot of bluish-gray skin upon his oval skull gleamed faintly for a moment under the bullet's impact. Then the heavy pellet of lead, as thoroughly flattened as though it had struck a triple armor of a battleship, dropped spent and harmless to the floor. Arlok straightened swiftly. For the moment he seemed to have no thought of retaliating with his deadly tentacle. He merely stood there quite still, with one thin arm thrown up to guard his glowing eyes. Gordon sent the remainder of the revolver's bullets crashing home as fast as his finger could press the trigger. At that murderously short range, the smashing rain of lead should have dropped a charging gorilla. But for all the effect Gordon's shots had upon the Xoronian, his ammunition might as well have been pellets of paper. Arlok's glossy hide merely glowed momentarily in tiny patches as the bullets struck and flattened harmlessly, and that was all. His last cartridge fired, Gordon flung the empty weapon squarely at the blue monstrosity's hideous face. Arlok made no attempt to dodge. The heavy revolver struck him high on the forehead, then rebounded harmlessly to the floor. Arlok paid no more attention to the blow than a man would to the casual touch of a wind-blown feather. Gordon desperately flung himself forward upon the Xoronian in one last mad effort to overwhelm him. Arlok dodged Gordon's wild blows, then gently swept the Earthman into the embrace of his thin arms. For one helpless moment, Gordon sensed the incredible strength and adamantine hardness of the Xoronian's slender figure, together with an overwhelming impression of colossal weight in that deceptively slight body. Then Arlok contemptuously flung Gordon away from him. As Gordon staggered backward, Arlok's tentacle lashed upward and leveled upon him. Its twin tips glowed brightly again, brilliant green and livid blue. Instantly, every muscle in Gordon's body was paralyzed. He stood there as rigid as a statue, his body completely deadened from the neck down. Beside him stood Leah, also frozen motionless in that same weird power. "Earthling, you are beginning to try my patience," Arlok snapped. "Can you not realize that I am utterly invincible in any combat with you? The living metal of my body weighs over 1,600 pounds as you measure weight. The strength inherent in that metal is sufficient to tear 100 of your Earthmen to shreds, but I do not even have to touch you to vanquish you. The electric content of my bodily structure is so infinitely superior to yours that with this tentacle organ of mine I can instantly short-circuit the feeble currents of your nerve impulses and bring either paralysis or death as I choose." "Enough of this," Arlok broke off abruptly. "My materials are now ready, and it is time that I finished my work. I shall put you out of my way for a few hours, until I am ready to send you through the gate to the laboratories of Xoran." The green and blue fire of the tentacle's tips flamed to dazzling brightness. The paralysis of Gordon's body swept swiftly over his brain. Black oblivion engulfed him. When Gordon again recovered consciousness, he found that he was lying on the floor of what was apparently a narrow hall, near the foot of a stairway. His hands were lashed tightly behind him, and his feet and legs were so firmly pinioned together that he could scarcely move. Beside him lay Leah, also tightly bound. A short distance down the hall was the closed door of Arlok's workroom, recognizable by the thin light of red light gleaming beneath it. Moonlight through a window in the rear of the hall made objects around Gordon fairly clear. He looked at Leah and saw tears glistening on her long lashes. "Oh, Blair, I was afraid you'd never wake again," the girl sobbed. "I thought that fiend had killed you." Her voice broke hysterically. "Steady, darling," Gordon said soothingly. "We simply can't give up now, you know. If that monstrosity ever opens that accursed gate of his, our entire world is doomed. There must be some way to stop him. We've got to find that way and try it, even if it seems only one forlorn chance in a million." Gordon shook his head to clear the numbness still lingering from the effect of Arlok's tentacle. The Xoronian seemed unable to produce a paralysis of any great duration with his weird natural weapon. Accordingly, he had been forced to bind his captives like two trussed fowls while he returned to his labors. Lying close together as they were, it was a comparatively easy matter for the two of them to get their bound hands within reach of each other. But after 15 minutes of vain work, Gordon realized that any attempt at untying the ropes was useless. Arlok's prodigious strength had drawn the knots so tight that no human power could ever loosen them. Then Gordon suddenly thought of one thing in his pockets that might help them. It was a tiny cigarette lighter, of the spring-trigger type. It was in his vest pocket, completely out of reach of his bound hands. But there was a way out of that difficulty. Gordon and Leah twisted and rolled their bodies like two contortionists until they succeeded in getting into such a position that Leah was able to get her teeth on the cloth of the vest pocket's edge. A moment of desperate tugging, then the fabric gave way. The lighter dropped from the torn pocket to the floor, where Leah retrieved it. Then they twisted their bodies back to back. Leah managed to get the lighter flaming in her bound hands. Gordon groped in an effort to guide the ropes on his wrists over the tiny flickering flame. Then there came the faint welcome odor of smoldering ropes as the lighter's tiny flame bit into the bonds. Gordon bit his lip to suppress a cry of pain as the flame seared into his skin as well. The flame bit deeper into the rope. A single strand snapped. Then another strand gave way. To Gordon, the process seemed endless as the flame scorched rope and flesh alike. A long minute of lancing agony that seemed hours. Then Gordon could stand no more. He tensed his muscles in one mighty, agonizing effort to end the torture of the flame. The weakened rope gave way completely beneath that pain-maddened plunge. Gordon's hands were free. It was an easy matter now to use the lighter to finish freeing himself and Leah. They made their way swiftly back to the window at the rear of the hall. It slid silently upward. A moment later, and they were out in the brilliant moonlight. Free. They made their way around to the front of the house. Behind the drawn shades of one of the front rooms, an eerie glow of red light marked the location of Arlok's workroom. They heard the occasional clink of tools inside the room as the Zeronian diligently worked to complete his apparatus. They crept stealthily up to where one of the French windows of Arlok's workroom slung slightly ajar. Through the narrow crevice they could see Arlok's grotesque back as he labored over the complex assembly of the apparatus against the wall. A heavy stone flung through the window would probably wreck that delicate mechanism completely. Yet the two watchers knew that such a respite would be only temporary. As long as Arlok remained alive on this planet to build other gates to Zoran, Earth's eventual doom was certain. Complete destruction of Arlok himself was Earth's only hope of salvation. The Zoranian seemed to be nearing the end of his labors. He left the apparatus momentarily and walked over to a workbench, where he picked up a slender, rod-like tool. Donning a heavy glove to shield his left hand, he selected a small plate of bluish-gray metal, then pressed a switch in the handle of the tool in his right hand. A blade of blinding white flame, seemingly as solid as a blade of metal, spurted for the length of a foot from the tool's tip. Arlok began cutting the plate with the flame, the blade shearing through the heavy metal as easily as a hot knife shears through butter. The sight brought a sudden surge of exultant hope to Gordon. He swiftly drew Leah away from the window, far enough to the side that their low-voiced conversation could not be heard from inside the workroom. "Leah, there is our chance," he explained excitedly. "That blue fiend is vulnerable, and that flame tool of his is the weapon to reach his vulnerability. Did you notice how careful he was to shield his other hand with the glove before he turned the tool on? He can be hurt by that blade of flame, and probably hurt badly." Leah nodded in quick understanding. "If I could lure him out of the room for just a moment, you could slip in through the window and get that flame tool, Blair," she suggested eagerly. "That might work," Gordon agreed reluctantly. "But Leah, don't run any more risks than you absolutely have to." He picked up a small rock. "Here, take this with you. Open the door into the hall and attract Arlok's attention by throwing the rock at his precious apparatus. Then, the minute he sees you, try to escape out through the hall again. He'll leave his work to follow you. When he returns to his workroom, I'll be in there waiting for him, and I'll be waiting with a weapon that can stab through even that armor-plated hide of his." They separated, Leah to enter the house, Gordon to return to the window. Arlok was back over in front of his apparatus, fitting into place the piece of metal he had just cut. The flame tool, its switch now turned off, was still on the workbench. Gordon's heart pounded with excitement as he crouched there with his eyes fixed upon the closed hall door. The minutes seemed to drag interminably. Then suddenly, Gordon's muscles tensed. The knob of the hall door had turned ever so slightly. Leah was at her post. The next moment the door was flung open with a violence that sent it slamming back against the wall. The slender figure of Leah stood framed in the opening, her dark eyes blazing as she flung one hand up to hurl her missile. Arlok whirled just as Leah threw the rock straight at the intricate gate-opening apparatus. With the speed of thought, the Zoranian flung his own body over to shield his apparatus. The rock thudded harmlessly against his metallic chest. Then Arlok's tentacle flung out like a striking cobra, its fork tip flaming blue and green fire as it focused upon the open door. But Leah was already gone. Gordon heard her flying footsteps as she raced down the hall. Arlok promptly sped after her in swift pursuit. As Arlok passed through the door into the hall, Gordon flung himself into the room and sped straight for the workbench. He snatched the flame tool up, then darted over to the wall by the door. He was not a second too soon. The heavy tread of Arlok's return was already audible in the hall just outside. Gordon prepared to stake everything upon his one slim chance of disabling that fearful tentacle before Arlok could bring it into action. He pressed the tiny switch on the flame tool's handle just as Arlok came through the door. Arlok, startled by the glare of the flame tool's blazing blade, whirled toward Gordon, but too late. The thin, searing shaft of vivid flame had already struck squarely at the base of the Xoranian's tentacle. A seething spray of hissing sparks marked the place where the flame bit deeply home. Arlok screamed, a ghastly metallic note of anguish like nothing human. The Xoranian's powerful hands clutched at Gordon, but he leapt lithely backward out of their reach. Then Gordon again attacked, the flame tool's shining blade licking in and out like a rapier. The searing flame swept across one of Arlok's arms, and the Xoranian winced. Then the blade stabbed swiftly at Arlok's waist. Arlok half-doubled as he flinched back. Gordon shifted his aim with lightning speed and sent the blade of flame flashing in one accurate, terrible stroke that caught Arlok squarely in the eyes. Again Arlok screamed in intolerable agony as that tearing flame darkened forever his glowing eyes. In berserker fury, the tortured Xoranian charged blindly towards Gordon. Gordon warily dodged to one side. Arlok, sightless, and with his tentacle crippled, still had enough power in that mighty metallic body of his to tear 100 Earthmen to pieces. Gordon stung Arlok's shoulder with the flame, then desperately leapt to one side just in time to dodge a flailing blow that would have made pulp of his body had it landed. Arlok went straight wild in his frenzied efforts to come to grips with his unseen adversary. Furniture crashed and splintered to kindling wood beneath his threshing feet. Even the stout walls of the room shivered and cracked as the incredible weight of Arlok's body cambered him. Gordon circled lightly around the crippled blue monstrosity like a timber wolf circling a wounded moose. He began concentrating his attack upon Arlok's left leg. Half a dozen deep slashes with the searing flame, then suddenly the thin leg crumpled and broke. Arlok crashed helplessly to the floor. Gordon was now able to shift his attack to Arlok's head. Dodging the blindly flailing arms of the Xoranian, he stabbed again and again at that oval-shaped skull. The searing thrusts began to have their effect. Arlok's convulsive movements became slower and weaker. Gordon sent the flame stabbing in a long final thrust in an attempt to pierce through to that alien metal brain. With startling suddenness, the flame burned its way home to some unknown center of life force in the oval skull. There was a brief but appalling gush of bright purple flames from Arlok's eye sockets and mouth. Then his twitching body stiffened. His bluish-gray hide darkened with incredible swiftness into a dull black. Arlok was dead. Gordon, sickened at the grisly end to the battle, snapped off the flame tool and turned to search for Leah. He found her already standing in the door, alive and unhurt. "I escaped through the window at the end of the hall," she explained. "Arlok quit following me as soon as he saw that you two were gone from where he had left us tied." She shuddered as she looked down at the Xoranian's mangled body. "I saw most of your fight with him, Blair. It was terrible. Awful. But Blair, we won." "Yes, and now we'll make sure of the fruits of our victory," Gordon said grimly, starting over toward the gate-opening apparatus with the flame tool in his hand. A very few minutes' work with the shearing blade of flame reduced the intricate apparatus to a mere tangled pile of twisted metal. Arlok, gate-opener of Zoran, was dead, and the gate to that grim planet was now irrevocably closed. "Blair, do you feel it too? That eerie feeling of countless eyes still watching us from Zoran?" There was frank awe in Leah's half-whispered question. "You know, Arlok said that they had watched us for centuries from their side of the barrier. I'm sure they're watching us now. Will they send another opener of gates to take up the work where Arlok failed?" Gordon took Leah in his arms. "I don't know, dear," he admitted gravely. "They may send another messenger, but I doubt it. This world of ours has had its warning, and it will heed it. The Watchers of Zoran must know that in the 540 years it would take their next messenger to get here, the Earth will have had more than enough time to prepare an adequate defense for even Zoran's menace. I doubt if there will ever again be an attempt made to open the Gate of Zoran." End of The Gate to Zoran by Hal K. Wells. Recording by Martin Sullivan.
Be Light by Horace B. Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Bologna Times. Let There Be Light by Horace B. Fife. No matter what the future, one factor must always be reckoned with: the ingenuity of the human animal. The two men attacked the thick tree trunk with a weary savagery. In the bright sunlight, glistening spatters of sweat flew from them as the old axes bit alternately into the wood. Blackie stood nearby, on the gravel shoulder of the highway, rubbing his short beard as he considered the depth of the white notch. Turning his broad, tanned face to glance along the patched and cracked concrete to where squat Vito kept watch, he caught the latter's eye and beckoned. "Okay," said Mike. "We'll take it a while." The rhythm of the axe strokes ceased. Red Mike swept the back of a forearm across the semi-shaven stubble that set him as something of a dandy. Wordlessly, Big Sid ambled up the road to replace Vito. "Pretty soon now," boasted Mike, eyeing the cut with satisfaction. "Think it'll bring them?" "Sure," replied Blackie, spitting on his hands and lifting one of the worn tools. "That's what they're there for." "Funny," mused Mike, "how some keep going and others bust. These must have been working since I was a little kid, since before the last blitz." They don't have to do much. 'Cept in winter when they come out to clear snow, all they do is put in a patch now and then." Mike stared moodily at the weathered surface of the highway and edged back to avoid the reflected heat. "It beats me how they know a spot is cracked." "I guess there's machines to run the machines," sighed Blackie. "I don't know. I was too young. Okay, Vito." The relieving pair fell to. Mike stepped out of range of the flying chips to sit at the edge of the soft grass, which was attempting another invasion of the gravel shoulder. Propelled by the strength of Vito's powerful torso, a single chip spun through the air to his feet. He picked it up and held it to his nose. It had a good, clean smell. When at length the tree crashed down across the road, Blackie led them to the ambush he had chosen that morning. It was 50 yards up the road toward the ruined city, off to the side where a clump of trees and bushes provided shade and concealment. "Wish we brought something to eat," Vito said. "Didn't know it would take so long to creep up on 'em this morning," said Blackie. "The women'll have something when we get back." "They better," said Mike. He measured a slender branch with his eye. After a moment he pulled out a hunting knife, worn thin by years of sharpening, and cut off a straight section of the branch. He began whittling. "You damn fool," Sid objected. "You want the busted spot on the tree to show?" They ain't got the brains to notice." "The hell they ain't. It stands out like one of them old street signs. D'you think they could tell, Blackie?" "I dunno. Maybe." Blackie rose cautiously to peer over a bed of blackberry bushes. "Guess I'll skin up a tree and see if anything's in sight." He hitched up his pants, looking for an easy place to climb. His blue denims had been stoutly made, but weakened by many rips and patches, and he did not want to rip them on a snag. It was becoming difficult to find good, unrotted clothing in the old ruins. Choosing a branch slightly over his head, he sprang for it, pulled, kicked against the trunk, and flowed up into the foliage with no apparent effort. The others waited below. Sid glanced up occasionally. Vito idly kicked at one of the clubs made from an old 2x4. The other lay beneath the piled jackets, but enough of the end protruded to show that they had been chopped from the same timber. Gray-painted on one side, stained and gouged on the other where boards had once been nailed. A coil of rope lay beside the axes. High in the upper branches, Blackie braced himself with negligent confidence and stared along the concrete ribbon. From here, he thought, you'd almost think the place was still alive, instead of crumbling around our ears. The windows of the distant houses were dark, unglassed holes, but the sunlight made the masonry clean and shining. To Blackie, the ragged tops of most of the buildings were as natural as the tattered look of the few people he knew. Beyond, toward the center of the city, was real evidence of his race's bygone might. A vast jumble of shattered stone and fused metal. Queer weeds and mosses infected the area, but it would be centuries before they could mask the desolation. Better covered were the heaps along the road, seemingly shoved just beyond the gravel shoulders, moldering mounds which legend said were once machines to ride in along the pavement. Something glinted at the bend of the highway. Blackie peered closer. He swarmed down the tree from branch to branch, so lithely that the trio below hardly had the warning of the vibrating leaves before he dropped, cat-footed, among them. "They're coming!" He shrugged quickly into his stained jacket, emulated in silent haste by the others. Vito rubbed his hands down the hairy chest left revealed by his open jacket, and hefted one of the clubs. In his broad paws it seemed light. They were quiet, watching Sid peer out through narrowly parted brush of the undergrowth. Blackie fidgeted behind him. Finally he reached out as if to pull the other aside, but at that moment Sid released the bushes and crouched. The others, catching his warning glance, fell prone, peering through shrubbery and around tree trunks with savage eyes. The distant squawk of a jay became suddenly very clear, as did the sighing of a faint breeze through the leaves overhead. Then a new clanking, humming sound intruded. A procession of 3 vehicles rolled along the highway at an unvarying pace, which took no account of patches or worn spots. They jounced in turn across a patch laid over a previous unsuccessful patch, and halted before the felled tree. 2 were bulldozers, the third was a light truck with compartments for tools. No human figures were visible. A moment later, the working force appeared, a column of 8 robots. These deployed as they reached the obstacle, and explored like colossal ants along its length. "What are they after?" asked Mike, whispering, although he lay 50 yards away. "They're looking over the job for whatever sends them out," Blackie whispered back. "See those little lights sticking out the tops of the heads? I heard tell once that's how they're run." Some of the robots took saws from the truck and began to cut through the tree trunk. Others produced cables and huge hooks to attach the obstacle to the bulldozers. "Look at 'em go," sighed Sid, hunching his stiff shoulders jealously. "Took us hours, and they're half done already." They watched as the robots precisely severed the part of the tree that blocked the highway, going not 1 inch beyond the gravel shoulder, and helped the bulldozers to tug it aside. On the opposite side of the concrete, the shoulder tapered off into a 6-foot drop. The log was jockeyed around parallel to this ditch, and rolled into it, amid a thrashing of branches and a spurting of small pebbles. "Glad we're on the high side," whispered Mike. "That thing'd squash a guy's guts right out." "Keep listening to me," Blackie said, "and you'll keep on being in the right place at the right time." Mike raised his eyebrows at Vito, who thrust out his lower lip and nodded sagely. Sid grinned, but no one contradicted the boast. "They're lining up," Blackie warned tensely. "You guys ready? Where's that rope?" Someone thrust it into his hands. Still squinting at the scene on the highway, he fumbled for the ends and held one out to Mike. The others gripped their clubs. "Now remember," ordered Blackie, "me and Mike will trip up the last one in line. You 2 get in there quick and wallop him over the head, but good." "Don't go away while we're doing it," said Big Sid. "They won't chase ya, but they look out for themselves. I don't want to get tossed 20 feet again." The eyes of the others flicked toward the jagged white scar running down behind Sid's right ear and under the collar of his jacket. Then they swung back to the road. "Good," breathed Blackie. "The rolling stuff's going first." The truck and bulldozers set out toward the city, with a column of robots marching a fair distance behind. The latter approached the ambush, drew abreast, began to pass. Blackie raised himself to a crouch, with just the tips of his fingers steadying him. As the last robot plodded by, he surged out of the brush, joined to Red Mike by their grips on the 20 feet of rope. They ran up behind the marching machine, trailed by the others. In his right hand, Blackie twirled the part of the rope hanging between him and Mike. On the second swing, he got it over the head of the robot. He saw Mike brace himself. The robot staggered. It pivoted clumsily to its left, groping vaguely for the hindrance. Mike and Blackie tugged again, and the machine wound up facing them in its efforts to maintain balance. Its companions marched steadily along the road. "Switch ends!" barked Blackie. Alert, Mike tossed him the other end of the rope and caught Blackie's. They ran past the robot on either side, looping it in. Blackie kept going until he was above the ditch. He wound a turn of rope about his forearm and plunged down the bank. With skill of long practice, they brought the robot down. A shower of gravel spattered after him as Mike jammed his heels into the shoulder of the highway to anchor the other end. Then he heard the booming sound of the robot's fall. Blackie clawed his way up the bank. Vito and Sid were smashing furiously at the floundering machine. Mike danced about the melee with bared teeth, charging in once as if to leap upon the quarry with both feet. Frustrated by the peril of the whirling 2x4s, he swept up handfuls of gravel to hurl. Blackie turned to run for one of the axes. Just then, Sid struck home to the head of the robot. Sparks spat out amid a tinkle of glass. The machine ceased all motion. "All right," panted Blackie. "All right, that's enough." They stepped back, snarls fading. A handful of gravel trickled through Mike's fingers and pattered loudly on the concrete. Gradually, the men began to straighten up, seeing the robot as an inert heap of metal, rather than as a weird beast in its death throes. "We better load up and get," said Blackie. "We want to be over on the trail if they send something up the road to look for this." Vito dragged the robot off the highway by the head, and they began the task of lashing it to the 2x4s. It was about 2 hours later when they plodded around a street corner among the ruins and stopped before a fairly intact building. By that time, they had picked up an escort of dirty, half-clad children who ran ahead to spread the news. 2 other men and a handful of women gathered around with eager exclamations. The hunters dropped their catch. "Better get to work on him," said Blackie, glancing at the sky. "Be dark soon." The men who had remained as guards ran inside the entrance of polished granite and brought out tools: hammers, crowbars, hatchets. Behind them hurried women with basins and large cans. The original 4, weary from the weight of the robot despite frequent pauses on the trail, stepped back. "Where's first, Blackie?" asked one of the men, waiting for the women to untangle the rope and timbers. "Try all the joints. After that, we'll crack 'em open down the middle for the main supply tank." He watched the metal give way under the blows. As the robot was dismembered, the fluid that had lubricated the complex mechanism flowed from its wounds and was poured by the women into a 5-gallon can. "Bring a cupful, Judy," Blackie told his woman, a wiry blonde girl. "I want to see if it's as good as the last." He lit a stick at the fire as they crossed the littered, once ornate lobby, and she followed him down a dim hall. He pulled aside the skins that covered their doorway, then stumbled his way to the table. The window was still uncovered against the night chill, but it looked out on a courtyard shadowed by towering walls. The eyes adjusted to the sunny street. The room was dark. Judy poured the oil into the makeshift lamp, waiting for the rag wick to soak, and held it out to Blackie. He lit the wick from his stick. "It burns real good, Blackie," the girl said, wrinkling her nose against the first oily smoke. "Gee, you're smart to catch one the first day out." "Tell them other dames to watch how they use it," he warned. "This oughta last a month, or more, when we get 'em all emptied." He blew out the dying flame on the stick and dropped the charred wood thoughtfully to the floor. "Nah, I ain't so smart," he admitted, "or I'd figured a way to make one of them work the garden for us. Maybe someday. But this kind won't do nothin' but fix that goddamn road, and what good's that to anybody?" His woman moved the burning lamp carefully to the center of the table. "Anyway, it's gonna be better'n last winter," she said. "We'll have lights now." End of Let There Be Light by Horace Brown Fife.
The Age by Horace Brown Fife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Manners of the Age by Horace Brown Fife. Recording by Mark Nelson. The red tennis robot scooted desperately across the court, its 4 wide-set wheels squealing. For a moment, Robert's hard-hit passing shot seemed to have scored. Then, at the last instant, the robot whipped around its single racket-equipped arm. Robert sprawled headlong in a futile lunge at the return. "Game and set to Red 3, announced the referee box from its high station above the net. "Ah, shut up," growled Robert, and flung down his racket for one of the white serving robots to retrieve. "Yes, Robert," agreed the voice. "Will Robert continue to play?" Interpreting the man's savage mumble as a negative, it told his opponent, "Return to your stall, Red 3." Robert strode off wordlessly toward the house. Reaching the 100-foot square swimming pool, he hesitated uncertainly. "Weather's so damned hot," he muttered. "Why didn't the old-time scientists find out how to do something about that while there were still enough people on Earth to manage it?" He stripped off his damp clothing and dropped it on the beach of white sand. Behind him sounded the steps of a humanoid serving robot, hastening to pick it up. Robert plunged deep into the cooling water and let himself float lazily to the surface. Maybe they did, he thought. I could send a robot over to the old city library for information. Still, actually doing anything would probably take the resources of a good many persons, and it isn't so easy to find people now that Earth is practically deserted. He rolled sideward for a breath and began to swim slowly for the opposite side of the pool, reflecting upon the curious culture of the planet. Although he had accepted this all his life, it really was remarkable how the original home of the human race had been forsaken for fresher worlds among the stars. Or was it more remarkable that a few individuals had asserted their independence by remaining? Robert was aware that the decision involved few difficulties, considering the wealth of robots and other automatic machines. He regretted knowing so few humans, though they were really not necessary. If not for his hobby of televising, he would probably not know any at all. "Wonder how far past the old city I'd have to go to meet someone in person," he murmured as he pulled himself from the pool. "Maybe I ought to try accepting that televised invitation of the other night." Several dark Usiform robots were smoothing the sand on this beach under the direction of a blue humanoid supervisor. Watching them idly, Robert estimated that it must be 10 years since he had seen another human face to face. His parents were dim memories. He got along very well, however, with robots to serve him or to obtain occasional information from the automatic scanners of the city library that had long ago been equipped to serve such a purpose. "Much better than things were in the old days," he told himself as he crossed the lawn to his sprawling white mansion. "Must have been awful before the population declined. Imagine having people all around you, having to listen to them, see them, and argue to make them do what you wanted. The heel of his bare right foot came down heavily on a pebble, and he swore, without awareness of the precise meaning of the ancient phrases. He limped into the baths and beckoned a waiting robot as he stretched out on a rubbing table. "Call Blue One," he ordered. The red robot pushed a button on the wall before beginning the massage. In a few moments the major domo arrived. "Did Robert enjoy the tennis?" it inquired politely. "I did not," snapped the man. "Red 3 won, and by too big a score. Have it geared down a few feet per second. Yes, Robert. And have the lawn screened again for pebbles." As Blue One retired, he relaxed, and turned his mind to ideas for filling the evening. He hoped Henry would televise. Robert had news for him. After a short nap and dinner, he took the elevator to his 3-story tower and turned on the television robot. Seating himself in a comfortable armchair, he directed the machine from one channel to another. For some time there was no answer to his perfunctory call signals, but one of his few acquaintances finally came on. "Jack here," said a quiet voice that Robert had long suspected of being disguised by a filter microphone. "I haven't heard you for some weeks," he remarked, eyeing the swirling colors on the screen. He disliked Jack for never showing his face, but curiosity as to what lay behind the mechanical image projected by the other's transmitter preserved the acquaintance. "I was busy," said the bodiless voice, with a discreet hint of a chuckle that Robert found chilling. He wondered what Jack had been up to. He remembered once being favored with a televised view of Jack's favorite sport, a battle between companies of robots designed for the purpose, horribly reminiscent of human conflicts Robert had seen on historical films. He soon made an excuse to break off and set the robot to scanning Henry's channel. He had something to tell the older man, who lived only about 100 miles away, and was as close to being his friend as was possible in this age of scattered, self-sufficient dwellings. "I don't mind talking to him," Robert reflected. "At least he doesn't overdo this business of individual privacy." He thought briefly of the disdainful face, seemingly on a distant station, which had merely examined him for several minutes one night without ever condescending to speak. Recalling his rage at this treatment, Robert wondered how the ancients had managed to get along together when there were so many of them. They must have had some strict code of behavior, he supposed, or they never would have bred so enormous a population. "I must find out about that some day," he decided. "How do you act, for instance, if you wanted to play tennis but someone else just refused and went to eat dinner? Maybe that was why the ancients had so many murders." He noticed that the robot was getting an answer from Henry's station, and was pleased. He could talk as long as he liked, knowing Henry would not resent his cutting off any time he became bored with the conversation. The robot focused the image smoothly. Henry gave the impression of being a small man. He was gray and wrinkled, compared with Robert, but his black eyes were alertly sharp. He smiled his greeting, and immediately launched into a story of one of his youthful trips through the mountains, from the point at which it had been interrupted the last time they had talked. Robert listened impatiently. "Maybe I have some interesting news," he remarked as the other finished. "I picked up a new station the other night." "That reminds me of a time when I was a boy, and—" Robert fidgeted while Henry described watching his father build a spare television set as a hobby, with only a minimum of robot help. He pounced upon the first pause. "A new station," he repeated. "Came in very well, too. I can't imagine why I never picked it up before." "Distant, perhaps?" asked Henry resignedly. "No, not very far from me, as a matter of fact." You can't always tell, especially with the ocean so close. Now that there are so few people, you'd think there'd be land enough for all of them. But a good many spend all their lives aboard ship robots." "Not this one," said Robert. "She even showed me an outside view of her home." Henry's eyebrows rose. "She? A woman? Her name is Marcia Joan." "Well, well," said Henry, "imagine that. Women, as I recall, usually do have funny names." He gazed thoughtfully at his well-kept hands. "Did I ever tell you about the last woman I knew?" he asked. "About 20 years ago. We had a son, you know, but he grew up and wanted his own home and robots." "Naturally enough," Robert commented, somewhat briefly, since Henry had told him the story before. "I often wonder what became of him," mused the older man. "That's the trouble with what's left of Earth culture. No families any more." "Now he'll tell me about the time he lived in a crowd of 5, thought Robert. He, his wife, their boy, and the visiting couple with the fleet of robot helicopters. Deciding that Henry could reminisce just as well without a listener, Robert quietly ordered the robot to turn itself off. "Maybe I will make the trip," he pondered, on the way downstairs. "If only to see what it's like with another person about." At about noon of the second day after that, he remembered that thought with regret. The ancient roads, seldom used and never repaired, were rough and bumpy. Having no flying robots, Robert was compelled to transport himself and a few mechanical servants in ground vehicles. He had, idiotically he now realized, started with the dawn and was already tired. Consequently, he was perhaps unduly annoyed when 2 tiny spy eyes flew down from the hills to hover above his caravan on whirring little propellers. He tried to glance up pleasantly while their lenses televised pictures to their base, but he feared that his smile was strained. The spy eyes retired after a few minutes. Robert's vehicle, at his voiced order, turned onto a road leading between 2 forested hills. "Right there," he thought 4 hours later, "was where I made my mistake. I should have turned back and gone home." He stood in the doorway of a small cottage of pale blue trimmed with yellow, watching his robots unload baggage. They were supervised by Blue 2, the spare for Blue 1. Also watching, as silently as Robert, was a pink and blue striped robot which had guided the caravan from the entrance gate to the cottage. After one confused protest in a curiously high voice, it had not spoken. "Maybe we shouldn't have driven through that flower bed," thought Robert. "Still, the thing ought to be versatile enough to say so. I wouldn't have such a gimcrack contraption." He looked up as another humanoid robot in similar colors approached along the line of shrubs separating the main lawns from the surrounding cottage. "Marcia Joan has finished her nap. You may come to the house now." Robert's jaw hung slack as he sought for a reply. His face flushed at the idea of a robot's offering him permission to enter the house. Nevertheless, he followed it across the wide lawn and between banks of gaily blossoming flowers to the main house. Robert was not sure which color scheme he disliked more, that of the robot or the unemphatic pastel tints of the house. The robot led the way inside and along a hall. It pulled back a curtain near the other end, revealing a room with furniture for human use. Robert stared at the girl who sat in an armchair, clad in a long robe of soft pink material. She looked a few years younger than he. Her hair and eyes were also brown, though darker. In contrast to Robert's, her smooth skin was only lightly tanned, and she wore her hair much longer. He thought her oval face might have been pleasant, if not for the analytical expression she wore. "I am quite human," he said in annoyance. "Do you have a voice?" She rose and walked over to him curiously. Robert saw that she was several inches shorter than he, about the height of one of his robots. He condescended to bear her scrutiny. "You look just as you do on the telescreen," she marveled. Robert began to wonder if the girl were feeble-minded. How else should he look? "I usually swim at this hour," he said to change the subject. "Where's the pool?" Marcia Jones stared at him. "Pool of what?" she asked. Sensing sarcasm, he scowled. "Pool of water, of course, to swim in. What do you think I meant, a pool of oil?" "I am not acquainted with your habits," retorted the girl. "None of that stupid wit," he snapped. "Where is the pool?" "Don't shout!" shouted the girl. Her voice was high and unpleasantly shrill compared with his. "I don't have a pool. Who wants a swimming pool anyway?" Robert felt his face flushing with rage. So she won't tell me, he thought. All right, I'll find it myself. Everybody has a pool, and if she comes in, I'll hold her head under for a while. Sneering, he turned toward the nearest exit from the house. The gaily striped robot hastened after him. The door failed to swing back as it should have at Robert's approach. Impatiently, he seized the ornamental handle. He felt his shoulder grasped by a metal hand. "Do not use the front door," said the robot. "Let go," ordered Robert, incensed that any robot should presume to hinder him. "Only Marcia Jones uses this door," said the robot, ignoring Robert's displeasure. "I'll use it if I like," declared Robert, jerking the handle. The next moment he was lifted bodily into the air. By the time he realized what was happening, he was carried, face down, along the hall. Too astonished even to yell, he caught a glimpse of Marcia Jones' tiny feet beneath the hem of her pink robe as his head passed the curtained doorway. The robot clumped onto the door at the rear of the house and out into the sunshine. There it released its grip. When Robert regained the breath knocked out of him by the drop, and assured himself that no bones were broken, his anger returned. "I'll find it, wherever it is," he growled, and set out to search the grounds. About 20 minutes later, he was forced to admit that there really was no swimming pool. Except for a brook 50 yards away, there was only the tiled bathroom of the cottage to bathe in. "Primitive!" exclaimed Robert, eyeing this. "Manually operated water supply, too. I must have the robots fix something better for tomorrow." Since none of his robots was equipped with a thermometer, he had to draw the bath himself. Meanwhile, he gave orders to Blue 2 regarding the brook and a place to swim. He managed to fill the tub without scalding himself, mainly because there was no hot water. His irritation, by the time he had dressed in fresh clothes and prepared for another talk with his hostess, was still lively. "Ah, you return?" Marcia Jones commented from a window above the back door. "It is time to eat," said Robert frankly. "You are mistaken." He glanced at the sunset, which was already fading. "It is time," he insisted. "I always eat at this hour." "Well, I don't." Robert leaned back to examine her expression more carefully. He felt very much the way he had the day the water supply robot for his pool had broken down, and despite Robert's bellowed orders, had flooded a good part of the lawn before Blue One had disconnected it. Some instinct warned him, moreover, that bellowing now would be useless as it had been then. "What do you do now?" he asked. "I dress for the evening." "And when do you eat?" "After I finish dressing." "I'll wait for you," said Robert, feeling that much tolerance could do no particular harm. He encountered the pink and blue robot in the hall, superintending several plain yellow ones, bearing dishes and covered platters. Robert followed them into a dining room. "Marcia Jones sits there," the major domo informed him as he moved toward the only chair at the table. Robert warily retreated to the opposite side of the table and looked for another chair. None was visible. Of course, he thought, trying to be fair. Why should anybody in this day have more than one chair? Robots don't sit. He waited for the major domo to leave, but it did not. The serving robots finished laying out the dishes and retired to posts along the wall. Finally, Robert decided that he would have to make his status clear or risk going hungry. "If I sit down somewhere," he decided, "it may recognize me as human. What a stupid machine to have." He started around the edge of the table again, but the striped robot moved to intercept him. Robert stopped. "Oh, well," he sighed, sitting sidewise on a corner of the table. The robot hesitated, made one or two false starts at different directions, then halted. The situation had apparently not been included among its memory tapes. Robert grinned and lifted the cover of the nearest platter. He managed to eat, despite his ungraceful position and what he considered the scarcity of the food. Just as he finished the last dish, he heard footsteps in the hall. Marcia Jones had dressed in a fresh robe of crimson. Its thinner material was gathered at the waist by clasps of gleaming gold. The arrangement emphasized bodily contours Robert had previously seen only in historical films. He became aware that she was regarding him with much the same suggestion of helpless dismay as the major domo. "Why, you've eaten it all!" she exclaimed. "All?" snorted Robert. "There was hardly any food." Marcia Jones walked slowly around the table, staring at the empty dishes. "A few bits of raw vegetables, and the tiniest portion of protein concentrate I ever saw," Robert continued. "Do you call that a dinner to serve a guest?" "And I especially ordered 2 portions." "2?" Robert repeated in astonishment. "You must visit me sometime. I'll show you—" "What's the matter with my food?" interrupted the girl. "I follow the best diet advice my robots can find in the city library." "They should have looked for human diets, not songbirds." He lifted a cover in hopes of finding some overlooked morsel, but the platter was bare. "No wonder you act so strangely," he said. "You must be suffering from malnutrition. I don't wonder with a skimpy diet like this." "It's very healthful," insisted Marcia Jones. "The old film said it was good for the figure, too." "Not interested," grunted Robert. "I'm satisfied as I am." "Oh, yes? You look gawky to me." "You don't," retorted Robert, examining her disdainfully. "You are short and stubby and too plump." "Plump?" "Worse, you're actually fat in lots of places I'm not." "At least not between the ears." Robert blinked. What?" "And besides," she stormed on, "those robots you brought are painted the most repulsive colors." Robert closed his mouth and silently sought the connection. Robots, he thought. Not fat, but repulsive colors, she said. What has that to do with food? The woman seems incapable of logic. "And furthermore," Marcia Jones was saying, "I'm not sure I care for the looks of you. Lulu, put him out." "Who's Lulu?" demanded Robert. Then, as the major domo moved forward, he understood. "What a silly name for a robot!" he exclaimed. "I suppose you'd call it Robert. Will you go now, or shall I call more robots?" "I am not a fool," said Robert haughtily. "I shall go. Thank you for the disgusting dinner." "Do not use the front door," said the robot. "Only Marcia Joan uses that. All robots use other doors." Robert growled, but walked down the hall to the back door. As this swung open to permit his passage, he halted. "It's dark out there now," he complained over his shoulder. "Don't you have any lights on your grounds? Do you want me to trip over something?" "Of course I have ground lights," shrilled Marcia Joan. "I'll show you, not that I care if you trip or not." A moment later, lights concealed among the trees glowed into life. Robert walked outside and turned toward the cottage. "I should have asked her what the colors of my robots had to do with it," he thought, and turned back to re-enter. He walked right into the closed door, which failed to open before him, though it had operated smoothly a moment ago. "Robots not admitted after dark," a mechanical voice informed him. "Return to your stall in the shed." "Whom do you think you're talking to?" demanded Robert. "I'm not one of your robots." There was a pause. "Is it Marcia Joan?" asked the voice box, after considerable buzzing and whirring. "No, I'm Robert." There was another pause, while the mechanism laboriously shifted back to its other speech tape. Then, "Robots not admitted after dark. Return to your stall in the shed." Robert slowly raised both hands to his temples. Lingeringly, he dragged them down over his cheeks and under his chin, until at last the fingers interlaced over his tight lips. After a moment, he let out his breath between his fingers and dropped his hands to his sides. He raised one foot to kick, but decided that the door looked too hard. He walked away between the beds of flowers, grumbling. Reaching the vicinity of the cottage, he parted the tall shrubs bordering its grounds and looked through carefully before proceeding. Pleased at the gleam of water, he called Blue too. "Good enough. Put the other robots away for the night. They can trim the edges tomorrow." He started into the cottage, but his major domo warned, "Someone comes." Robert looked around. Through thin portions of the shrubbery, he caught a glimpse of Marcia Joan's crimson robe, nearly black in the diffused glow of the lights illuminating the grounds. "Robert!" called the girl angrily. "What are your robots doing? I saw them from my upstairs window." "Wait there!" exclaimed Robert, as she reached the shrubs. "What? Are you trying to tell me where I can go or not go? Yai!" The shriek was followed by a tremendous splash. Robert stepped forward in time to be splattered by part of the flying spray. It was cold. Naturally, being drawn from the brook, he reflected. Oh well, the sun will warm it tomorrow. There was a frenzy of thrashing and splashing in the dimly lighted water at his feet, accompanied by coughs and sputtering demands that he do something. Robert reached down with one hand, caught his hostess by the wrist, and heaved her up to solid ground. "My robots are digging you a little swimming hole," he told her. "They brought the water from the brook by a trench. You can finish it with concrete or plastics later. It's only 15 by 30 feet." He expected some sort of acknowledgment of his efforts, and peered at her through the gloom when none was forthcoming. He thus caught a glimpse of the full swinging slap aimed at his face. He tried to duck. There was another splash, followed by more floundering about. "Reach up," said Robert patiently, "and I'll pull you out again. I didn't expect you to like it this much." Marcia Joan scrambled up the bank, tugged viciously at her sodden robe, and headed for the nearest pathway without replying. Robert followed along. As they passed under one of the lights, he noticed that the red reflections of the wet material, where it clung snugly to the girl's body, were almost the color of some of his robots. "The tennis robot," he thought. and the moving targets for archery. In fact, all the sporting equipment. "You talk about food for the figure," he remarked lightly. "You should see yourself now. It's really funny, the way—" He stopped. Some strange emotion stifled his impulse to laugh at the way the robe clung. Instead, he lengthened his stride, but he was still a few feet behind when she charged through the front entrance of the house. The door, having opened automatically for her, started to swing closed. Robert sprang forward to catch it. "Wait a minute!" he cried. Marcia Jones snapped something that sounded like "Get out!" over her shoulder and squished off toward the stairs. As Robert started through the door to follow, the striped robot hastened toward him from its post in the hall. "Do not use the front door," it warned him. "Out of my way!" growled Robert. The robot reached out to enforce the command. Robert seized it by the forearm and put all his weight into a sudden tug. The machine tottered off balance. Releasing his grip, he sent it staggering out the door with a quick shove. A hasty glance showed Marcia Jones flapping wetly up the last steps. Robert turned to face the robot. "Do not use that door," he quoted vindictively, and the robot halted its rush indecisively. "Only Marcia Jones uses it." The major domo hesitated. After a moment, it strode off around the corner of the house. First darting one more look at the stairs, Robert thrust his head outside and shouted, "Blue 2!" He held the door open while he waited. There was an answer from the shrubbery. Presently, his own supervisor hurried up. "Fetch the emergency toolbox," Robert ordered, "and bring a couple of the others with you." "Naturally, Robert. I would not carry it myself." A moment after the robot had departed on the errand, heavy steps sounded at the rear of the hall. Marcia Jones' robot had dealt with the mechanism of the back door. Robert eyed the metal mask as the robot walked up to him. He found the color contrast less pleasant than ever. "I am not using the door," he said hastily. "I am merely holding it open." "Do you intend to use it?" "I haven't decided." "I shall carry you out back," the robot decided for him. "No, you don't!" exclaimed Robert, leaping backward. The door immediately began to swing shut as he passed through. Cursing, he lunged forward. The robot reached for him. This time, Robert missed his grip. Before he could duck away, his wrist was trapped in a metal grasp. "The door will close," he despaired. "They'll be too late." Then, suddenly, he felt the portal drawn back and heard Blue 2 speak. "What does Robert wish?" "Throw this heap out the door!" gasped Robert. Amid a trampling of many feet, the major domo was raised bodily by Blue 2 and another pair of Robert's machines and hustled outside. Since the grip on Robert's wrist was not relaxed, he involuntarily accompanied the rush of metal bodies. "Catch the door!" he called to Blue 2. When the latter sprang to obey, the other two took the action as a signal to drop their burden. The pink and blue robot landed full length with a jingling crash. Robert was free. With the robots, he made for the entrance. Hearing footsteps behind him, as the major domo regained his feet, he slipped hastily inside. "Pick up that toolbox," he snapped. "When that robot stops in the doorway, knock its head off." Turning, he held up a finger. "Do not use the front door." The major domo hesitated. The heavy toolbox in the grip of Blue 2 descended with a thud. The pink and blue robot landed on the ground a yard or two outside the door, as if dropped from the second floor. It bounced once, emitted a few sparks and pungent wisps of smoke, lay still. "Never mind, that's good enough," said Robert, as Blue 2 stepped forward. "One of the others can drag it off to the repair shop. Have the toolbox brought with us." "What does Robert wish now?" inquired Blue 2, trailing the man toward the stairway. "I'm going upstairs," said Robert, "and I intend to be prepared if any more doors are closed against me. He started up, the measured treads of his own robots sounding reassuringly behind him. It was about a week later that Robert sat relaxed in the armchair before his own telescreen, facing Henry's wizened visage. The elder man clucked sympathetically as he re-examined the scratches on Robert's face and the bruise under his right eye. "And so you left there in the morning?" "I certainly did," declared Robert. "We registered a marriage record at the city library by television, of course, but I don't care if I never see her again. She needn't tell me all about the child, if any. I simply can't stand that girl." Now," Henry said. "I mean it. Absolutely no consideration for my wishes. Everything in the house was run to suit her convenience." "After all," Henry pointed out, "it is her house." Robert glared. "What has that to do with it? I don't think I was as unreasonable as she said in smashing that robot. The thing just wouldn't let me alone." "I guess," Henry suggested, "it was conditioned to obey Marcia Joan, not you." "Well, that shows you. Whose orders are to count anyway? When I tell a robot to do something, I expect it done. How would you like to find robots trying to boss you around?" "Are you talking about robots?" asked Henry. "Or the girl?" "Same thing, isn't it? Or it would be, if I decided to bring her home with me." "Conflict of desires," murmured Henry. "Exactly. It's maddening to have a perfectly logical action interfered with because there's another person present to insist, mind you, on having her way. And for 20-odd years you've had your own way in every tiny thing." Somewhere in the back of Robert's lurked a feeling that Henry sounded slightly sarcastic. "Well, why shouldn't I?" he demanded. "I noticed that in every disagreement my view was the right one." "It was?" "Of course it was. What do you mean by that tone?" "Nothing." Henry seemed lost in thought. "I was just wondering how many right views are left on this planet. There must be quite a few, all different, even if we have picked up only a few by television. An interesting facet of our peculiar culture. Every individual omnipotent and omniscient, within his own sphere." Robert regarded him with indignant incredulity. "You don't seem to understand my point," he began again. "I told her we ought to come to my house, where things are better arranged, and she simply refused. Contradicted me. It was the most—" He broke off. "The impudence of him!" he exclaimed. "Signing off when I wanted to talk!" The End of Manners of the Age.
By Lester Del Rey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. No Strings Attached by Lester Del Rey. Poor Henry was an unhappy husband whose wife had a habit of using bad clichés. Alflir was a genie who was, quite like most humans, a creature of habit. Their murder compact was absolutely perfect, with no strings attached. Committing a perfect murder is a simple matter. Drive out some night to a lonely road, find a single person walking along out of sight of anyone else, offer him a ride, knife him, and go home. In such a crime, there's no reason to connect killer and victim, no motive, no clue, no suspect. To achieve the perfect murder of a man's own wife, however, is a different matter. For obvious reasons, husbands are always high on the suspect list. Who has a better reason for such a crime? Henry Aimsworth had been pondering the problem with more than academic interest for some time. It wasn't that he hated his wife. He simply couldn't stand the sight or sound of her. Even thinking about her made his flesh crawl. If she had been willing to give him a divorce, he'd have been content to wish her all the happiness she was capable of discovering. But Emma, unfortunately, was fond of being his wife. Perhaps she was even fond of him. Worse, she was too rigidly bound to trite morality to give him grounds to sue. There was no hope of her straying. What had been good enough for her mother was good enough for her, and saved all need of thinking a woman needed a husband. Her place was in the home. Marriage was forever, and what would the neighbors think? Anyhow, she'd have had difficulty being unfaithful even if she tried. She'd been gaining some 10 pounds every year for the 11 years they had been married, and she'd long since stopped worrying about taking care of her appearance. He looked up at her now, letting the book drop to his lap. She sat watching the television screen with a vacant look on her face, while some comic went through a tired routine. If she enjoyed it, there was no sign, though she spent half her life in front of the screen. Then the comic went off, and dancers came on. She went back to darning a pair of his socks as seriously as if she didn't know that he had always refused to wear the lumpy results. Her stockings had runs, and she still wore the faded apron in which she'd cooked supper. He contrasted her with Shirley, unconsciously, and shuddered. In the year since Shirley Bates had come to work in his rare bookstore, he'd done a lot of such shuddering, and never because of the slim, blonde warmth of his assistant. Since that hot day in August, when they'd closed the shop early, as he'd suggested, a ride in the country to cool off. He and Shirley... He was interrupted in his more pleasant thoughts by the crash of scissors onto the floor, and his eyes focused on the deepening folds of fat as Emma bent to retrieve them. "Company coming," she said, before he could think of anything to prevent the mistaken cliché. Then she became aware that he was staring at her. "Did you take the garbage out, Henry?" "Yes, dear," he answered woodenly. Then, because he knew it was coming anyhow, he filled in the inevitable. "Cleanliness is next to godliness." She nodded solemnly, and began putting aside her darning. "That's finished. Mama always said a stitch in time saves 9. If you'd cut your toenails, Henry." He could feel his skin begin to tingle with irritation. But there was no escape. If he went upstairs to his bedroom, she'd be up at once, puttering about. If he went to the basement, she'd find the canned food needed checking. A woman's place was with her husband, as she'd repeatedly told him. Probably she couldn't stand her own company either. Then he remembered something he'd stored away. "There's a new picture at the Metro," he said as quietly as he could. "Taylor's starred. I think I was going to take you before this extra work came up." He could see her take the bait and nibble at it. She had some vague crush left for Taylor. She stared at the television set, shifted her bulk, and then shook her head reluctantly. "It'd be nice, Henry, but going at night costs so much, and, well, a penny saved is a penny earned." "Exactly. That's what I meant to say." He even relaxed enough to overlook the platitude, now that there was some hope. "I saved the price of lunch today. The nut who wanted King in Yellow was so tickled to get the copy finally, he insisted on treating. You can even take a cab home afterwards." "That's nice. It'll probably rain, the way my bunion's been aching." She considered it a second more before cutting off the television. He watched as she drew off the apron and went for her coat and hat, making a pretense of dabbing on makeup. She might as well have worn the apron, he decided, as she came over to kiss him a damp goodbye. He considered calling Shirley, but her mother was visiting her, and the conversation would have to be too guarded at her end. If he could find some way of getting rid of Emma. It wouldn't even be murder, really. More like destroying a vegetable. Certainly no worse than ending the life of a dumb cow to make man's life more worth living. It wasn't as if she had anything to live for or to contribute. It would almost be a kindness, since she lived in a perpetual state of vague discontent and unhappiness, as if somehow she was aware that she had lost herself. But unfortunately the law wouldn't look at it in such a light. He'd only been thinking actively of getting her out of the way since August, however, and somehow, with time, there must be some foolproof scheme. There was that alcohol injection system, but it required someone who would drink pretty freely first, and Emma was a teetotaler. Maybe, though, if he could get her to take some of those tonics for women. He dropped it for the moment and turned back to the book. It was an odd old volume he'd received with a shipment for appraisal. There was no title or date, but the strange leather binding showed it was old. Apparently it had been hand set and printed on some tiny press by the writer, whose name was omitted. It seemed to be a mixture of instructions on how to work spells, conjure demons, and practice witchcraft, along with bitter tirades against the group who had driven the writer out and forced him, as he put it, to enter a compact with the devil for to be a wizard, which is like a male witch. Henry had been reading it idly, slowly, deciding the book was authentic enough, however crazy the writer was. The book had no particular value as a collector's item, but he could probably get a fine price from some of the local cultists, particularly since there were constant promises in it that the writer was going to give a surefire, positive, and simple recipe for conjuring up a demon without need of virgin blood, graveyard earth, or unicorn horn. He skimmed through it, looking for the formula. It turned up on the 5th page from the end, and was everything the writer had claimed. A 5-sided figure drawn on the floor with ordinary candle wax, a pinch of sugar inside, a bit of something bitter outside, 2 odd but simple finger gestures, and a string of words in bad Latin and worse Greek. There was a warning that it would work without the pentagram, sugar, and bitters, but at parlous risk to the conjurer without such protection. He frowned. Too simple for the cultists, he realized, unless he could somehow persuade them that the trick lay in some exact phrasing or gesturing pattern which took experiment. They liked things made difficult, so they'd have a good alibi for their faith when the tricks failed. If he could show them in advance that it didn't work, but hint that a good occultist might figure out the right rhythm or whatever. He read it through again, trying to memorize the whole thing. The gestures were so, and the words There was no flash of fire, no smell of sulfur, and no clap of thunder. There was simply a tall creature with yellowish skin and flashing yellow eyes standing in front of the television set. His head was completely hairless, and he was so tall that he had to duck slightly to keep from crashing into the ceiling. His features were too sharp for any human face. There were no scales, however. His gold cape and black tights were spangled, and he wore green shoes with turned-up toes. But generally, he wasn't bad looking. "Mind if I sit down?" the creature asked. He took Henry's assent for granted and dropped into Emma's chair, folding his cape over one arm and reaching for an apple on the side table. "Glad to see you're not superstitious enough to keep me locked up in one of those damned pentagrams. Drat it, I thought the last copy of that book was burned and I was free. Your signal caught me in the middle of dinner." Henry swallowed thickly, feeling the sweat trickle down his nose. The book had warned against summoning the demon without the protective devices, but the thing seemed peaceful enough for the moment. He cleared his voice. You mean magic works?" Magic, the creature snorted. He jerked his thumb toward the television. "To old Ephraim, the crackpot who wrote the book before he went completely crazy, that set would have been more magic than I am. I thought this age knew about dimensions, planes of vibrations, and simultaneous universes. You humans always were a backward race, but you seem to be learning the basic facts. Hell, I suppose that means you'll lay a geas on me after I was hoping it was just an experimental summons." Henry puzzled it over, with some of the fright leaving him. The scientific sounding terms somehow took some of the magic off the appearance of the thing. "You mean those passes and words set up some sort of vibrational pattern?" The hairless fellow snorted again and began attacking the grapes. "Bunk, Henry. Oh, my name's Alféar, by the way. I mean, I was a fool. I should have gone to my psychiatrist and taken the 50-year course as he advised, but I thought the books were all burned and nobody knew the summons. So here I am, stuck with the habit. Because that's all it is, a conditioned reflex. Pure compulsory behavior. I'm sensitized to receive the summons, and when it comes, I teleport into your plane just the way you pull your hand off a hot stove. You read the whole book, I suppose. Yeah, just my luck. Then you know I'm stuck with any job you give me, practically your slave. I can't even get back without dismissal or finishing your task. That's what comes of saving money by not going to my psychiatrist." He muttered unhappily, reaching for more grapes, while Henry began to decide nothing was going to happen to him, at least physically. Souls were things he wasn't quite sure of, but he couldn't see how just talking to Alféar could endanger his. "Still," the creature said thoughtfully, it could be worse. No pentagram. I never did get mixed up with some of the foul odors and messes some of my friends had to take. And I've developed quite a taste for sugar. Tobacco, too." He reached out and plucked a cigarette out of Henry's pack, then a book of matches. He lighted it, inhaled, and rubbed the flame out on his other palm. "Kind of weak tobacco, but not bad. Any more questions while I smoke this? There's no free oxygen where I come from, so I can't smoke there." "But if you demons answer such summons, why don't people know about you?" Henry asked. "I'd think more and more people would be going in for this sort of thing if the wizards were right all along." "They weren't, and we're not demons. It didn't get started until your Middle Ages, and if it hadn't been for old Apollon—" Alféar lighted another cigarette off the butt, which he proceeded to extinguish on the tip of his sharp tongue. He scratched his head thoughtfully, and then went on. "Apollon was studying your worship. You see, we've been studying your race the way you study white rats, using lower races to explain our own behavior. Anyhow, he got curious and figured out a way to mentalize himself into your plane. He was sort of a practical joker, you might say. So he picked a time when some half-crazy witch was trying to call up the being you worship as Satan to make some kind of a deal. Just as she finished, he popped up in front of her, spitting out a bunch of phosphorus to make a nice smoke and fire effect, and agreed with all her mumbo-jumbo about having to do what she wanted. She wanted her heart fixed up then, so he showed her how to use belladonna and went back, figuring it was a fine joke. Only he made a mistake. There's something about moving between planes that lowers the resistance to conditioning. Some of our people can take 5 or 6 trips, but Apollon was one of those who was so conditioning prone that he had the habit fixed after the first trip. The next time she did the rigmarole, back he popped. He had to dig up gold for her, hypnotize a local baron into marrying her, and generally keep on the constant qui vive until she got sloppy and forgot the pentagram she thought protected her and which he was conditioned to. But after he disintegrated her, he found she'd passed on the word to a couple of other witches, and he knew somebody at the Institute was bound to find what a fool he'd made of himself. So he began taking members aside and telling them about the trick of getting into your world. Excellent chance for study. Have to humor the humans by sticking to their superstitions, of course. One by one they went over on little trips. It wasn't hard to find some superstitious dolt trying to summon something, since word had got around in your world. One of us would pop up, and that spread the word further. Anyhow, when Apollon was sure each member had made enough trips to be conditioned, he'd tell them the sad truth and swear him to secrecy on penalty of being laughed out of the Institute. The old blackguard wound up with all of us conditioned. There was quite a flurry of witchcraft here, until we finally found a psychiatrist who could break the habit for us. Even then it was tough going. We'd never have made it without the inquisitions and witch burnings one of our experimental sociologists managed to stir up. Alféar put out the third cigarette butt and stood up slowly. Look, I don't mind a chat now and then, but my wives are waiting dinner. How about dismissing me? Henry had been thinking while he listened. It had sounded like a reasonable explanation on the whole, except for the bit about Apollon's disintegrating the witch. Apparently, as long as a man wasn't too unreasonable, there was a certain usefulness to having such friends on call. What about the price for your help? I mean, well, about souls. Alféar twitched his ears disgustedly. What the deuce would I do with your soul, Henry? Eat it? Wear it? Don't be a schnook. Well, I've heard about wishes that were granted, but they all had a trick attached. If I asked for immortality, you'd give it, say, but then I'd get some horrible disease and beg and plead for death. Or ask for money and then find the money was recorded as being paid to a kidnapper or something. In the first place, I couldn't give you immortality, Alféar said as patiently as he apparently could. Your metabolism's not like ours. In the second place, why should I look for tainted money? It's enough nuisance doing what you ask without looking for tricks to pull. Anyhow, I told you I half enjoy visiting here. As long as you're reasonable about it, I don't mind keeping my end of the compulsion going. If you've got something to ask, ask away. There are no strings attached. The creature seemed to be quite sincere. Henry considered it briefly, staring at a large tinted picture of Emma, and took the plunge. Suppose I asked you to kill my wife for me, say by what looked like a stroke, so nobody would blame me. That seems reasonable enough, Alféar agreed easily. I could break a few blood vessels inside her skull. Sure, why not? Only the picture in your mind is so distorted, I wouldn't know her. If she's like that, why'd you ever marry her? Because she seemed different from other women, I guess, Henry admitted. When I tipped the canoe over and I figured she'd be mad because her dress was ruined, all she said was something about not being sugar so she wouldn't melt. He shuddered, remembering all the times she'd said it since. You won't have any trouble. Look, can you really read my mind? Naturally, but it's all disorganized. Well, it gave him a queasy feeling to think of anyone seeing his secret thoughts. But this fellow apparently didn't work by human attitudes anyhow. He groped about and then smiled grimly. All right, then. You can tell I think of her as my wife, and just to make sure, she'll be sure to say something about early to bed and early to rise. She says that every single damned night, Alféar. She never misses. Alféar grunted. Sounds more reasonable every minute, Henry. All right. When your wife says that, I pop out and give her a stroke. That will kill her. How about dismissing me now? No strings? Henry asked. He watched carefully as Alféar nodded assent, and he could see no sign of cunning or trickery. He caught his breath, nodded, and closed his eyes. Seeing something vanish was nothing he wanted. Dismissed. The fruit was still gone when he opened his eyes, but there was no other sign of the thing. He found some fruit still in the refrigerator and restocked the bowl. Then he closed the strange book and put it away. He'd have to buy it himself and burn it to make sure no one else found the trick, of course. For a moment, uneasiness pricked at him, yet he was sure Alféar hadn't been lying, and the story the creature had told made more sense than the older superstitions. Henry adjusted his mind to having a well-conditioned demon on tap, and then began the harder job of bracing himself for Emma's incoherent but detailed account of the movie when she came back. Unfortunately, it was a more complicated plot than usual, and she went on and on from the moment she entered the door. He tried to close his ears, but he'd never succeeded in that. He yawned, and she yawned back, but went on until the last final morsel was covered for the second or third time. He was wonderful, she finally concluded. Just wonderful. Only I wished you'd come with me. You'd have liked it, Henry. Did you take the garbage out? Yes, dear, he answered. "Hours ago." He yawned elaborately again. She mumbled something about having to keep the kitchen clean because cleanliness was next to godliness, but her automatic yawn muffled the words. Then she glanced at the clock. "Heavens! It's almost 1, and early to bed and early to rise." Henry jerked his eyes away, just as he caught the first glimpse of Alféar popping into existence beside her. He heard the beginning of a shriek change to a horrible gargling, and then become a dying moan. Something soft and heavy hit the floor with a dull thud. Henry turned around slowly. "Dead," Alféar said calmly, rubbing one of his fingers. "This business of getting just one finger through the planes into her head cuts off the circulation. There, that's better. Satisfied?" Henry dropped beside the corpse. She was dead, according to the mirror test, and there wasn't a mark on her. He stared at the puffy, relaxed features. He'd expected an expression of horror, but she seemed simply asleep. His initial feeling of pity and contrition vanished. After all, it had been quick and nearly painless. Now he was free. "Thanks, Alféar," he said. "It's fine, fine. Do I dismiss you now?" "No need this time. I'm free as soon as the job's done, unless you'd like to talk a while." Henry shook his head slowly. He had to telephone a doctor. Then he would call Shirley. Her mother would be gone by now. "Not now. Maybe I'll summon you sometime for a smoke or something, but not now." "Okay," Alféar said, and vanished. Surprisingly, seeing him disappear wasn't unpleasant after all. He just wasn't there. Waiting for the doctor was the worst part of it. All the legends Henry knew ran through his mind. Alféar could have given her a stroke and then added some violent poison that would show up in an autopsy. He could be sitting wherever he was, chuckling because Henry hadn't restricted his wish enough to be safe. Or any of 100 things could happen. There was the first witch who had thought she had Apollon under control only to be turned to dust. But the doctor took it calmly enough. "Stroke, all right," he decided. "I warned her last year that she was putting on too much weight and getting high blood pressure. Too bad, Mr. Aimsworth, but there was nothing you could do. I'll turn in a certificate. Want me to contact a mortician for you?" Henry nodded, trying to appear properly grief-stricken. I'd appreciate it." "Too late now," the doctor said, "but I'll be glad to send Mr. Glazier around in the morning." He pulled the sheet up over Emma's body, leaving it on the backroom couch to which they had carried it. "You'd better go to a hotel for the night, and I'll give you something that will make you sleep." "I'd rather not," Henry said quickly. "I mean, I'd feel better here, you know?" "Certainly, certainly." The doctor nodded sympathetically, but as if it were an old story to him. He left the pills with instructions, said the proper things again, and finally went out. Shirley's voice was sleepy and cross when she answered, but it grew alert as soon as he told her about Emma's stroke. He was almost beginning to believe the simple version of the story himself. "Poor Henry," she murmured. Her voice sharpened again. It was a stroke? The doctor was sure?" "Positive," he assured her, cursing himself for having let her guess some of the thoughts that had been on his mind. "The doctor said she'd had hypertension and such before." She considered it a second, and then a faint laugh sounded. "Then I guess there's no use in crying over spilled milk, is there, Henry? If it had to happen, it just had to, and I mean, it's like fate almost." "It is fate," he agreed happily. Then he dropped his voice. "And now I'm all alone here, baby lamb, and I had to call you up." She caught on at once, as she always did. "You can't stay there now. It's so morbid. Henry, you come right over here." Demons, Henry thought as he drove the car through the quiet residential streets toward her apartment, had their uses. They were a much maligned breed. Probably the people who had summoned them before had been ignorant, stupid people. They'd messed up their chances and brought trouble on themselves by not finding out the facts and putting it all down to superstitious magic. The fellows were almost people, maybe even a little superior to humans. If a man would just try to understand them, they could help him, and with no danger at all. No strings attached, he said to himself, and then chuckled softly. It fitted perfectly. Now there were no strings attached to him. Emma was at peace, and he was free. He'd have to wait a few months to marry Shirley, legally, of course, but already she was as good as his wife. And if he played up the shock angle just enough, this could be a wonderful evening again. Shirley was unusually lovely when she met him at the door. Her soft golden hair made a halo for her face, a face that said she'd already anticipated his ideas and had decided he was a man who needed sympathy and understanding for what had happened. There was even time for the idea that he was free to be brought up, tentatively at first, and then eventually as a matter of course. And the plans expanded as he considered them. There was no need to worry about things now. The quiet marriage became a trip around the world as he confessed to having money that no one knew about. They could close the shop. He could leave town almost at once, and she could follow later. Nobody would know, and they wouldn't have to wait to avoid any scandal. They could be married in 2 weeks. Henry was just realizing the values of a friendly demon. With proper handling, a lot of purely friendly summoning, and a reasonable attitude, there was no reason why Alféar couldn't provide him with every worldly comfort to share with Shirley. He caught her to him again. My own little wife. That's what you are, Lambkins. What's a mere piece of paper? I already think of you as my wife. I feel you're my wife. That's what counts, isn't it? That's all that counts, she agreed with a warmth that set fire to his blood. Then she gasped. Henry, darling, it's getting light already. You'll have to get back. What will the neighbors say if they see you coming from here now? He tore away reluctantly, swearing at the neighbors. But she was right, of course. He had to go back and take the sleeping medicine to be ready for the arrival of the mortician in the morning. It's still early, he protested automatically, trying to squeeze out a few more minutes. Nobody's up yet. I'll heat up the coffee and then you'll have to go, Shirley said firmly, heading for the kitchen. Plenty of people get up early around here. And besides, you need some sleep. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and... From the kitchen came the beginning of a shriek. It changed to a horrible gasp and died away in a failing moan. There was the sound of a body hitting the floor. Alféar stood over Shirley's body, rubbing one finger tenderly. His ears twitched uncertainly as he studied Henry's horror-frozen face. I told you, he said. I warned you some of us get conditioned to a habit the first time, and you thought of her as your wife, and she said... Abruptly he vanished. Henry's screams were the only sound in the apartment. End of No Strings Attached by Lester Del Rey.
Billion Years by C.H. Thames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Prison of a Billion Years by C.H. Thames. Recording by Mark Nelson. Adam Slade crushed the guard's skull with a 2-foot length of iron pipe. No one ever knew where Slade got the iron pipe, but it did not seem so important. The guard was dead. That was important. And Slade was on the loose, with a hostage. That was even more important. The hostage's name was Marcia Lawrence. She was 22 years old and pretty and scared half out of her wits. She was, before she became a hostage, a reporter for Interplanetary Video. She had been granted the final pre-execution interview with Adam Slade, and she had looked forward to it a long time, but it had not worked out as planned. It had not worked out as planned because Slade, only hours from the execution chamber, with absolutely nothing to lose, had splattered the guard's brains around the inside of his cell and marched outside with a frightened Marcia Lawrence. Outside the cell block, while other condemned prisoners roared and shouted and banged tin cups on bars and metal walls and Judas hole grills. outside the prison compound and across the dome-enclosed city which served the prison. Then, outside the dome. Outside the dome there was rock. Rock only, twisted and convoluted and thrusting and gigantic, like monoliths of a race of giants. Rock alone under the awesome gray sky. Steaming rock, for some of the terrestrial waters were still trapped at great depths, and the sea far off, booming against rocky headlands, hissing tidally and slowly, in an age-long process, pulverizing the rock. The sea far off, a clean sea, not sea-smelling sea, a sea whose waters must evaporate countless times and be borne up over the naked rocks in vapor and clouds, and come down in pelting, endless rain, and rush across the rock, frothing and steaming, a sea which must do this countless times in the eons to come, and would do it to bring salinity to its own waters. "It kind of scares the hell out of you, doesn't it?" Adam Slade said. He was a big man, with a thick neck and heavy, sleepy-looking eyes, and a blue beard shadow on his stubborn jaw. He said those words as he climbed out of the prison tank with Marcia Lawrence. The tank's metal was still warm from overheated travel. "I didn't think anything would scare you," Marcia Lawrence said. She had conquered her initial terror in the 5 hours of clanking tank flight from the prison. They had come a great many miles from the prison dome, paralleling the edge of the saltless sea, and then, finally, when their fuel was almost gone, clanking and rattling down toward the sea. She was a newspaper woman, that above all now. She must not be afraid. She had a story here. A story. "Get moving," Adam Slade said. "I've got nothing against you, lady," he told her for the 10th time. "But you try anything, you're dead. You get that? I got nothing to lose. One time is all they can kill me. But first they got to find me, and they won't be able to take me as long as you're here. Just stay meek, and you'll stay alive." "How long do you think you can hold out?" Marcia Lawrence asked practically. They had begun to walk away from the now useless tank. Adam Slade was carrying the dead guard's M-gun in the crook of his bent left arm and walking with long, easy, ground-consuming strides. Marcia almost had to run to keep up with him as they went down a stretch of slightly sloping black rock toward the steaming, hissing, pounding, roaring, exploding surf. Slade smiled. "Plenty of water," he said. "But no food, Mr. Slade. There is absolutely no food on Earth now, and no possible way of getting food, unless you want to stick around for a few million years." "You think I came out here without a plan?" Slade asked with some hostility. "I don't know. You were desperate." "As long as you're with me, I figure they might follow, but they won't rush me. They might even send over a copter, but it won't try anything. Not with you here. Desperate? I'm not desperate, and don't you forget it. Desperate, you don't think straight. Once is all they can execute me. I stayed behind, they'd have done it. If they catch me, they'll do it. What's the difference?" "You said you had a plan." They reached the edge of a thrusting headland, an enormous beak-shaped cliff of beetling black rock which leaned out over the young, still saltless ocean. Slade paced back and forth quickly, with a powerful leonine grace, until he found a fault in the rock. The fault tumbled jaggedly, steeply down almost to the edge of the sea. "Down there," Slade said. "We'll follow the sea-coast back to the prison." "Back?" Marcia said in disbelief. "Hell yes, back. You said it yourself. There's no food out here. Since there ain't no life, of course there's no food. Oh, it's a great place for a prison, all right. Whoever thought of it ought to win a prize. A prison, 1,000,000,000 years in the past. What's the word?" "Archaeozoic," she supplied. "Yeah, Archaeozoic. An Archaeozoic prison. You can escape to your heart's content, but what the hell's the difference? There's no life back here, not yet. The Earth's just a baby. So you escape, and you starve to death. It makes every maximum security jail before this one look like a kid's piggy bank." "There hasn't ever been an escape," Marcia said hopefully, as they made their way down to the sea, she in front, and Slade behind her with the M-gun. "There ain't never been a hostage before." "No. There's a hostage now." Marcia Lawrence took a deep breath and asked suddenly, "Are you going to kill me?" "Hell, I don't know. I got no reason to, unless you make me. We're going back there. We're double-tracking along the beach, get me? Back to the prison dome." "But—" "Adam Slade won't starve to death out here. We'll double back to the dome and the time machine." "Oh," she said. They began to walk along the edge of the sea, its waters sullen gray, mirroring the sky. Here on this dawn Earth, the sky has yet never been blue, for the primordial waters were still falling, falling. It rained almost all the time, and the air was thick with moisture, and every night when the sun, as yet unseen by the dawn Earth except as an invisible source of light, went down and darkness came, the mists rolled in from the sea. In the morning, whether rains had fallen or not, the ground was soaked and tiny freshets rushed down to the sea, returning to it. "Look out!" he cried suddenly, and shoved her against the base of the cliff which overlooked the water. The cliff top thrust out over them umbrella-wise. The base of the cliff was thus a concavity, and they pressed themselves against it now, in a shadow. The waters of the infant sea were 100 yards away, surging and booming against the rock. She heard it soon after he did. A helicopter. She wanted to scream. She wondered if they would hear her scream. But she looked at Adam Slade's face and did nothing. Soon the helicopter came, buzzing low over them, searching. It circled a great many times, because the abandoned tank was there. It circled and came down on the beach, and 2 uniformed figures got out. Now she really wanted to scream. One sound, and they would hear her. One quick filling of the lungs, and— Adam Slade hit her suddenly and savagely, and the black loomed up at her, but she did not remember striking it. When she awoke, the helicopter was gone. "Sorry I had to poke you one," Slade said. He did not seem sorry at all. He said it automatically, and then added, "You ready to walk?" She nodded. She got up and staggered a few steps before her legs steadied under her. Then, with Slade, she walked down along the rocky beach. This, she thought, was a story. It was the only big story she had ever had, and probably she would not live to write it. As a woman, she was almost hysterical with fear, but as a videocaster, she was angry. The story was hers, if she lived to tell it. Then she had to live. Time prison. Sure, she thought. Utterly escape-proof, unless someone like Slade could take a hostage, double back to the prison dome, the hermetically sealed dome, and somehow trick or overpower the guards who watched the time-traveling machine outside the prison dome. Outside. Naturally it would be outside. That way the prisoners couldn't get at it. Unless, like Slade, they too were outside. Outside, where life had not yet been born. Outside, the infant Earth. Let a man escape. What did his escape matter? He would live exactly as long as it took a man, reasonably healthy, to starve to death. Unless he had a hostage and a plan. She became aware of rain when they left the cliff overhang. There was almost no wind, and the rain came down slowly at first, huge, slow drops which splattered on the black rock. "If it gets any harder," Slade said, "we'll have to duck under the cliff for protection. You don't know what a rain can be like back here. I seen them through the dome. But they couldn't go under the cliff for protection, not if they wanted to keep going. For the cliff dropped suddenly in a wild jumble of rocks, and then there was nothing but the sloping black beach, sloping down to the sea. Then, all at once, someone opened the sluice gates and the rain bombarded them. It slapped and bounced off the rock like pistol shots. It struck them like hammers. They staggered under its weight. "We'll have to go back to the cliffs!" Marcia cried. She yelled it again at the top of her voice, because she realized Slade would not hear her otherwise as the rain cracked and exploded and splattered and crashed. There were no droplets of water, for each one had the size and shape and weight, swift falling, hammering weight as it came down. Each one, Marcia thought wildly, struggling to keep her feet, was the size of your clenched fist there in the gray dawn of Earth. "The cliffs!" she cried again. But Adam Slade shook his head, grabbed her arm above the wrist, and pulled her after him. He pointed ahead, in the direction they had been going. He said nothing. There was no need to talk. They were going forward, and if it killed them, probably Adam Slade did not care much. He wanted that prison time machine for his escape, and he was either going to get it or die in the attempt. They went on slowly. First one would fall, and then the other, and when it was Slade who had fallen, she would wait patiently, hopefully, if he ever released his hold on the M-gun. But if it were Marcia who fell, Slade would yank her to her feet savagely, yelling words which she had heard at first, but which after a while, after an eternity of the storm, seemed to merge with the sound of the rain and the far booming of thunder out over the water, and then, as if by magic, she was walking again and stumbling along with Slade, drenched and beaten and half drowned. She hardly remembered when night came, but presently she was aware of the darkness, and the mist over the sea and over the rock and now engulfing them with its white ectoplasmic tendrils. In the mist she knew she could escape Slade, and yet she did not. Without Slade now in the middle of nowhere, there by the sea on the shores of the young Earth, she would die in the storm. With Slade, at least for now, was life, and she went on. The thunder followed them and came closer. In the middle of the night it sounded like artillery at a distance of half a mile, like a barrage of big atomic shells just out of sight behind a black ridgeline which wasn't there. And through the deeper rain-wet darkness of early morning, through the mist, tearing the mist to tatters, shredding it, came the spears and forks and lances of lightning. It was, Marcia thought, a nightmare of a storm, and she must remember it, for it would make a story, a real story, if ever she lived to tell it. By morning the air smelled of ozone. It reeked of ozone, and around them, as the gray light seeped out of the wet sky, and the rain suddenly slackened as if the weak daylight dispelled it, the black rocks were blasted and broken where the lightning had struck. In the dawn's first light, another helicopter came. "Get down!" Slade shouted, and they dropped among the blasted black rocks, hiding there, not moving. The helicopter came on through the slackening rain, buzzing a few 100 feet over them, but not circling. It was heading for the abandoned tank, Marcia thought. It wasn't looking for them here. But suddenly the rain came down in all its savage force again, blinding, bounding off the rocks, pounding relentlessly. Overhead, the helicopter seemed to pause like a bird stricken in flight. The rotors whirled a silver shield against the rain, the great drops splattering off the shield. And the helicopter came down under the weight of the rain. It landed 150 yards from them down the beach, and Marcia watched breathlessly while 3 men got out and looked at each other and at the rain. The dawn light was still only a dim gray, and Marcia could not see the men clearly. But abruptly, a jagged spear of lightning blasted rock midway between where they were hiding and the helicopter, and in the afterglare, through the wet and almost crackling air, the men were very clear. And clearer still when other lightning came down around them, ringing them in, it seemed, like a tent. There was now so much lightning it looked more like an aurora than an electric storm. The dawn Earth before life spending itself in fury. All at once, Marcia was running down toward the edge of the water, where the helicopter was. She ran screaming and shouting, but the thunder swallowed her puny voice. At every moment she expected Adam Slade to kill her, to merely stand up with the M-gun and shoot her. But he did not, and perhaps her unconscious mind in the instant she had fled had instinctively known he would not. For if Adam Slade killed her, he had no hostage. If he killed her and they found him, he would have absolutely no chance. She turned and looked behind her. There was Slade, silhouetted against the lightning, running, covering the ground in huge strides, gaining on her. She did not look back again. The whole world was lightning and thunder, and her legs striking earth under her, up and down, pounding, running, fleeing, and the rain, Slade's ally, beating her, buffeting her, exploding against her. She stumbled and fell, but she was up and running again in a moment. Now Slade was very close, but the helicopter was close too. She did not think the men there had seen them yet. She waved her arms and screamed, although she knew the screams would not be heard. And then Slade was on her. They went down together, and she knew she was frail and helpless before his great strength. He grabbed her, his hands, angry hands on her throat, and lightning struck. It bounded and bounced off rock a dozen feet from them. It shook the earth and blasted the rock, and pieces like shrapnel cluttered all around them, and struck them too, and Marcia felt hot blood on her arm, and it was her own blood. But Slade had been momentarily stunned, and she was running again, away from him. But away from the helicopter too. At first she did not realize that, but when she did realize it, it was too late. If she doubled back now, she would rush into Slade's arms. She ran into the sea. It was suddenly, unexpectedly calm. It merely eddied around her ankles, as if waiting for something. The storm seemed to be waiting too, lightning holding back, the thunder stilled, even the rain hanging there in the black heavy sky waiting. Slade came after her, stalking through the surf. A single bolt of lightning lanced down at them, and a great engulfing roar lifted Marcia, carried her, stunned her, and then the rain pelted down again, and the sea was an angry sea, and the air was supercharged with ozone and another smell, like seared flesh. She saw Adam Slade then. Slade was down in a foot of water, face down. He was not moving, and the water lapped around him, over him. She went to him, walking slowly. The men from the helicopter were there too. They had seen in that final flash of lightning. "Are you all right, miss?" one of them shouted. "Yes. Slade?" They turned him over. They looked at him. "Dead," one of them said. "Dead," she echoed. She would have collapsed, but they caught her. Then the rain really came down, not as it had come before, which was hard enough. It came in huge globes of water, and each globe was as big as your head, and if it hit, it could stun you. "Slade?" someone cried, as the globes exploded violently in the surf around them. "He's dead. He'll keep." And they went back to the helicopter with Marcia to await the end of the storm there. When it was over, when the sky was not black, but merely the color of lead, they returned down the beach for Slade's body. But Slade wasn't there. "But he was dead," Marcia said incredulously. One of the men smiled. He didn't go any place under his own power. He was dead, all right. The storm took his body out to sea, is all." They stood there for a moment, gazing out across the black, troubled water of the infant ocean on the infant Earth. 1 billion years ago. Slade was out there. Slade, dead. Out there, with the tides and the waters and the frequent electric storms. Out there, with 1 million bacteriological parasites on his dead body and in his dead body, which he brought with him, Marcia said dreamily. "What are you talking about, miss?" "Out there, in the electric dawn of Earth, with the bacteria which lived in his body as they lived in all other bodies. Out there with them, dead. Food for them. Food and water and air heavy with ozone and the electric storms." Marcia laughed hysterically. It was a story she wanted to write. But she wouldn't write it. Slade was a killer, condemned to die. But Slade, dead out there with his bacteria. Slade, evil to man and human society, but not necessarily evil in the implacable ways of nature, or perhaps grimly, terribly evil. Slade, out there, dead on the bosom of the primordial waters. Slade, back in time 1 billion years before life had been born on Earth. She laughed hysterically as they led her away from the water. They slapped her face, gently at first, then harder. "I'll be all right," she managed to say. She would be all right. She could live to forget it. But Slade, out there. Slade. Slade, fathering all life on Earth, there in the sea with his dead body. Slade, who had sinned and was taken back here to die for his sins, so that life could be born. Slade, whose first name was Adam. The end of Prison of 1 Billion Years by C.H. Thames.
Alamo by T.R. Fehrenbach. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bill Moseley, Frelsburg, Texas. Remember the Alamo by T.R. Fehrenbach. This is, I think, one of the most powerful comments on the modern social philosophy I have seen. A really blood-chilling little tale. Toward sundown, in the murky drizzle, the man who called himself Ord brought Lieutenant Colonel William Barrett Travis word that the Mexican light cavalry had completely invested Bayard, and that some light guns were being set up across the San Antonio River. Even as he spoke, there was a flash and bang from the west, and a shell screamed over the old mission walls. Travis looked worried. "What kind of guns?" he asked.
"Nothing to worry about, sir," Ord said. "Only a few 1-pounders, nothing of respectable siege caliber. General Santa Anna has had to move too fast for any big stuff to keep up."
Ord spoke in his odd accent. After all, he was a Britainer or some other kind of foreigner. But he spoke good Spanish, and he seemed to know everything. In the 4 or 5 days since he had appeared, he had become very useful to Travis. Frowning, Travis asked,
"How many Mexicans do you think, Ord?" "Not more than 1,000 now," the dark-haired, blue-eyed young man said confidently. "But when the main body arrives, there'll be 4,000 or 5,000. Travis shook his head.
"How do you get all this information, Ord? You recite it like you had read it all someplace, like it were history."
Ord merely smiled. "Oh, I don't know everything, Colonel. That is why I had to come here. There's so much we don't know about what happened. I mean, sir, what will happen in the Alamo." His sharp eyes grew puzzled for an instant. "And some things don't seem to match up somehow." Travis looked at him sympathetically. Ord talked queerly at times, and Travis suspected he was a bit deranged. This was understandable, for the man was undoubtedly a Briton aristocrat, a refugee from Napoleon's thousand-year empire. Travis had heard about the detention camps and the charcoal ovens, but once, when he had mentioned the Emperor's sack of London in '06, Ord had gotten a very queer look in his eyes, as if he had forgotten completely. But John Ord, or whatever his name was, seemed to be the only man in the Texas forces who understood what William Barrett Travis was trying to do. Now Travis looked around at the thick adobe wall surrounding the old mission in which they stood. In the cold, yellowish twilight, even the flaring cook fires of his 182 men could not dispel the ghostly air that clung to the old place. Travis shivered involuntarily. But the walls were thick, and they could turn one-pounders. He asked, "What was it you called this place, Ord? The Mexican name?" "The Alamo, sir." A slow, steady excitement seemed to burn in the Britoner's bright eyes. "Santa Anna won't forget that name, you can be sure." "You'll want to talk to the other officers now, sir, about the message we drew up for Sam Houston?" "Yes, of course," Travis said absently. He watched Ord head for the walls. No doubt about it, Ord understood what William Barrett Travis was trying to do here. So few of the others seemed to care. Travis was suddenly very glad that John Ord had shown up when he did. On the walls, Ord found the man he sought, broad-shouldered and tall in a fancy Mexican jacket. "The Commandant's compliments, sir, and he desires your presence in the chapel." The big man put away the knife with which he had been whittling. The switchblade snicked back and disappeared into a side pocket of the jacket, while Ord watched it with fascinated eyes. "What's old Bill got his britches hot about this time?" the big man asked. "I wouldn't know, sir," Ord said stiffly, and moved on. Bang, bang, bang roared the small Mexican cannon from across the river. Pow, pow, pow. The little balls only chipped dust from the thick adobe walls. Ord smiled. He found the second man he sought, a lean man with a weathered face, leaning against a wall and chewing tobacco. This man wore a long, fringed leather lounge jacket, and he carried a guitar slung beside his Rock Island rifle. He squinted up at Ord. I know, he muttered. "Willie Travis is in an uproar again. You reckon that colonel's commission that Congress up in Washington on the Brazos give him swelled his head?" Rather stiffly, Ord said, "Colonel, the Commandant desires an officers' conference in the chapel now." Ord was somewhat annoyed. He had not realized he would find these Americans so distasteful. Hardly preferable to Mexicans, really. Not at all as he had imagined. For an instant he wished he had chosen Drake and the Armada instead of this pack of ruffians. But no, he had never been able to stand seasickness. He couldn't have taken the channel, not even for 5 minutes. And there was no changing now. He had chosen this place and time carefully, at great expense. Actually, at great risk. For the X4A had aborted twice, and he had had a hard time bringing her in. But it had got him here at last.
and because for a historian he had always been an impetuous and daring man, he grinned now, thinking of the glory that was to come. And he was a participant! Much better than a ringside seat. Only he would have to be careful, at the last, to slip away. John Ord knew very well how this coming battle had ended back here in 1836. He marched back to William Barrett Travis, clicked heels smartly. Travis's eyes glowed. He was the only senior officer here who loved military punctilio. "Sir, they are on the way." "Thank you, Ord." Travis hesitated a moment. "Look, Ord, there will be a battle, as we know. I know so little about you. If something should happen to you, is there anyone to write across the water?" Ord grinned. "No, sir. I'm afraid my ancestor wouldn't understand." Travis shrugged. Who was he to say that Ord was crazy? In this day and age, any man with vision was looked on as mad. Sometimes he felt closer to Ord than to the others. The two officers Ord had summoned entered the chapel. The big man in the Mexican jacket tried to dominate the wood table at which they sat. He towered over the slender, nervous Travis. But the commandant, straight-backed and arrogant, did not give an inch. "Boys, you know Santa Anna has invested us. We've been fired on all day." He seemed to be listening for something. Wham! Outside, a cannon split the dusk with flame and sound as it fired from the walls. There is my answer. The man in the lounge coat shrugged. "What I want to know is what our orders are. What does old Sam say? Sam and me were in Congress once. Sam's got good sense. He can smell the way the wind's blowing." He stopped speaking and hit his guitar a few licks. He winked across the table at the officer in the Mexican jacket, who took out his knife. "Eh, Jim?" "Right," Jim said. "Sam's a good man, although I don't think he ever met a payroll." "General Houston's leaving it up to me," Travis told them. "Well, that's that," Jim said unhappily. "So what are you figuring to do, Bill?" Travis stood up in the weak, flickering candlelight, one hand on the polished hilt of his saber. The other two men winced, watching him. "Gentlemen, Houston's trying to pull his militia together while he falls back. You know, Texas was woefully unprepared for a contest at arms. The general's idea is to draw Santa Anna as far into Texas as he can, then hit him when he's extended, at the right place and right time. But Houston needs more time. Santa Anna's moved faster than any of us anticipated. Unless we can stop the Mexican army and take a little steam out of them, General Houston's in trouble." Jim flicked the knife blade in and out. "Go on." "This is where we come in, gentlemen. Santa Anna can't leave a force of 180 men in his rear. If we hold fast, he must attack us. But he has no siege equipment, not even large field cannon." Travis's eye gleamed. "Think of it, boys. He'll have to mount a frontal attack against protected American riflemen. Ord, couldn't your Englishers tell him a few things about that?" "Whoa, now!" Jim barked. "Billy, anybody tell you there's maybe 4,000 or 5,000 Mexicaners coming?" "Let them come. Less will leave." But Jim's sour face turned to the other man. "Davy, you got something to say?" "Hell, yes. How do we get out, after we done pinned Santa Anna down? You thought of that, Billy boy?" Travis shrugged. "There is an element of grave risk, of course. Ord, where's the document, the message you wrote up for me?" "Ah, thank you." Travis cleared his throat. "Here's what I'm sending on to General Houston.
He read, Commandancy of the Alamo, February 24th, 1836. Are you sure of that date, Ord? Oh, I'm sure of that, Ord said. Never mind. If you're wrong, we can change it later. To the people of Texas and to all Americans in the world, fellow freemen and compatriots, I am besieged with 1,000 or more Mexicans under Santa Anna. I have sustained a continual bombardment for many hours, but have not lost a man. The enemy has demanded surrender at discretion. Otherwise, the garrison is to be put to the sword if taken. I have answered the demand with a cannon shot, and our flag still waves proudly over the walls. I shall never surrender or retreat. Then I call on you in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character. He paused, frowning. This language seems pretty old-fashioned, Ord. Oh, no, sir, that's exactly right, Ord murmured. To come to our aid with all dispatch. The enemy is receiving reinforcements daily and will no doubt increase to 3,000 or 4,000 in 4 or 5 days. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due his honor or that of his homeland. Victory or death. Travis stopped reading, looked up. Wonderful, wonderful, Ord breathed. The greatest words of defiance ever written in the English tongue, and so much more literate than that chap at Bascom. You mean to send that? Jim gasped. The man called Davy was holding his head in his hands. You object, Colonel Bowie? Travis asked icily. Oh, cut that colonel stuff, Bill, Bowie said. It's only a National Guard title, and I like Jim better, even though I am a pretty important man. Damn right I have an objection. Why, that message is almost aggressive. You'd think we wanted to fight Santa Anna. You want us to be marked down as warmongers? It'll give us trouble when we get to the negotiation table. Travis' head turned. Colonel Crockett, what Jim says goes for me, too. And this, I'd change that part about all Americans, etc. You don't want anybody to think we think we're better than the Mexicans. After all, Americans are a minority in the world. Why not make it all men who love security? That'd have worldwide appeal. Oh, Crockett, Travis hissed. Crockett stood up. Don't use that tone of voice to me, Billy Travis. That piece of paper you got don't make you no better than us. I ran for Congress twice and won. I know what the people want. What the people want doesn't mean a damn right now, Travis said harshly. Don't you realize the tyrant is at the gates? Crockett rolled his eyes heavenward. Never thought I'd hear a good American say that. Billy, you've never run for office. Bowie held up a hand, cutting into Crockett's talk. All right, Davy, hold up. You ain't running for Congress now. Bill, the main thing I don't like in your whole message is that part about victory or death. That's got to go. Don't ask us to sell that to the troops. Travis closed his eyes briefly. Boys, listen. We don't have to tell the men about this. They don't need to know the real story until it's too late for them to get out. And then we shall cover ourselves with such glory that none of us shall ever be forgotten. Americans are the best fighters in the world when they are trapped. They teach us this in the foot school back on the Chattahoochee. And if we die, to die for one's country is sweet. Hell with that, Crockett drawled. I don't mind dying, but not for these big landowners like Jim Bowie here. I just been thinking I don't own nothing in Texas. I resent that, Bowie shouted. You know very well I volunteered after I sent my wife off to Acapulco to be with her family. With an effort,
He calmed himself. Look, Travis, I have some reputation as a fighting man. You know, I lived through the gang wars back home. It's obvious this Alamo place is indefensible, even if we had 1,000 men. But we must delay Santa Anna at all costs. Bowie took out a fine dark Mexican cigar and whittled at it with his blade. Then he lit it, saying around it, "All right, let's all calm down. Nothing a group of good men can't settle around a table. Now listen. I got in with this revolution at first because I thought old Emperor Iturbide would listen to reason and lower taxes. But nothing's worked out because hotheads like you, Travis, queered the deal. All this yammering about liberty. Mexico is a republic under an emperor, not some kind of democracy, and we can't change that. Let's talk some sense before it's too late. We're all too old and too smart to be waving the flag like it's the 4th of July. Sooner or later, we're going to have to sit down and talk with the Mexicans. And like Davy said, I own 1,000,000 hectares, and I've always paid minimum wage, and my wife's folks are way up there in the imperial government of the Republic of Mexico. That means I got influence in all the voting groups, including the American immigrant, since I'm a minority group member myself. I think I can talk to Santa Anna, and maybe even to old Iturbide. If we sign a treaty now with Santa Anna, acknowledge the law of the land, I think our lives and property rights will be respected." He cocked an eye toward Crockett. "Makes sense, Jim. That's the way we do it in Congress. Compromise, everybody happy. We never allowed ourselves to be led nowhere we didn't want to go, I can tell you. And Bill, you gotta admit that we're in a better bargaining position if we're out in the open than if old Santa Anna's got us pinned up in this old Alamo." "Ord," Travis said despairingly, "Ord, you understand. Help me. Make them listen." Ord moved into the candlelight, his lean face sweating. "Gentlemen, this is all wrong. It doesn't happen this way." Crockett sneered. "Who asked you, Ord? I bet you ain't even got a poll tax." Decisively, Bowie said, "We're free men, Travis, and we won't be led around like cattle. How about it, Davy? Think you can handle the rear guard if we try to move out of here?" "Hell yes, just so we're moving." "Okay, put it to a vote of the men outside. Do we stay and maybe get croaked, or do we fall back and conserve our strength until we need it? Take care of it, eh, Davy?" Crockett picked up his guitar and went outside. Travis roared, "This is insubordination! Treason!" He drew his saber, but Bowie took it from him and broke it in two. Then the big man pulled his knife. "Stay back, Ord. The Alamo isn't worth the bones of a Britainer either." "Colonel Bowie, please," Ord cried. "You don't understand. You must defend the Alamo. This is the turning point in the winning of the West. If Houston is beaten, Texas will never join the Union. There will be no Mexican War, no California, no nation stretching from sea to shining sea. This is the Americans' manifest destiny. You are the hope of the future. You will save the world from Hitler, from Bolshevism." "Crazy as a hoot owl," Bowie said sadly. "Ord, you and Travis got to look at it both ways. We ain't all in the right in this war. We Americans got our faults too." "But you are free men," Ord whispered. "Vulgar, opinionated, brutal, but free. You are still better than any breed who kneels to tyranny." Crockett came in. "Okay, Jim. How'd it go?" 51% for hightailing it right now." Bowie smiled. "That's a flat majority. Let's make tracks." "Coming, Bill?" Crockett asked. "You're okay, but you just don't know how to be one of the boys. You got to learn that no dog is better than any other." "No," Travis croaked hoarsely. "I stay.
Stay or go, we shall all die like dogs anyway. Boys, for the last time, don't reveal our weakness to the enemy. What weakness? We're stronger than them. Americans could whip Mexicans any day if we wanted to, but the thing to do is to make 'em talk, not fight. So long, Bill." The two big men stepped outside. In the night there was a sudden clatter of hoofs as the Texans mounted and rode. From across the river came a brief spatter of musket fire, then silence. In the dark there had been no difficulty in breaking through the Mexican lines. Inside the chapel, John Ord's mouth hung slackly. He muttered, "Am I insane? It didn't happen this way. It couldn't. The books can't be that wrong." In the candlelight, Travis hung his head. "We tried, John. Perhaps it was a forlorn hope at best. Even if we had defeated Santa Anna or delayed him, I don't think the Indian nations would have let Houston get help from the United States." Ord continued his dazed muttering, hardly hearing. "We need a contiguous frontier with Texas." Travis continued slowly, just above a whisper, "But we Americans have never broken a treaty with the Indians, and pray God we never shall. We aren't like the Mexicans, always pushing, always grabbing off New Mexico, Arizona, California. We aren't colonial oppressors, thank God. No, it wouldn't have worked out even if we American immigrants had secured our rights in Texas." He lifted a short, heavy percussion pistol in his hand and cocked it. "I hate to say it, but perhaps if we hadn't taken Paine and Jefferson so seriously, if we could only have paid lip service and done what we really wanted to do in our hearts. No matter. I won't live to see our final disgrace." He put the pistol to his head and blew out his brains. Ord was still gibbering when the Mexican cavalry stormed into the old mission, pulled down the flag, and seizing him, dragged him before the resplendent little general in green and gold. Since he was the only prisoner, Santa Anna questioned Ord carefully. When the sharp point of a bayonet had been thrust half an inch into his stomach, the Britoner seemed to come around. When he started speaking, and the Mexicans realized he was English, it went better with him. Ord was obviously mad, it seemed to Santa Anna, but since he spoke English and seemed educated, he could be useful. Santa Anna didn't mind the raving. He understood all about Napoleon's detention camps and what they had done to Britoners over there. In fact, Santa Anna was thinking of setting up a couple of those camps himself. When they had milked Ord dry, they threw him on a horse and took him along. Thus John Ord had an excellent view of the battlefield when Santa Anna's cannon broke the American lines south of the Trinity. Unable to get his men across to safety, Sam Houston died leading the last desperate charge against the Mexican regulars. After that, the American survivors were too tired to run from the cavalry that pinned them against the flooding river. Most of them died there. Santa Anna expressed complete indifference to what happened to the Texans' women and children. Mexican soldiers found Jim Bowie hiding in a hut, wearing a plain linen tunic and pretending to be a civilian. They would not have discovered his identity had not some of the Texan women cried out, "Colonel Bowie! Colonel Bowie!" as he was led into the Mexican camp. He was hauled before Santa Anna, and Ord was summoned to watch. "Well, Don Jaime," Santa Anna remarked, "you have been a foolish man. I promised your wife's uncle to send you to Acapulco safely, though of course your lands are forfeit. You understand we must have lands for the veterans program when this campaign is over." Santa Anna smiled then. "Besides, since Ord here has told me how instrumental you were in the abandonment of the Alamo, I think the Emperor will agree to mercy in your case. You know, Don Jaime, your compatriots had me worried back there. The Alamo might have been a tough nut to crack. Pues, no matter." And since Santa Anna had always been broad-minded, not objecting to light skin or immigrant background, he invited Bowie to dinner that night. Santa Anna turned to Ord. "But if we could catch this rascally war criminal Crockett. However, I fear he has escaped us. He slipped over the river with a fake passport, and the Indians have interned him." "Si, Senor Presidente," Ord said dully. "Please don't call me that," Santa Anna cried, looking around. "True, many of us officers have political ambitions, but Emperor Iturbide is old and vain. It could mean my head." Suddenly Ord's head was erect, and the old clear light was in his blue eyes. "Now I understand," he shouted. "I thought Travis was raving back there before he shot himself. And your talk of the Emperor, American respect for Indian rights, Jeffersonian form of government. Oh, those Ponces who peddled me that X4A, the track jumper. I'm not back in my own past. I've jumped the time track. I'm back in a screaming alternate. Please, not so loud, Senor Ord." Santa Anna sighed. "Now, we must shoot a few more American officers, of course. I regret this, you understand, and I shall no doubt be much criticized in French Canada and Russia, where there are still civilized values. But we must establish the Republic of the Empire once and for all upon this continent. That aristocratic tyranny shall not perish from the earth. Of course, as an Englishman, you understand perfectly, Senor Ord." "Of course, Excellency," Ord said. "There are soft hearts, soft heads, I say, in Mexico who cry for civil rights for the Americans, but I must make sure that Mexican dominance is never again threatened north of the Rio Grande." "Seguro, Excellency," Ord said suddenly. "If the bloody X4A had jumped the track, there was no getting back. None at all. He was stuck here." Ord's blue eyes narrowed. "After all, it is manifest destiny that the Latin peoples of North America meet at the center of the continent. Canada and Mexico shall share the Mississippi." Santa Anna's dark eyes glowed. "You say what I have often thought. You're a man of vision and much sense. You realize the Indios must go, whether they were here first or not. I think I will make you my secretary with the rank of captain." "Gracias, Excellency." "Now let us write my communique to the capital, Capitan Ord. We must describe how the American abandonment of the Alamo allowed me to press the traitor Houston so closely he had no chance to maneuver his men into the trap he sought. Aye, Capitan, it is a cardinal principle of the Anglo-Saxons to get themselves into a trap from which they must fight their way out. This I never let them do, which is why I succeed where others fail." "You said something, Capitan?" "Si, Excellency. I said I shall title your communique, 'Remember the Alamo,'" Ord said, standing at attention. "Bueno, you have a gift for words. Indeed, if ever we feel the gringos are too much for us, your words shall once again remind us of the truth." Santa Anna smiled. "I think I shall make you a major. You have indeed coined a phrase which shall live in history forever. End of Remember the Alamo by T.R. Fehrenbach. Recording by Bill Moseley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Salesman by Waldo T. Boyd. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Raven Notation. The Salesman by Waldo T. Boyd. Salesman's Guide, Rule 2. The modern 1995 customer who enters Tracy's department store is not always right, but as far as you are concerned, he is. The little green cue light blinked 3 times. Trevor Anson arranged his tie at just the nattily precise angle, waved his hand before a hidden lighting effect switch in the smooth marble pillar at the entrance to the display room, and faced the elevator. This would be a green light customer, a first-time prospect, and 3 blinks indicated a very difficult individual. Anson quickly practiced his most beguiling smile. "Welcome to Tracy's Roboid department," he said enthusiastically as the elevator doors slid open. His practiced smile was just right. He quickly noted the man's conservative dress, the flaming red tie. Aggressive type, Anson decided. A shock of red hair that didn't want to lie down hinted that he was stubborn as well. "Heard you've got a sale on robots," Red Tie said challengingly as he stepped aside for his wife. The woman who stepped off the elevator smiled, showing a lovely dimple, and Anson beamed on her. The tiny flake of a hat perched atop her auburn hair reminded Anson of the comb on a Rhode Island Red. "Not robots, sir," Anson corrected diplomatically. "The Plasticast Roboid is not exactly a robot." "Well, anyhow, trot one out and let's see what it looks like. Millicent will never be satisfied until she's seen one of the things." He glared dramatically in the general direction of his wife, who pretended not to notice. Anson led them into the gray room. He mentally went over the applicable rule. Rule 23. Always introduce the marked-down merchandise first. It may provide the customer with an incentive for buying something better. "These are last year's models," he said with just the right flavor of distaste in his voice. "Of course, you may expect a slight reduction. A small percentage." Red Tie was muttering, "Damned mechanical things, full of wheels and wires. What's to keep 'em from running amok and killing us all?" "But dear, they don't have wheels anymore," protested the woman timidly. Her face was pretty, Anson decided, but it was obvious that the man would be the deciding factor in this sale. He made a mental note. Rule 31. Pick the individual of a family group who seems to hold the deciding voice and sell. He remembered a portion of the sales talk he had memorized a few days before, and took it up, almost chanting. "Our roboids are grown, much as crystals are grown, in great vats in New Chicago. A Plasticast roboid is guaranteed." "A fat chance we'd have of collecting the guarantee if we were chopped into mincemeat," Red Tie interrupted, shuddering slightly as the implication of his own words hit him. Anson felt a moment of panic as he failed to remember an applicable rule from the Salesman's Guide, but it formed in his head at the last moment. Rule 18. Never argue with a customer. Change the subject. "Why don't you come with me to the green room?" he asked. "The very latest models are on display." He walked slowly at first, then more quickly as the couple allowed themselves to be led. He slid his hand near a hidden switch in the archway, and the floodlights came on just as they entered. The woman uttered a little squeal of delight at the sight of a very handsome figure dressed in a cutaway, standing in an attitude of service. "Oh," she breathed dreamily, "he would make such a wonderful butler." "Well, wind him up and let's see what he'll do," growled the man, his face florid in the coloured light of the green room. "I'm so very sorry," Anson said, slightly flustered, remembering that this was always the crucial moment in a sale. "The roboid cannot be activated for demonstration purposes." "What?" roared Red Tie incredulously. "Do you mean to say you want me to buy the damn thing without knowing whether it ticks or not?" Anson tried desperately to remember the best rule for such an answer, but failed. He plunged desperately into his own explanation. "You see, our roboids are matched to your family personality at the time of purchase, and activated then. We cannot erase a personality once it has been transferred to their sensitive minds." He saw the disbelieving smirk on the man's mouth, and felt that the sale was indeed lost. But he plunged on, desperately. "They're very economical. They don't require any upkeep, like food. When they become tired, they will sit or lie down near an electric outlet and plug in a power cord, and in a few moments they are as rested and tireless as—" "Bosh!" Red Tie retorted. "I've heard enough. Come, Millicent, we still have time to try Bond's new Helio-rotor. At least they'll give us a demonstration." Anson escorted them to the Magna lift. He felt better as he recalled the last rule in the guide, the one that seemed to cover the situation so well. Rule 50. If they balk because of the no demonstration rule, let them go. They will be back when they have seen one of their friends with a plasticast roboid. "Goodbye, sir, madam," Anson said wearily, as the Magna lift doors closed. "Come again soon." He breathed a sigh of relief as the elevator cage dropped them from sight. A salesman, who had been standing by, spoke to Anson. "People are such dears at times, aren't they?" he said. "However, it's time for your rest period. I'll take over now." "Thank you so much," Anson replied tiredly. He walked to a tiny room at the far end of the great showroom, and closed the door. He stretched wearily out on a low, folding cot, the only piece of furniture, and reached for a tiny black power cord hanging nearby. Deftly, he plugged it into the socket under his armpit, and breathed deeply, relaxedly. "Yes," he chanted softly, drifting off to sleep. "People are such dears sometimes." End of The Salesman by Waldo T. Boyd.
From the Door in the Wall and Other Stories by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Heather Phillips. The Star by H.G. Wells. It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made, almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheel about the sun, had become very erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspected retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest a world the greater portion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune, nor outside the astronomical profession did the subsequent discovery of a faint, remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any very great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, that its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellites was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system, The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swims in a vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune there is space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without warmth or light or sound, blank emptiness for 20 million times a million miles. That is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traversed before the very nearest of the stars is attained, and, saving a few comets more insubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed this gulf of space until early in the 20th century this strange wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter it was, bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day it was clearly visible to any decent instrument as a speck with a barely sensible diameter in the constellation Leo, near Regulus. In a little while an opera glass could attain it. On the third day of the new year, the newspaper readers of 2 hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. "A planetary collision," one London paper headed the news, and proclaimed Duchesne's opinion that this strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic so that in most of the capitals of the world, on January 3rd, there was an expectation, however vague, of some imminent phenomenon in the sky, and as the night followed the sunset round the globe, thousands of people turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars, just as they'd always been, until it was dawn in London, and Pollux setting and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policemen saw the thing, the busy crowds in the market stopped agape, workmen going to their work betimes, milkmen, the drivers of news carts, dissipation going home jaded and pale, homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country labourers trudging afield, poachers slinking home. All over the dusky, quickening country it could be seen, and out at sea by seamen watching for the day, a great white star come suddenly into the westward sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk an hour after the day had come. And where science has not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilences that are foreshadowed by these fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the warmth of the sunrise, watching the setting of this strange new star. And in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement, rising almost to shouting pitch, as the 2 remote bodies had rushed together, and a hurrying to and fro to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, and this appliance and that, to record this novel astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune it was had been struck, fairly and squarely, by the strange planet from outer space, and the heat of the concussion had incontinently turned 2 solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before the dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere men marvelled at it, but of all those who saw it, none could have marvelled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who, far away at sea, had heard nothing of its advent, and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon, and climb zenithward, and hang over and sink westward with the passing of the night. And when it next rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs, in open spaces, staring eastward for the rising of the great new star. It rose with a white glow in front of it, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger," they cried. "It is brighter." And indeed the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was, in its apparent size, beyond comparison, but scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as the little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter!" cried the people clustering in the streets, but in the dim observatories the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said, "nearer." And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer." And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type, "It is nearer." Men writing in offices, struck with a strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words. "It is nearer." It hurried along wakening streets. It was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways, shouting the news to the passers-by. "It is nearer." Pretty women, flushed and glittering, heard the news told jestingly between the dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. Nearer? Indeed! How curious! How very, very clever people must be to find out things like that. Lonely tramps faring through the wintry night murmured those words to comfort themselves, looking skyward. "It has need to be nearer, for the night's cold as charity. Don't see much warmth from it if it is nearer all the same." "What is a new star to me?" cried the weeping woman kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early for his examination work, puzzled it out for himself, with the great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. "Centrifugal, centripetal," he said, with his chin on his fist. "Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force, what then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this? Do we come in the way? I wonder." The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again, and it was now so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost of itself, hanging huge in the sunset. In a South African city a great man had married, and the streets were alight to welcome his return with his bride. "Even the skies have illuminated," said the flatterer. Under Capricorn, 2 Negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits for love of one another, crouched together in a canebrake where the fireflies hovered. "That is our star," they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliance of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small white vial there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day, serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then had come back at once to this momentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up the sky, over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eyes of a brave enemy. "You may kill me," he said after a silence, "but I can hold you, and all the universe for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change, even now." He looked at the vial. "There will be no need of sleep again," he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table as his habit was, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without that piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken to impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his grey eyebrows at the rising tiers of young, fresh faces, and spoke with his accustomed studied commonness of phrasing. "Circumstances have arisen, circumstances beyond my control," he said, and paused, "which will debar me from completing the course I had designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain." The students glanced at one another. Had they heard aright? Mad? Raised eyebrows and grinning lips there were, but one or two faces remained intent upon his calm, grey-fringed face. "It will be interesting," he was saying, "to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume—" He turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was usual to him. "What was that about lived in vain?" whispered one student to another. "Listen," said the other, nodding toward the lecturer. And presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo toward Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star was hidden in its turn, save only Jupiter near the zenith, Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was very white and beautiful. In many parts of the world that night a pallid halo encircled it about. It was perceptibly larger. In the clear refractive sky of the tropics it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamps burned yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night, and throughout Christendom a sombre murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside like the belling of the bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was the tolling of the bells in a million belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. And the streets and houses were alight in all the cities. The shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines, and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed all over the world and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in a fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster toward the sun. Already every second this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew now indeed, it must pass 100 million of miles wide of the earth and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter and his moons sweeping splendid round the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of the planets grew stronger. And the result of that attraction? Inevitably, Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit onto an elliptical path, and the burning star, swung by his attraction wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path and perhaps collide with, certainly pass very close to, our Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to I know not what limit. So prophesied the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of the coming doom. To many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached, it seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened toward a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I've spoken of people praying through the night, and people going aboard ships, and people fleeing toward mountainous country, that the whole world was already in terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and want still ruled the world, and save for the talk of idle moments and the splendor of the night, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. In all the cities the shops, save one here and there, opened and closed at their proper hours. The doctor and the undertaker plied their trades. The workers gathered in the factories. Soldiers drilled, scholars studied. Lovers sought one another. Thieves lurked and fled. Politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the night, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000, for then, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet, and were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy everywhere, scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful. That night, at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense at last, a little heated by argument, signified its unalterable convictions by going to bed. So too barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for a howling dog here and there, the beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw the star rise, an hour later, it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there were still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter until it had turned night into a second day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of in a curved path, had it lost no velocity to Jupiter, it must have leapt the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come to our planet. The next night it had become 1/3 the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America near the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at and hot, and a breath of hot wind blew now with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia and Brazil and down the St. Lawrence Valley it shone intermittently through a driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violet lightning and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba was a thaw and devastating floods, and upon all the mountains of the earth the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon, in their upper reaches, with swirling trees and the bodies of beasts and men. They rose steadily in the ghostly brilliance, and came trickling over their banks at last, behind the flying population of their valleys. And along the coast of Argentina and up the South Atlantic, the tides were higher than had ever been in the memory of man, and the storms drove the waters, in many cases, scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities. And so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. The earthquakes began and grew until all down America, from the Arctic Circle to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding, fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. The whole side of Cotopaxi slipped out in one vast convulsion, and a tumult of lava poured out, so high and broad and swift and liquid, that in one day it reached the sea. So the star, with the wan moon in its wake, marched across the Pacific, trailed the thunderstorms like the hem of a robe, and the growing tidal wave that toiled behind it, frothing and eager, poured over island, and swept them clear of men, until that wave came at last, in a blinding light and with the breath of a furnace. Swift and terrible it came, a wall of water 50 feet high, roaring hungrily upon the long coasts of Asia, and swept inland across the plains of China. For a space, the star, hotter now, and larger and brighter than the sun in its strength, showed with pitiless brilliance the wide and populous country, towns and villages with their pagodas and trees, roads, wide cultivated fields, millions of sleepless people staring in helpless terror at the incandescent sky. And then, low and growing, came the murmur of the flood. And thus it was with millions of men that night, a flight no whither, with limbs heavy with heat, and breath fierce and scant, and the flood like a wall swift and white behind. And then death. China was lit glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of eastern Asia, the great star was a ball of dull red fire because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above was the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods, and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalaya were melting and pouring down by 10 million deepening converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindustan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters, around the stems, were dark objects that still struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in a rudderless confusion, a multitude of men and women fled down the broad riverways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the star, and larger, hotter, and brighter with a terrible swiftness now. The tropical ocean had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghostly wreaths from the black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seemed to those who in Europe watched for the rising of the star that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland, the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour through a terrible suspense, and the star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations they'd counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually. But in the tropics, Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam. And when at last the great star rose near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia, it was, the star had begun to fall behind the movement of the sky, and then suddenly, as it hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India from the mouth of the Indus to the mouths of the Ganges was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people who fell one by one into the turbid waters as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across that furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind, and a gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looking up near blinded at the star saw that a black disk was creeping across the light. It was the moon coming between the star and the earth, And even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east with a strange, inexplicable swiftness sprang the sun. And then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that, presently to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space, and then slower, and then at last came to rest. Star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And though those who were still alive regarded it for the most part with that dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair together engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding, swifter and swifter in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment round the world. All over the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never before seen. And where the volcanoes flared red against the cloud canopy, there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-silted ruins, and the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the water streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in the way, and piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, and for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries and sodden fields. Such few ships as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered, and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storms subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon shrunk to 1/3 of its former size, took now 80 days between its new and new. But of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and books and machines, of the strange change that had come over Iceland and Greenland and the shores of Baffin's Bay, so that sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarce believe their eyes, the story does not tell. Nor of the movement of mankind now that the earth was hotter, northwards and southward toward the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and the passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are very different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung through our solar system into the sun, one wrote, it is astonishing what a little damage the earth, which it missed so narrowly, has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and the masses of the seas remain intact, and indeed the only difference seems to be a shrinkage of the white discoloration, supposed to be frozen water, round either pole, which only shows how small the vastest of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles. End of The Star by H.G. Wells. Recording by Heather Phillips.
Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. For a long time, Henry Bemis had had an ambition: to read a book. Not just the title or the preface, or a page somewhere in the middle. He wanted to read the whole thing, all the way through from beginning to end. A simple ambition, perhaps, but in the cluttered life of Henry Bemis, an impossibility. Henry had no time of his own. There was his wife, Agnes, who owned that part of it that his employer, Mr. Carsville, did not buy. Henry was allowed enough to get to and from work, that in itself being quite a concession on Agnes's part. Also, nature had conspired against Henry by handing him with a pair of hopelessly myopic eyes. Poor Henry literally couldn't see his hand in front of his face. For a while, when he was very young, his parents had thought him an idiot. When they realized it was his eyes, they got glasses for him. He was never quite able to catch up. There was never enough time. It looked as though Henry's ambition would never be realized. Then something happened which changed all that. Henry was down in the vault of the East Side Bank and Trust when it happened. He had stolen a few moments from the duties of his teller's cage to try to read a few pages of the magazine he had bought that morning. He had made an excuse to Mr. Carsville about needing bills in large denominations for a certain customer, and then, safe inside the dim recesses of the vault, he had pulled from inside his coat the pocket-size magazine. He had just started a picture article cheerfully entitled, "The New Weapons and What They'll Do to You," when all the noise in the world crashed in upon his eardrums. It seemed to be inside of him and outside of him all at once. Then the concrete floor was rising up at him and the ceiling came slanting down toward him, and for a fleeting second Henry thought of a story he had started to read once called The Pit and the Pendulum. He regretted in that insane moment that he had never had time to finish that story to see how it came out. Then all was darkness and quiet and unconsciousness. When Henry came to, he knew that something was desperately wrong with the East Side Bank and Trust. The heavy steel door of the vault was buckled and twisted and the floor tilted up at a dizzy angle, while the ceiling dipped crazily toward it. Henry gingerly got to his feet, moving arms and legs experimentally. Assured that nothing was broken, he tenderly raised a hand to his eyes. His precious glasses were intact, thank God. He would never have been able to find his way out of the shattered vault without them. He made a mental note to write Dr. Torrance to have a spare pair made and mailed to him. Blasted nuisance not having his prescription on file locally, but Henry trusted no one but Dr. Torrance to grind those thick lenses into his own complicated prescription. Henry removed the heavy glasses from his face. Instantly the room dissolved into a neutral blur. Henry saw a pink splash that he knew was his hand, and a white blob come up to meet the pink as he withdrew his pocket handkerchief and carefully dusted the lenses. As he replaced the glasses, they slipped down on the bridge of his nose a little. He had been meaning to have them tightened for some time. He suddenly realized, without the realization actually entering his conscious thoughts, that something momentous had happened, something worse than the boiler blowing up, something worse than a gas main exploding, something worse than anything that had ever happened before. He felt that way because it was so quiet. There was no whine of sirens, no shouting, no running, just an ominous and all-pervading silence. Henry walked across the slanting floor. Slipping and stumbling on the uneven surface, he made his way to the elevator. The car lay crumpled at the foot of the shaft like a discarded accordion. There was something inside of it that Henry could not look at, something that had once been a person, or perhaps several people. It was impossible to tell now. Feeling sick, Henry staggered toward the stairway. The steps were still there, but so jumbled and piled back upon one another that it was more like climbing the side of a mountain than mounting a stairway. It was quiet in the huge chamber that had been the lobby of the bank. It looked strangely cheerful with the sunlight shining through the girders where the ceiling had fallen. The dappled sunlight glinted across the silent lobby, and everywhere there were huddled lumps of unpleasantness that made Henry sick as he tried not to look at them. "Mr. Carsville!" he called. It was very quiet. Something had to be done, of course. This was terrible, right in the middle of a Monday, too. Mr. Carsville would know what to do. He called again, more loudly, and his voice cracked hoarsely. "Mr. Carsville!" And then he saw an arm and shoulder extending out from under a huge fallen block of marble ceiling. In the buttonhole was the white carnation Mr. Carsville had worn to work that morning, and on the third finger of that hand was a massive signet ring, also belonging to Mr. Carsville. Numbly, Henry realized that the rest of Mr. Carsville was under that block of marble. Henry felt a pang of real sorrow. Mr. Carsville was gone, and so was the rest of the staff, Mr. Wilkinson and Mr. Emery and Mr. Prithard, and the same with Pete and Ralph and Jenkins and Hunter and Pat the guard and Willie the doorman. There was no one to say what was to be done about the East Side Bank and Trust except Henry Bemis. And Henry wasn't worried about the bank. There was something he wanted to do. He climbed carefully over piles of fallen masonry. Once he stepped down into something that crunched and squashed beneath his feet, and he set his teeth on edge to keep from retching. The street was not much different from the inside. Bright sunlight and so much concrete to crawl over, but the unpleasantness was much, much worse. Everywhere there were strange, motionless lumps that Henry could not look at. Suddenly he remembered Agnes. He should be trying to get to Agnes, shouldn't he? He remembered a poster he had seen that said, "In event of emergency, do not use the telephone. Your loved ones are as safe as you." He wondered about Agnes. He looked at the smashed automobiles, some with their four wheels pointing skyward like the stiffened legs of dead animals. He couldn't get to Agnes now anyway. If she was safe, then she was safe. Otherwise... Of course, Henry knew Agnes wasn't safe. He had a feeling that there wasn't anyone safe for a long, long way, maybe not in the whole state, or the whole country, or the whole world. No, that was a thought Henry didn't want to think. He forced it from his mind and turned his thoughts back to Agnes. She had been a pretty good wife, now that it was all said and done. It wasn't exactly her fault if people didn't have time to read nowadays. It was just that there was the house and the bank and the yard. There were the Joneses for bridge and the Graysons for canasta and charades with the Bryants, and the television Agnes loved to watch, but would never watch alone. He never had time to read even a newspaper. He started thinking about last night, that business about the newspaper. Henry had settled into his chair quietly, afraid that a creaking spring might call to Agnes's attention the fact that he was momentarily unoccupied. He had unfolded the newspaper slowly and carefully. The sharp crackle of the paper would have been a clarion call to Agnes. He had glanced at the headlines of the first page. "Collapse of Conference Imminent." He didn't have time to read the article. He turned to the second page. "Solon predicts war only days away." He flipped through the pages faster, reading brief snatches here and there, afraid to spend too much time on any one item. On a back page was a brief article entitled, "Prehistoric Artifacts Unearthed in Yucatan." Henry smiled to himself and carefully folded the sheet of paper into fourths. That would be interesting. He would read all of it. Then it came, Agnes's voice. "Henry!" And then she was upon him. She lightly flicked the paper out of his hands and into the fireplace. He saw the flames lick up and curl possessively around the unread article. Agnes continued, "Henry, tonight is the Joneses' bridge night. They'll be here in 30 minutes, and I'm not dressed yet, and here you are, reading." She had emphasized the last word as though it were an unclean act. "Hurry and shave, you know how smooth Jasper Jones's chin always looks, and then straighten up this room." She glanced regretfully toward the fireplace. "Oh dear, that paper, the television schedule. Oh well, after the Jones leave there won't be time for anything but the Late Late movie, and don't just sit there, Henry. Hurry!" Henry was hurrying now, but hurrying too much. He cut his leg on a twisted piece of metal that had once been an automobile fender. He thought about things like lockjaw and gangrene, and his hand trembled as he tied his pocket handkerchief around the wound. In his mind he saw the fire again, licking across the face of last night's newspaper. He thought that now he would have time to read all the newspapers he wanted to, only now there wouldn't be any more. That heap of rubble across the street had been the Gazette building. It was terrible to think that there would never be another up-to-date newspaper. Agnes would have been very upset. No television schedule. But then, of course, no television. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't. That wouldn't have been fitting, not at all. He could see the building he was looking for now, but the silhouette was strangely changed. The great circular dome was now a ragged semicircle, half of it gone, and one of the great wings of the building had fallen in upon itself. A sudden panic gripped Henry Bemis. What if they were all ruined, destroyed, every one of them? What if there wasn't a single one left? Tears of helplessness welled in his eyes as he painfully fought his way over and through the twisted fragments of the city. He thought of the building when it had been whole. He remembered the many nights he had paused outside its wide and welcoming doors. He thought of the warm nights when the doors had been thrown open and he could see the people inside, see them sitting at the plain wooden tables with the stacks of books beside them. He used to think then what a wonderful thing a public library was, a place where anybody at all could go in and read. He had been tempted to enter many times. He had watched the people through the open doors, the man in greasy work clothes who sat near the door, night after night, laboriously studying, a technical journal perhaps, difficult for him, but promising a brighter future. There had been an aged, scholarly gentleman who sat on the other side of the door, leisurely paging, moving his lips a little as he did so, a man having little time left, but rich in time because he could do with it as he chose. Henry had never gone in. He had started up the steps once, got almost to the door, but then he remembered Agnes, her questions and shouting, and he had turned away. He was going in now, though, almost crawling, his breath coming in stabbing gasps, his hands torn and bleeding. His trouser leg was sticky red where the wound in his leg had soaked through the handkerchief. It was throbbing badly, but Henry didn't care. He had reached his destination. Part of the inscription was still there, over the now doorless entrance. P-U-B-C-L-I-B-R. The rest had been torn away. The place was in shambles. The shelves were overturned, broken, smashed, tilted, their precious contents spilled in disorder upon the floor. A lot of the books, Henry noted gleefully, were still intact, still whole, still readable. He was literally knee-deep in them, he wallowed in books. He picked one up. The title was Collected Works of William Shakespeare. Yes, he must read that sometime. He laid it aside carefully. He picked up another. Spinoza. He tossed it away, seized another, and still another. Which to read first? There were so many. He had been conducting himself a little like a starving man in a delicatessen, grabbing a little of this and a little of that in a frenzy of enjoyment. But now he studied away. From the pile about him he selected one volume, sat comfortably down on an overturned shelf, and opened the book. Henry Bemis smiled. There was the rumble of complaining stone. Minute in comparison with the epic complaints following the fall of the bomb. This one occurred under one corner of the shelf upon which Henry sat. The shelf moved, threw him off balance. The glasses slipped from his nose and fell with a tinkle. He bent down, clawing blindly, and found, finally, their smashed remains. A minor indirect destruction stemming from the sudden, wholesale smashing of a city, but the only one that greatly interested Henry Bemis. He stared down at the blurred page before him. He began to cry. End of Time Enough at Last by Lynn Venable. Recording by Roger Moline.
Life by C.L. Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Tree of Life by C.L. Moore. Over time-ruined Ilar, the searching planes swooped and circled. Northwest Smith, peering up at them with a steel pale stare from the shelter of a half-collapsed temple, thought of vultures wheeling above carrion. All day long now they had been raking these ruins for him. Presently he knew thirst would begin to parch his throat and hunger to gnaw at him. There was neither food nor water in these ancient Martian ruins, and he knew that it could only be a matter of time before the urgencies of his own body would drive him out to signal those wheeling patrol ships and trade his hard-won liberty for food and drink. He crouched lower under the shadow of the temple arch and cursed the accuracy of the patrol gunner whose flame blast had caught his dodging ship just at the edge of Ilar's ruins. Presently it occurred to him that in most Martian temples of the ancient days an ornamental well had stood in the outer court for the benefit of wayfarers. Of course, all water in it would be a million years dry now, but for lack of anything better to do, he rose from his seat at the edge of the collapsed central dome and made his cautious way by still intact corridors toward the front of the temple. He paused in a tangle of wreckage at the courtyard's edge and looked out across the sun-drenched expanse of pavement toward that ornate well that once had served travelers who passed by here in days when Mars was a green planet. It was an unusually elaborate well, and amazingly well preserved. Its rim had been inlaid with a mosaic pattern whose symbolism must have once borne deep meaning, and above it, in a great fan of time-defying bronze, an elaborate grille-work portrayed the inevitable tree of life pattern which so often appears in the symbolism of the three worlds. Smith looked at it a bit incredulously from his shelter. It was so miraculously preserved amidst all this chaos of broken stone, casting a delicate tracery of shadow on the sunny pavement as perfectly as it must have done a million years ago, when dusty travelers paused here to drink. He could picture them filing in at noontime through the great gates that... The vision vanished abruptly as his questioning eyes made the circle of the ruined walls. There had been no gate. He could not find a trace of it anywhere around the outer wall of the court. The only entrance here, as nearly as he could tell from the foundations that remained, had been the door in whose ruins he now stood. Queer. This must have been a private court, then, its great grille-crowned well reserved for the use of the priests. Or wait, had there not been a priest-king, Ilar, after whom the city was named? A wizard king, so legend said, who ruled temple as well as palace with an iron hand. This elaborately patterned well of material royal enough to withstand the weight of ages might well have been sacrosanct for the use of that long dead monarch. It might. Across the sun-bright pavement swept the shadow of a plane. Smith dodged back into deeper hiding while the ship circled low over the courtyard. And it was then, as he crouched against a crumbled wall and waited motionless for the danger to pass, that he became aware for the first time of a sound that startled him so he could scarcely credit his ears. A recurrent sound, choked and sorrowful, the sound of a woman sobbing. The incongruity of it made him forgetful for a moment of the peril hovering overhead in the sun-hot outdoors. The dimness of the temple ruins became a living and vital place for that moment, throbbing with the sound of tears. He looked about, half in incredulity, wondering if hunger and thirst were playing tricks on him already, or if these broken halls might be haunted by a million-years-old sorrow that wept along the corridors to drive its hearers mad. There were tales of such haunters in some of Mars's older ruins. The hair prickled faintly at the back of his neck as he laid a hand on the butt of his force gun and commenced a cautious prowl toward the source of the muffled noise. Presently he caught a flash of white, luminous in the gloom of these ruined walls, and went forward with soundless steps, eyes narrowed in the effort to make out what manner of creature this might be that wept alone in time-forgotten ruins. It was a woman, or it had the dim outlines of a woman huddled against an angle of fallen walls and veiled in a fabulous shower of long dark hair. But there was something uncannily odd about her. He could not focus his pale stare upon her outlines. She was scarcely more than a luminous blot of whiteness in the gloom, shimmering with a look of unreality which the sound of her sobs denied. Before he could make up his mind just what to do, something must have warned the weeping girl that she was no longer alone, for the sound of her tears checked suddenly, and she lifted her head, turning to him a face no more distinguishable than her body's outlines. He made no effort to resolve the blurred features into visibility, for out of that luminous mask burned two eyes that caught his with an almost perceptible impact, and gripped them in a stare from which he could not have turned if he would. They were the most amazing eyes he had ever met, colored like moonstone, milky, translucent, so that they looked almost blind, and that magnetic stare held him motionless. In the instant that she gripped him with that fixed moonstone look, he felt oddly as if a tangible bond were taut between them. Then she spoke, and he wondered if his mind after all had begun to give way in the haunted loneliness of dead Illar. For though the words she spoke fell upon his ears in a gibberish of meaningless sounds, yet in his brain a message formed with a clarity that far transcended the halting communication of words, and her milky-colored eyes bored into his face with a fierce intensity. I'm lost, wailed the voice in his brain. A rush of sudden tears brimmed the compelling eyes, veiling their brilliance, and he was free again with that clouding of the moonstone surfaces. Her voice wailed, but the words were meaningless, and no knowledge formed in his brain to match them. Stiffly he stepped back a pace and looked down at her, a feeling of helpless incredulity rising within him, for he still could not focus directly upon the shining whiteness of her, and nothing save those moonstone eyes were clear to him. The girl sprang to her feet and rose on tiptoe, gripping his shoulders with urgent hands. Again the blind intensity of her eyes took hold of his with a force almost as tangible as the clutch of her hands. Again that stream of intelligence poured into his brain, strongly, pleadingly. Please take me back. I'm so frightened. I can't find my way. Oh, please. He blinked down at her, his dazed mind gradually realizing the basic facts of what was happening. Obviously her milky, unseeing eyes held a magnetic power that carried her thoughts to him without the need of a common speech. And they were the eyes of a powerful mind, the outlets from which a stream of fierce energy poured into his brain. Yet the words they conveyed were the words of a terrified and helpless girl, A strong sense of wariness was rising in him as he considered the incongruity of speech and power, both of which were beating upon him more urgently with every breath. The mind of a forceful and strong-willed woman carrying the sobs of a frightened girl. There was no sincerity in it. "Please, please," cried her impatience in his brain. "Help me! Guide me back!" Back where? He heard his own voice asking. "The tree!" wailed that queer speech in his brain, while gibberish was all his ears heard, and the moonstone stare transfixed him strongly. "The tree of life! Oh, take me back to the shadow of the tree!" A vision of the grill-ornamented well leaped into his memory. It was the only tree symbol he could think of just then. But what possible connection could there be between the well and the lost girl? If she was lost. Another wail in that unknown tongue, another anguished shake of his shoulders, brought a sudden resolution into his groping mind. There could be no harm in leading her back to the well, to whose grill she must surely be referring. And strong curiosity was growing in his mind. Much more than met the eye was concealed in this queer incident, and a wild guess had flashed through his mind that perhaps she might have come from some subterranean world into which the well descended. It would explain her luminous pallor, if not her blurriness, and, too, her eyes did not seem to function in the light. There was a much more incredible explanation of her presence, but he was not to know it for a few minutes yet. "Come along," he said, taking the clutching hands gently from his shoulders. "I'll lead you to the well." She sighed in a deep gust of relief and dropped her compelling eyes from his, murmuring in that strange gabbling tongue what must have been thanks. He took her by the hand and turned toward the ruined archway of the door. Against his fingers her flesh was cool and firm. To the touch she was tangible, but even thus near, his eyes refused to focus upon the cloudy opacity of her body, the dark blur of her streaming hair. Nothing but those burning, blinded eyes were strong enough to pierce the veil that parted them. She stumbled along at his side over the rough floor of the temple, saying nothing more, panting with eagerness to return to her incomprehensible tree. How much of that eagerness was assumed, Smith still could not be quite sure. When they reached the door, he halted her for a moment, scanning the sky for danger. Apparently the ships had finished with this quarter of the city, for he could see 2 or 3 of them half a mile away, hovering low over Illar's northern section. He could risk it without much peril. He led the girl cautiously out into the sun-hot court. She could not have known by sight that they neared the well, but when they were within 20 paces of it, she flung up her blurred head suddenly and tugged at his hand. It was she who led him that last stretch which parted the two from the well. In the sun, the shadow tracery of the grille's symbolic pattern lay vividly outlined on the ground. The girl gave a little gasp of delight. She dropped his hand and ran forward 3 short steps, and plunged into the very center of that shadowy pattern on the ground. And what happened then was too incredible to believe. The pattern ran over her like a garment, curving to the curve of her body in the way all shadows do. But as she stood there, striped and laced with the darkness of it, there came a queer shifting in the lines of black tracery, a subtle, inexplicable movement to one side, and with that motion she vanished. It was exactly as if that shifting had moved her out of one world into another. Stupidly, Smith stared at the spot from which she had disappeared. Then several things happened almost simultaneously. The zoom of a plane broke suddenly into the quiet. A black shadow dipped low over the rooftops, and Smith, too late, realized that he stood defenseless in full view of the searching ships. There was only one way out, and that was too fantastic to put faith in. But he had no time to hesitate. With one leap he plunged full into the midst of the shadow of the tree of life. Its tracery flowed around him, molding its pattern to his body. And outside the boundaries everything executed a queer little sideways dip and slipped in the most extraordinary manner, like an optical illusion, into quite another scene. There was no intervention of blankness. It was as if he looked through the bars of a grill upon a picture which without warning slipped sideways, while between the bars appeared another scene, a curious dim landscape, gray as if with the twilight of early evening. The air had an oddly thickened look, through which he saw the quiet trees and the flower-spangled grass of the place with a queer, unreal blending, like the landscape in a tapestry, all its outlines blurred. In the midst of this tapestried twilight, the burning whiteness of the girl he had followed blazed like a flame. She had paused a few steps away and stood waiting, apparently quite sure that he would come after. He grinned a little to himself as he realized it, knowing that curiosity must almost certainly have driven him in her wake, even if the necessity for shelter had not compelled his following. She was clearly visible now, in this thickened dimness, visible and very lovely, and a little unreal. She shone with a burning clarity, the only vivid thing in the whole twilight world. Eyes upon that blazing whiteness, Smith stepped forward, scarcely realizing that he had moved. Slowly he crossed the dark grass toward her. That grass was soft underfoot and thick with small, low-blooming flowers of a shining pallor. Botticelli painted such spangled swards for the feet of his angels. Upon it the girl's bare feet gleamed whiter than the blossoms. She wore no garment but the royal mantle of her hair sweeping about her in a cloak of shining darkness that had a queer, unreal tinge of purple in that low light. It brushed her ankles in its fabulous length. From the hood of it she watched Smith coming toward her, a smile on her pale mouth and a light blazing in the deeps of her moonstone eyes. She was not blind now, nor frightened. She stretched out her hand to him confidently. "It's my turn now to lead you," she smiled. As before, the words were gibberish, but the penetrating stare of those strange white eyes gave them a meaning in the depths of his brain. Automatically his hand went out to hers. He was a little dazed, and her eyes were very compelling. Her fingers twined in his, and she set off over the flowery grass, pulling him beside her. He did not ask where they were going, lost in the dreamy spell of the still, gray, enchanted place. He felt no need for words. He was beginning to see more clearly in the odd, blurring twilight that ran the outlines of things together in that queer tapestried manner, and he puzzled in a futile, muddled way as he went on over what sort of land he had come into. Overhead was darkness, paling into twilight near the ground, so that when he looked up he was staring into bottomless deeps of starless night. Trees and flowering shrubs and the flower-starred grass stretched emptily about them in the thick, confusing gloom of the place. He could see only a little distance through that dim air. It was as if they walked a strip of tapestried twilight in some unlighted dream. And the girl, with her lovely, luminous body and rich colored robe of hair, was like a woman in a tapestry, too, unreal and magical. After a while, when he had become a little adjusted to the queerness of the whole scene, he began to notice furtive movements in the shrubs and trees they passed. Things flickered too swiftly for him to catch their outlines, but from the tail of his eye he was aware of motion, and somehow of eyes that watched. That sensation was a familiar one to him, and he kept an uneasy gaze on those shiftings in the shrubbery as they went on. Presently he caught a watcher in full view between bush and tree, and saw that it was a man, a little, furtive, dark-skinned man, who dodged hastily back into cover again before Smith's eyes could do more than take in the fact of his existence. After that he knew what to expect, and could make them out more easily. Little darting people with big eyes that shone with a queer, sorrowful darkness from their small, frightened faces as they scuttled through the bushes, dodging always just out of plain sight among the leaves. He could hear the soft rustle of their passage, and once or twice when they passed near a clump of shrubbery he thought he caught the echo of little whispering calls, gentle as the rustle of leaves, and somehow full of a strange warning note, so clear that he caught it even amid the murmur of their speech. warning calls, and little furtive hiders in the leaves, and a landscape of tapestried blurring carpeted with Botticelli flower-strewn sward. It was all a dream, he felt quite sure of that. It was a long while before curiosity awakened in him sufficiently to make him break the stillness, but at last he asked dreamily, "Where are we going?" The girl seemed to understand that without the necessity of her bond her hypnotic eyes made, for she turned and caught his eyes in a white stare, and answered, "To Thag. Thag desires you." "What is Thag?" In answer to that she launched, without preliminary, upon a little sing-song monologue of explanation whose stereotyped formula made him faintly uneasy with the thought that it must have been made very often to attain the status of a set speech, made to many men, perhaps, whom Thag had desired. And what became of them afterward, he wondered. But the girl was speaking. "Many ages ago there dwelt in Ilar the great King Ilar, for whom the city was named. He was a magician of mighty power, but not mighty enough to fulfill all his ambitions. So by his arts he called up out of the darkness the being known as Thag, and with him struck a bargain. By that bargain Thag was to give of his limitless power, serving Ilar all the days of Ilar's life. And in return the king was to create a land for Thag's dwelling place, and people it with slaves, and furnish a priestess to tend Thag's needs. This is that land. I am that priestess, the latest of a long line of women born to serve Thag. The tree people are his lesser servants. I have spoken softly so that the tree people do not hear, for to them Thag is the center and focus of creation, the end and beginning of all life. But to you I have told the truth." "But what does Thag want of me?" "It is not for Thag's servants to question Thag." "Then what becomes afterward of the men Thag desires?" he pursued. "You must ask Thag that." She turned her eyes away as she spoke, snapping the mental bond that had flowed between them with a suddenness that left Smith dizzy. He went on at her side more slowly, pulling back a little on the tug of her fingers. By degrees the sense of dreaminess was fading, and alarm began to stir in the deeps of his mind. After all, there was no reason why he need let this blank-eyed priestess lead him up to the very maw of her god. She had lured him into this land by what he knew now to have been a trick. Might she not have worse tricks than that in store for him? She held him, after all, by nothing stronger than the clasp of her fingers. If he could keep his eyes turned from hers, therein lay her real power. But he could fight it if he chose. And he began to hear more clearly than ever the queer note of warning in the rustling whispers of the tree folk who still fluttered in and out of sight among the leaves. The twilight place had taken on menace and evil. Suddenly he made up his mind. He stopped, breaking the clasp of the girl's hand. "I'm not going," he said. She swung round in a sweep of richly tinted hair, words jetting from her in a gush of incoherence. But he dared not meet her eyes, and they conveyed no meaning to him. Resolutely he turned away, ignoring her voice, and set out to retrace the way they had come. She called after him once in a high, clear voice that somehow held a note of warning as that in the rustling voices of the tree people, but he kept on doggedly, not looking back. She laughed then, sweetly and scornfully, a laugh that echoed uneasily in his mind long after the sound of it had died upon the twilit air. After a while he glanced back over one shoulder, half expecting to see the luminous dazzle of her body still glowing in the dim glade where he had left her, but the blurred tapestry landscape was quite empty. He went on in the midst of a silence so deep it hurt his ears, and in a solitude unhaunted even by the shy presences of the tree folk. They had vanished with the fire-bright girl, and the whole twilight land was empty save for himself. He plodded on across the dark grass, crushing the upturned flower faces under his boots, and asking himself wearily if he could be mad. There seemed little other explanation for this hushed and tapestried solitude that had swallowed him up. In that thunderous quiet, in that deathly solitude, he went on. When he had walked for what seemed to him much longer than it should have taken to reach his starting point, and still no sign of an exit appeared, he began to wonder if there were any way out of the gray land of Thag. For the first time he realized that he had come through no tangible gateway. He had only stepped out of a shadow, and now that he thought of it, there were no shadows here. The grayness swallowed everything up, leaving the landscape oddly flat, like a badly drawn picture. He looked about helplessly, quite lost now, and not sure in what direction he should be facing, for there was nothing here by which to know directions. The trees and shrubs and the starry grass still stretched about him, uncertainly outlined in that changeless dusk. They seemed to go on forever. But he plodded ahead, unwilling to stop because of a queer tension in the air, somehow as if all the blurred trees and shrubs were waiting in breathless anticipation, centering upon his stumbling figure. But all trace of animate life had vanished with the disappearance of the priestess's white glowing figure. Head down, paying little heed to where he was going, he went on over the flowery sward. An odd sense of voids about him startled Smith at last out of his lethargic plodding. He lifted his head. He stood just at the edge of a line of trees, dim and indistinct in the unchanging twilight. Beyond them, he came to himself with a jerk and stared incredulously. Beyond them, the grass ran down to nothingness, merging by imperceptible degrees into a streaked and arching void. Not the sort of emptiness into which a material body could fall, but a solid nothing, curving up toward the dark zenith as the inside of a sphere curves. No physical thing could have entered there. It was too utterly void, an inviolable emptiness which no force could invade. He stared up along the inward arch of that curving, impassable wall. Here, then, was the edge of the queer land Illar had wrestled out of space itself. This arch must be the curving of solid space which had been bent awry to enclose the magical land. There was no escape this way. He could not even bring himself to approach any nearer to that streaked and arching blank. He could not have said why, but it woke in him an inner disquiet so strong that after a moment's staring he turned his eyes away. Presently he shrugged and set off along the inside of the line of trees which parted him from the space wall. Perhaps there might be a break somewhere. It was a forlorn hope, but the best that offered. Wearily he stumbled on over the flowery grass. How long he had gone on along that almost imperceptibly curving line of border he could not have said. But after a timeless interval of gray solitude, he gradually became aware that a tiny rustling and whispering among the leaves had been growing louder by degrees for some time. He looked up. In and out amongst the trees which bordered that solid wall of nothingness, little indistinguishable figures were flitting. The tree men had returned. Queerly grateful for their presence, he went on a bit more cheerfully, paying no heed to their timid dartings to and fro, for Smith was wise in the ways of wild life. Presently, when they saw how little heed he paid them, they began to grow bolder, their whispers louder, and among those rustling voices he thought he was beginning to catch threads of familiarity. Now and again a word reached his ears that he seemed to recognize, lost amidst the gibberish of their speech. He kept his head down and his hands quiet, plodding along with a cunning stillness that began to bear results. From the corner of his eye he could see that a little dark tree man had darted out from cover and paused midway between bush and tree to inspect the queer tall stranger. Nothing happened to this daring venturer, and soon another risked a pause in the open to stare at the quiet walker among the trees. In a little while a small crowd of the tree people was moving slowly parallel with his course, staring with all the avid curiosity of wild things at Smith's plodding figure, and among them the rustling of whispers grew louder. Presently the ground dipped down into a little hollow ringed with trees. It was a bit darker here than it had been on the higher level, and as he went down the slope of its side he saw that among the underbrush which filled it were cunningly hidden huts, twined together out of the living bushes. Obviously the hollow was a tiny village where the tree folk dwelt. He was surer of this when they began to grow bolder as he went down into the dimness of the place. The whispers shrilled a little, and the boldest among his watchers ran almost at his elbow, twittering their queer broken speech in hushed syllables whose familiarity still bothered him with its haunting echo of words he knew. When he had reached the center of the hollow he became aware that the little folk had spread out in a ring to surround him. Wherever he looked their small anxious faces and staring eyes confronted him. He grinned to himself and came to a halt, waiting gravely. None of them seemed quite brave enough to constitute himself spokesman, but among several a hurried whispering broke out, in which he caught the words "Thag" and "danger" and "beware." He recognized the meaning of these words without placing in his mind their origins in some tongue he knew. He knit his sun-bleached brows and concentrated harder, striving to wrest from that curious murmuring whisper some hint of its original root. He had a smattering of more tongues than he could have counted offhand, and it was hard to place these scattered words among any one speech. But the word "Thag" had a sound like that of the very ancient dryland tongue, which upon Mars is considered at once the oldest and the most uncouth of all the planet's languages. And with that clue to guide him, he presently began to catch other syllables which were remotely like syllables from the dryland speech. They were almost unrecognizable, far, far more ancient than the very oldest versions of the tongue he had ever heard repeated, almost primitive in their crudity and simplicity, and for a moment the sheerest awe came over him as he realized the significance of what he listened to. The dryland race today is a handful of semi-brutes, degenerate from the ages of past time when they were a mighty people at the apex of an almost forgotten glory. That day is millions of years gone now, too far in the past to have record, save in the vaguest folklore. Yet here was a people who spoke the rudiments of that race's tongue, as it must have been spoken in the race's dim beginnings, perhaps 1,000,000 years earlier even than that immemorial time of their triumph. The reeling of millenniums set Smith's mind awhirl with the effort at compassing their span. There was another connotation in the speaking of that tongue by these timid bush dwellers, too. It must mean that the forgotten wizard king Illar had peopled his sinister twilight land with the ancestors of today's dryland dwellers. If they shared the same tongue, they must share the same lineage, and humanity's remorseless adaptability had done the rest. It had been no kinder here than in the outside world, where the ancient plainsmen who had roamed Mars's green prairies had dwindled with their dying plains, degenerating at last into a shrunken, leather-skinned bestiality. For here that same race root had declined into these tiny, slinking creatures with their dusky skins and great staring eyes, and their voices that never rose above a whisper. What tragedies must lie behind that gradual degeneration? All about him the whispers still ran. He was beginning to suspect that, through countless ages of hiding and murmuring, those voices must have lost the ability to speak aloud, and he wondered with a little inward chill what terror it was which had transformed a free and fearless people into these tiny wild things whispering in the underbrush. The little anxious voices had shrilled into vehemence now, all of them chattering together in their queer, soft, rustling whispers. Looking back later upon that timeless space he had passed in the hollow, Smith remembered it as some curious nightmare, dimness and tapestried blurring, and a hush like death over the whole twilight land, and the timid voices whispering, whispering eloquent with terror and warning. He groped back among his memories and brought forth a phrase or two he remembered from long ago, an archaic rendering of the immemorial tongue they spoke. It was the simplest version he could remember of the complex speech now used, but he knew that to them it must sound fantastically strange. Instinctively he whispered as he spoke it, feeling like an actor in a play as he mouthed the ancient idiom. I cannot understand. Speak more slowly." A torrent of words greeted this rendering of their tongue. Then there was a great deal of hushing and hissing, and presently two or three between them began laboriously to recite an involved speech, one syllable at a time. Always two or more shared the task. Never in his converse with them did he address any one directly. Ages of terror had bred all directness out of them. "Thag," they said. "Thag the terrible. Thag the omnipotent. Thag the unescapable. Beware of Thag." For a moment Smith stood quiet, grinning down at them despite himself. There must not be too much of intelligence left among this branch of the race either, for surely such a warning was superfluous. Yet they had mastered their agonies of timidity to give it. All virtue could not yet have been bred out of them then. They still had kindness and a sort of desperate courage rooted deep in fear. "What is Thag?" he managed to inquire, voicing the archaic syllables uncertainly. And they must have understood the meaning, if not the phraseology, for another spate of whispered tumult burst from the clustering tribe. Then, as before, several took up the task of answering. "Thag, Thag, the end and the beginning, the center of creation. When Thag breathes, the world trembles. The earth was made for Thag's dwelling place. All things are Thag's. Oh, beware, beware!" This much he pieced together out of their diffuse whisperings, catching up the fragments of words he knew and fitting them into the pattern. What is the danger?" he managed to ask. "Thag hungers. Thag must be fed. It is we who feed him, but there are times when he desires other food than us. It is then he sends his priestess forth to lure food in. Oh, beware of Thag!" "You mean then that the priestess, brought me in for food?" A chorus of grave, murmuring affirmatives. "Then why did she leave me?" "There is no escape from Thag. Thag is the center of creation. All things are Thag's. When he calls, you must answer. When he hungers, he will have you. Beware of Thag." Smith considered that for a moment in silence. In the main, he felt confident that he had understood their warning correctly, and he had little reason to doubt that they knew whereof they spoke. Thag might not be the center of the universe, but if they said he could call a victim from anywhere in the land, Smith was not disposed to doubt it. The priestess's willingness to let him leave her unhindered, yes, even her scornful laughter as he looked back, told the same story. Whatever Thag might be, his power in this land could not be doubted. He made up his mind suddenly what he must do, and turned to the breathlessly waiting little folk. "Which way lies Thag?" he asked. A score of dark, thin arms pointed. Smith turned his head speculatively toward the spot they indicated. In this changeless twilight all sense of direction had long since left him, but he marked the line as well as he could by the formation of the trees, then turned to the little people with a ceremonious farewell rising to his lips. "My thanks for—" he began, to be interrupted by a chorus of whispering cries of protest. They seemed to sense his intention, and their pleadings were frantic. A panicked anxiety for him glowed upon every little terrified face turned up to his, and their eyes were wide with protest and terror. Helplessly he looked down. I must go," he tried stumblingly to say. "My only chance is to take Thag unawares before he sends for me." He could not know if they understood. Their chattering went on undiminished, and they even went so far as to lay tiny hands on him, as if they would prevent him by force from seeking out the terror of their lives. "No, no, no!" they wailed murmurously. "You do not know what it is you seek. You do not know Thag. Stay here. Beware of Thag." A little prickling of unease went down Smith's back as he listened. Thag must be very terrible indeed if even half this alarm had foundation, and to be quite frank with himself, he would greatly have preferred to remain here in the hidden quiet of the hollow, with its illusion of shelter, for as long as he was allowed to stay. But he was not of the stuff that yields very easily to its own terrors, and hope burned strongly in him still. So he squared his broad shoulders and turned resolutely in the direction the tree folk had indicated. When they saw that he meant to go, their protest sank to a wail of bitter grieving. With that sound moaning behind him, he went up out of the hollow, like a man setting forth to the music of his own dirge. A few of the bravest went with him a little way, flitting through the underbrush and darting from tree to tree in a timidity so deeply ingrained that even when no immediate peril threatened, they dared not go openly through the twilight. Their presence was comforting to Smith as he went on. A futile desire to help the little terror-ridden tribe was rising in him, a useless gratitude for their warning and their friendliness, their genuine grieving at his departure, and their odd paradoxical bravery even in the midst of hereditary terror. But he knew that he could do nothing for them, when he was not at all sure he could even save himself. Something of their panic had communicated itself to him, and he advanced with a sinking in the pit of his stomach. Fear of the unknown is so poignant a thing, feeding on its own terror, that he found his hands beginning to shake a little and his throat going dry as he went on. The rustling and whispering among the bushes dwindled as his followers one by one dropped away, the bravest staying the longest, but even they failing in courage as Smith advanced steadily in the direction from which all their lives they had been taught to turn their faces. Presently he realized that he was alone once more. He went on more quickly, anxious to come face to face with this horror of the twilight and dispel at least the fearfulness of its mystery. The silence was like death. Not a breeze stirred the leaves, and the only sound was his own breathing, the heavy thud of his own heart. Somehow he felt sure that he was coming nearer to his goal. The hush seemed to confirm it. He loosened the force gun at his thigh. In that changeless twilight the ground was sloping down once more into a broader hollow. He descended slowly, every sense alert for danger, not knowing if Thag was beast or human or elemental, visible or invisible. The trees were beginning to thin. He knew that he had almost reached his goal. He paused at the edge of the last line of trees. A clearing spread out before him at the bottom of the hollow, quiet in the dim, translucent air. He could focus directly upon no outlines anywhere for the tapestried blurring of the place. But when he saw what stood in the very center of the clearing, he stopped dead still, like one turned to stone, and a shock of utter cold went chilling through him. Yet he could not have said why. For in the clearing's center stood the Tree of Life. He had met the symbol too often in patterns and designs not to recognize it, but here that fabulous thing was living, growing, actually springing up from a rooted firmness in the spangled grass as any tree might spring. Yet it could not be real. Its thin brown trunk, of no recognizable substance, smooth and gleaming, mounted in the traditional spiral, its 12 fantastically curving branches arched delicately outward from the central stem. It was bare of leaves. No foliage masked the serpentine brown spiral of the trunk. But at the tip of each symbolic branch flowered a blossom of bloody rose, so vivid he could scarcely focus his dazzled eyes upon them. This tree, alone of all objects in the dim land, was sharply distinct to the eye, terribly distinct, remorselessly clear. No words can describe the amazing menace that dwelt among its branches. Smith's flesh crept as he stared, yet he could not for all his staring make out why peril was so eloquent there. To all appearances here stood only a fabulous symbol, miraculously come to life, yet danger breathed out from it so strongly that Smith felt the hair lifting on his neck as he stared. It was no ordinary danger. A nameless, choking, paralyzed panic was swelling in his throat as he gazed upon the perilous beauty of the tree. Somehow the arches and curves of its branches seemed to limn a pattern so dreadful that his heart beat faster as he gazed upon it. But he could not guess why, though somehow the answer was hovering just out of reach of his conscious mind. From that first glimpse of it his instincts shuddered like a shying stallion, yet reason still looked in vain for an answer. Nor was the tree merely a vegetable growth. It was alive, terribly, ominously alive. He could not have said how he knew that, for it stood motionless in its empty clearing, not a branch trembling, yet in its immobility more awfully vital than any animate thing. The very sight of it woke in Smith an insane urging to fight, to put worlds between himself and this inexplicably dreadful thing. Crazy impulses stirred in his brain, coming to insane birth at the calling of the tree's peril. The desperate need to shut out the sight of that thing that was blasphemy, to put out his own sight rather than gaze longer upon the perilous grace of its branches, to slit his own throat that he might not need to dwell in the same world which housed so frightful a sight as the tree. All this was a mad battering in his brain. The strength of him was enough to isolate it in a far corner of his consciousness, where it seethed and shrieked, half-heeded, while he turned the cool control which the Spaceways life had taught him to the solution of this urgent question. But even so, his hand was moist and shaking on his gun butt, and the breath rasped in his dry throat. Why, he asked himself in a determined groping after steadiness, should the mere sight of a tree, even so fabulous a one as this, rouse that insane panic in the gazer? What peril could dwell invisibly in a tree so frightful that the living horror of it could drive a man mad with the very fact of its unseen presence? He clenched his teeth hard and stared resolutely at that terrible beauty in the clearing, fighting down the sick panic that rose in his throat as his eyes forced themselves to dwell upon the tree. Gradually the revulsion subsided. After a nightmare of striving, he mustered the strength to force it down far enough to allow reason's entry once more. Sternly holding down that frantic terror under the surface of consciousness, he stared resolutely at the tree, and he knew that this was Thag. It could be nothing else, for surely two such dreadful things could not dwell in one land. It must be Thag, and he could understand now the immemorial terror in which the tree folk held it, but he did not yet grasp in what way it threatened them physically. The inexplicable dreadfulness of it was a menace to the mind's very existence, but surely a rooted tree, however terrible to look at, could wield little actual danger. As he reasoned, his eyes were seeking restlessly among the branches, searching for the answer to their dreadfulness. After all, this thing wore the aspect of an old pattern, and in that pattern there was nothing dreadful. The Tree of Life had made up the design upon that well top in Illar, through whose shadows he had entered here, and nothing in that bronze grill work had roused terror. Then why? What living menace dwelt invisibly among these branches to twist them into curves of horror? A fragment of old verse drifted through his mind as he stared in perplexity. What immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? And for the first time the true significance of a fearful symmetry broke upon him. Truly a more than human agency must have arched these subtle curves so delicately into dreadfulness, into such an awful beauty, that the very sight of it made those atavistic terrors he was so sternly holding down leap in a gibbering terror. A tremor rippled over the tree. Smith froze rigid, staring with startled eyes. No breath of wind had stirred through the clearing, but the tree was moving with a slow serpentine grace, writhing its branches leisurely in a horrible travesty of voluptuous enjoyment, and upon their tips the blood-red flowers were spreading like cobras' hoods, swelling and stretching their petals out and glowing with a hue so eye-piercingly vivid that it transcended the bounds of color and blazed forth like a pure light. But it was not toward Smith that they stirred. They were arching out from the central trunk toward the far side of the clearing. After a moment Smith tore his eyes away from the indescribably dreadful flexibility of those branches and looked to see the cause of their writhing. A blaze of luminous white had appeared among the trees across the clearing. The priestess had returned. He watched her pacing slowly toward the tree, walking with a precise and delicate grace as liquidly lovely as the motion of the tree. Her fabulous hair swung down about her in a swaying robe that rippled at every step away from the moon-white beauty of her body. Straight toward the tree she paced, and all the blossoms glowed more vividly at her nearness, the branches stretching toward her, rippling with eagerness. Priestess though she was, he could not believe that she was going to come within touch of that tree, the very sight of which roused such a panic instinct of revulsion in every fiber of him. But she did not swerve or slow in her advance. Walking delicately over the flowery grass, arrogantly luminous in the twilight, so that her body was the center and focus of any landscape she walked in, she neared her horribly eager god. Now she was under the tree, and its trunk had writhed down over her, and she was lifting her arms like a girl to her lover. With a gliding slowness the flame-tipped branches slid round her. In that incredible embrace she stood immobile for a long moment, the tree arching down with all its curling limbs, the girl straining upward, her head thrown back, and the mantle of her hair swinging free of her body as she lifted her face to the quivering blossoms. The branches gathered her closer in their embrace. Now the blossoms arched near, curving down all about her, touching her very gently, twisting their blazing faces toward the focus of her moon-white body. One, poised directly above her face, trembled, brushed her mouth lightly, and the tree's tremor ran unbroken through the body of the girl it clasped. The incredible dreadfulness of that embrace was suddenly more than Smith could bear. All his terrors, crushed down with so stern a self-control, without warning burst all bounds and rushed over him in a flood of blind revulsion. A whimper choked up in his throat, and quite involuntarily he swung round and plunged into the shielding trees, hands to his eyes in a futile effort to blot out the sight of lovely horror behind him whose vividness was burnt upon his very brain. Heedlessly he blundered through the trees, no thought in his terror-blank mind save the necessity to run, run until he could run no more. He had given up all attempt at reason and rationality. He no longer cared why the beauty of the tree was so dreadful. He only knew that until all space lay between him and its symmetry he must run and run and run. What brought that frenzied madness to an end he never knew. When sanity returned to him he was lying face down on the flower-spangled sward in a silence so deep that his ears ached with its heaviness. The grass was cool against his cheek. For a moment he fought the backflow of knowledge into his emptied mind. When it came, the memory of that horror he had fled from, he started up with a wild thing's swiftness and glared around pale-eyed into the unchanging dusk. He was alone. Not even a rustle in the leaves spoke of the tree-folk's presence. For a moment he stood there alert, wondering what had roused him, wondering what would come next. He was not left long in doubt. The answer was shrilling, very, very faintly through that aching quiet, an infinitesimally tiny, unthinking, far-away murmur which yet pierced his eardrums with the sharpness of tiny needles. Breathless he strained in listening. Swiftly the sound grew louder. It deepened upon the silence, sharpened and shrilled until the thin blade of it was vibrating in the center of his innermost brain. And still it grew, swelling louder and louder through the twilight world in cadences that were rounding into a queer sort of music and taking on such an unbearable sweetness that Smith pressed his hands over his ears in a futile attempt to shut the sound away. He could not. It rang in steadily deepening intensities through every fiber of his being, piercing him with thousands of tiny music blades that quivered in his very soul with intolerable beauty. And he thought he sensed in the piercing strength of it a vibration of queer, unnameable power far mightier than anything ever generated by man, the dim echo of some cosmic dynamo's hum. The sound grew sweeter as it strengthened, with a queer, inexplicable sweetness, unlike any music he had ever heard before, rounder and fuller and more complete than any melody made up of separate notes. Stronger and stronger he felt the certainty that it was the song of some mighty power, humming and throbbing and deepening through the twilight until the whole dim land was one trembling reservoir of sound that filled his entire consciousness with its throbbing, driving out all other thoughts and realizations, until he was no more than a shell that vibrated in answer to the calling. For it was a calling. No one could listen to that intolerable sweetness without knowing the necessity to seek its source. Remotely in the back of his mind, Smith remembered the tree folk's warning. When Thag calls, you must answer. Not consciously did he recall it, for all his consciousness was answering the siren humming in the air, and scarcely realizing that he moved, he had turned toward the source of that calling, stumbling blindly over the flowery sward, with no thought in his music-brimmed mind but the need to answer that lovely, power-vibrant summoning. Past him as he went on moved other shapes, little and dark-skinned and ecstatic, gripped like himself in the hypnotic melody. The tree folk had forgotten even their inbred fear at Thag's calling, and walked boldly through the open twilight, lost in the wonder of the song. Smith went on with the rest, deaf and blind to the land around him, alive to one thing only, that summons from the siren tune. Unrealizingly, he retraced the course of his frenzied flight, past the trees and bushes he had blundered through, down the slope that led to the tree's hollow, through the thinning of the underbrush to the very edge of the last line of foliage which marked the valley's rim. By now the calling was so unbearably intense, so intolerably sweet, that somehow in its very strength it set free a part of his dazed mind as it passed the limits of audible things and soared into ecstasies which no senses bound. And though it gripped him ever closer in its magic, a sane part of his brain was waking into realization. For the first time alarm came back into his mind, and by slow degrees the world returned about him. He stared stupidly at the grass moving by under his pacing feet. He lifted a dragging head and saw that the trees no longer rose about him, that a twilight clearing stretched away on all sides toward the forest rim which circled it, that the music was singing from some source so near that the tree! The terror leaped within him like a wild thing. The tree, quivering with unbearable clarity in the thick, dim air, writhed above him, blossoms blazing with bloody radiance, and every branch vibrant and undulant to the tune of that unholy song. Then he was aware of the lovely, luminous whiteness of the priestess swaying forward under the swaying limbs, her hair rippling back from the loveliness of her as she moved. Choked and frenzied with unreasoning terror, he mustered every effort that was in him to turn, to run again like a madman out of that dreadful hollow, to hide himself under the weight of all space from the menace of the tree. And all the while he fought, all the while panic drummed like mad in his brain. His relentless body plodded on straight toward the hideous loveliness of that siren singer towering above him. From the first he had felt subconsciously that it was Thag who called, and now, in the very center of that ocean of vibrant power, he knew. Gripped in the music's magic, he went on. All over the clearing other hypnotized victims were advancing slowly with mechanical steps and wide, frantic eyes as the tree folk came helplessly to their god's calling. He watched a group of little dusky sacrifices pace step by step nearer to the tree's vibrant branches. The priestess came forward to meet them with outstretched arms. He saw her take the foremost gently by the hands. Unbelieving, hypnotized with horrified incredulity, he watched her lead the rigid little creature forward under the fabulous tree whose limbs yearned downward like hungry snakes, the great flowers glowing with avid color. He saw the branches twist out and lengthen toward the sacrifice, quivering with eagerness. Then, with a tiger's leap, they darted, and the victim was swept out of the priestess's guiding hands up into the branches that darted round like tangled snakes in a clot that hid him for an instant from view. Smith heard a high, shuddering wail ripple out from that knot of struggling branches, a dreadful cry that held such an infinity of purest horror and understanding that he could not but believe that Thag's victims in the moment of their doom must learn the secret of his horror. After that one frightful cry came silence. In an instant the limbs fell apart again from emptiness. The little savage had melted like smoke among their writhing, too quickly to have been devoured, more as if he had been snatched up into another dimension in the instant the hungry limbs hid him. Flame-tipped, avid, they were dripping now toward another victim as the priestess paced serenely forward. And still Smith's rebellious feet were carrying him on, nearer and nearer the writhing peril that towered over his head. The music shrilled like pain. Now he was so close that he could see the hungry flower mouths in terrible detail as they faced round toward him. The limbs quivered and poised like cobras, reached out with a snakish lengthening down inexorably toward his shuddering helplessness. The priestess was turning her calm white face towards his. Those arcs and changing curves of the branches as they neared were stretching lines of pure horror whose meaning he still could not understand, save that they deepened in dreadfulness as he neared. For the last time that urgent wonder burned up in his mind. Why so simple a thing as this fabulous tree should be infused with an indwelling terror strong enough to send his innermost soul frantic with revulsion? For the last time, because in that trembling instant as he waited for their touch, as the music brimmed up with unbearable, brain-wrenching intensity, in that one last moment before the flower mouth seized him, he saw, he understood. With eyes opened at last by the instant's ultimate horror, he saw the real Thag. Dimly he knew that until now the thing that had been so frightful that his eyes had refused to register its existence, his brain to acknowledge the possibility of such dreadfulness. It had literally been too terrible to see, though his instinct knew the presence of infinite horror. But now, in the grip of that mad hypnotic song, in the instant before unbearable terror enfolded him, his eyes opened to full sight, and he saw. That tree was only Thag's outline, sketched three-dimensionally upon the twilight. Its dreadfully curving branches had been no more than Thag's barest contours, yet even they had made his very soul sick with intuitive revulsion. But now, seeing the true horror, his mind was too numb to do more than register its presence. Thag, hovering monstrously between earth and heaven, billowing and surging up there in the translucent twilight, tethered to the ground by the tree's bending stem and reaching ravenously after the hypnotized fodder that his calling brought helpless into his clutches. One by one he snatched them up. One by one absorbed them into the great unseeable horror of his being. That, then, was the reason why they vanished so instantaneously, sucked into the concealing folds of a thing too dreadful for normal eyes to see. The priestess was pacing forward. Above her the branches arched and leaned. Caught in a timeless paralysis of horror, Smith stared upward into the enormous bulk of Thag while the music hummed intolerably in his shrinking brain. Thag, the monstrous thing from darkness called up by Illar those long-forgotten times when Mars was a green planet. Foolishly his brain wandered among the ramifications of what had happened so long ago that time itself had forgotten, refusing to recognize the fate that was upon himself. He knew a tingle of respect for the ages-dead wizard who had dared command a being like this to his services. This vast, blind, hovering thing, ravenous for human flesh, indistinguishable even now save in those terrible outlines that sent panic leaping through him with every motion of the tree's fearful symmetry. All this flashed through his dazed mind in the one blinding instant of understanding. Then the priestess's luminous whiteness swam up before his hypnotized stare. Her hands were upon him, gently guiding his mechanical footsteps, very gently leading him forward, into... The writhing branches struck downward, straight for his face, and in one flashing leap the moment's infinite horror galvanized him out of his paralysis. Why, he could not have said. It is not given to many men to know the ultimate essentials of all horror, concentrated into one fundamental unit. To most men it would have had the same paralyzing effect up to the very instant of destruction. But in Smith there must have been a bedrock of subtle violence. an unyielding, inflexible vehemence upon which the structure of his whole life was reared. Few men have it. And when that ultimate intensity of terror struck the basic flint of him, reaching down through mind and soul into the deepest depths of his being, it struck a spark from that inflexible barbarian buried at the roots of him which had force enough to shock him out of his stupor. In the instant of release his hand swept like an unloosed spring of its own volition straight for the butt of his power gun. He was dragging it free as the tree's branches snatched him from the priestess's hands. The fire-colored blossoms burnt his flesh as they closed round him, the hot branches gripping like the touch of ravenous fingers. The whole tree was hot and throbbing with a dreadful travesty of fleshly life as it whipped him aloft into the hovering bulk of incarnate horror above. In the instantaneous upward leap of the flower-tipped limbs, Smith fought like a demon to free his gun hand from the gripping coils. For the first time, Thag knew rebellion in his very clutches, and the ecstasy of that music which had dinned in Smith's ears so strongly that by now it seemed almost silence was swooping down in a long arc into wrath, and the branches tightened with hot insistency, lifting the rebellious offering into Thag's monstrous, indescribable bulk. But even as they rose, Smith was twisting in their clutch to maneuver his hand into position from which he could blast that undulant tree trunk into nothingness. He knew intuitively the futility of firing up into Thag's imponderable mass. Thag was not of the world he knew. The flame blast might well be harmless to that mighty hoverer in the twilight. But at the tree's root, where Thag's essential being merged from the imponderable to the material, rooting in earthly soil, he should be vulnerable, if he were vulnerable at all. Struggling in the tight, hot coils, breathing the nameless essence of horror, Smith fought to free his hand. The music that had rung so long in his ears was changing as the branches lifted him higher, losing its melody and merging by swift degrees into a hum of vast and vibrant power that deepened in intensity as the limbs drew him upward into Thag's monstrous bulk, the singing force of a thing mightier than any dynamo ever built. Blinded and dazed by the force thundering through every atom of his body, he twisted his hand in one last convulsive effort and fired. He saw the flame leap in a dazzling gush straight for the trunk below. It struck. He heard the sizzle of annihilated matter. He saw the trunk quiver convulsively from the very roots, and the whole fabulous tree shook once with an ominous tremor. But before that tremor could shiver up the branches to him, the hum of the living dynamo which was closing round his body shrilled up arcs of pure intensity into a thundering silence. Then, without a moment's warning, the world exploded. So instantaneously did all this happen that the gun blast's roar had not yet echoed into the silence before a mightier sound than the brain could bear exploded outward from the very center of his own being. Before the awful power of it everything reeled into a shaken oblivion. He felt himself falling. A queer, penetrating light shining upon his closed eyes roused Smith by degrees into wakefulness again. He lifted heavy lids and stared upward into the unwinking eye of Mars's racing nearer moon. He lay there blinking dazedly for a while before enough of memory returned to rouse him. Then he sat up painfully, for every fiber of him ached, and stared round on a scene of the wildest destruction. He lay in the midst of a wide, rough circle which held nothing but powdered stone. About it, rising raggedly in the moving moonlight, the blocks of time-forgotten Ilar loomed. But they were no longer piled upon one another in a rough travesty of the city they once shaped. Some force mightier than any of man's explosives seemed to have hurled them with such violence from their beds that their very atoms had been disrupted by the force of it, crumbling them into dust. And in the very center of the havoc lay Smith, unhurt. He stared in bewilderment about the moonlit ruins. In the silence it seemed to him that the very air still quivered in shocked vibrations. And as he stared he realized that no force save one could have wrought such destruction upon the ancient stones. Nor was there any explosive known to man which would have wrought this strange pulverizing havoc upon the blocks of Illar. That force had hummed unbearably through the living dynamo of Thag, a force so powerful that space itself had bent to enclose it. Suddenly he realized what must have happened. Not Illar, but Thag himself had warped the walls of space to enfold the twilit world, and nothing but Thag's living power could have held it so bent to segregate the little terror-ridden land inviolate. Then, when the tree's roots parted, Thag's anchorage in the material world failed, and in one great gust of unthinkable energy the warped space walls had ceased to bend. Those arches of solid space had snapped back into their original pattern, hurling the land and all its dwellers into... His mind balked in the effort to picture what must have happened, into what ultimate dimension those denizens must have vanished. Only himself, enfolded deep in Thag's very essence, the intolerable power of the explosion had not touched. So when the warped space curve ceased to be, and Thag's hold upon reality failed, he must have been dropped back out of the dissolving folds upon the spot where the tree had stood in the space-circled world, through that vanished world floor into the spot he had been snatched from in the instant of the dim land's dissolution. It must have happened after the terrible force of the explosion had spent itself, before Thag dared move even himself through the walls of changing energy into his own far land again. Smith sighed and lifted a hand to his throbbing head, rising slowly to his feet. What time had elapsed he could not guess, but he must assume that the patrol still searched for him. Wearily he set out across the circle of havoc toward the nearest shelter which Illar offered. The dust rose in ghostly moonlit clouds under his feet. End of The Tree of Life by C.L. Moore.
Necessary Man by Randall Garrett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Number. The Unnecessary Man by Randall Garrett. I recall, said the businessman, that William Wrigley, Jr. once said, "When two men in a business always agree, one of them is unnecessary." How true that is. The philosopher cast his eyes toward heaven. "O God, the mercantile mind!" He looked back at the businessman. "When two men in a business always agree, one of them will come in handy as a scapegoat." The Idol Worshippers by R. Philip Dockboden. Lord Barrick Sorban, Colonel, HIMOG, retired, sipped gently at his drink and looked mildly at the sheaf of news facsimile that he'd just bought fresh from the reproducer in the lobby of the Royal Hotel. Sorban did not look like a man of action. He certainly did not look like a retired colonel of His Imperial Majesty's own guard. The most likely reason for this was that he was neither. Not that he was incapable of action on a physical level if it became necessary. He was past 40, but his tough, hard body was in as fine a shape as it had been 15 years before, and his reflexes had slowed only slightly. The only major change that had occurred in his body during that time had been the replacement of an irreparably damaged left hand by a prosthetic. But Lord Barrick Sorban preferred to use his mind, to initiate action in others rather than himself, and his face showed it. His was a precision mind, capable of fast, accurate computations, and his eyes betrayed the fact, but the rest of his face looked, if anything, rather like that of a gentle, persuasive schoolteacher, the type whom children love and parents admire and both obey. Nor was he a retired colonel of the Imperial Bodyguard, except on paper. According to the official records, he had been retired for medical reasons, the missing left hand. In reality, his position in the Imperium was a great deal higher than that of an ordinary colonel, and he was still in the active service of the Emperor. It was a secret known only to a comparative few, and one that was carefully guarded. He was a fairly tall man, as an Imperial Guardsman had to be, with a finely shaped head and dark hair that was shot through with a single streak of gray from an old burn wound. In an officer's uniform he looked impressive, but in civilian dress he looked like a competent businessman. He held the newsfac in his prosthetic left hand, which was indistinguishable in appearance and in ordinary usage from the flesh, bone, and blood that it had replaced. Indeed, the right hand, with its stiff little finger, often appeared to be more useless than the left. The hand, holding the glass of rye and ginger, gave an impression of over-daintiness because of that stiff digit. Lord Sorban paid little attention to the other customers in the bar. Customers of the green room of the Royal Hotel weren't the noisy kind, anyway. He kept his attention on the newsfac for the most part. Only a small amount of awareness was reserved for the approach of the man he was waiting for. The banner line on the newsfac said, "Bairnvell occupied by Imperial forces." He read through the article hurriedly, absorbing what facts he didn't know, and then flipped over to the editorial page. If he knew the Globe, there would sure as space be an editorial. There was. At 0231 Greenwich Earth Time, 3:37/229, the forces of the Imperial Government occupied the planet Bairnvell. See article, page 1. The ships of the Imperial Space Force landed, purportedly at the request of Obar Del Pargon, rebel leader of the anti-presidential forces. That such an action should be condoned by the Imperial file is astounding enough. That it should be ordered by the Prime Portfolio himself is almost unbelievable. The government of Bairnvell, under the leadership of President Alverdan, was not by any means up to the standards of the Empire. The standard of living is lower, and the political freedom of the people is not at all what we are used to. But that is no excuse for interfering with the lawful government of any planet. If the Imperium uses these methods for extending its rule, the time must eventually come when our own civil liberties will be in peril. Perhaps Lord Senesin's actions are not so surprising, at that. This is the third time during his tenure as Prime Portfolio that he has arbitrarily exercised his power to interfere in the affairs of governments outside the Empire. Each such action has precipitated a crisis in galactic affairs, and each has brought the Empire nearer to conflict with the Gehan Federation. This one may be the final act that will bring on interstellar war. Colonel Lord Sorban stopped reading as he noticed the approach of the man he'd been waiting for, but he didn't look up until the voice said, "I see you've been reading it, my lord?" The voice was bitter. "A real fiasco this time, eh?" Sorban looked up. "It looks like it might mean trouble," he said carefully. "Have you read all of it, Mr. Senesin?" The young man nodded. The bitterness in his voice was paralleled by the bitterness reflected in his face. "Oh yes, I read it. The other news facts pretty much agreed with the Globe. I'm afraid my father seems to be rather in the soup. Being Prime Portfolio in the Terran Empire isn't the easiest way to stay out of trouble. They'll be screaming for a special election next." He sat down next to the colonel and lowered his voice just enough to keep anyone else from hearing it, but not enough to sound conspiratorial. "I think I've got a line on those tapes." Colonel Sorban raised an eyebrow. "Really? Well, I wish you luck. If you can uncover them in time, you may be able to save your father's career," he said in a voice that matched Senesin's. "You don't sound very concerned, my lord," said young Senesin. "It's not that," said the colonel. "I just find it difficult to believe that—" He cut his words off as another man approached. The second newcomer was a red-faced, plumpish man with an almost offensively hearty manner. "Well, well, good afternoon, Lord Sorban. Haven't seen you in some time. A pleasure to see you again, my lord. A distinct pleasure. I don't get to Honolulu often, you know. How long's it been? 4 years?" "2, I think," said the colonel. "Really? Only 2? It seems longer. How have you been?" "Well enough," said the colonel. "Excuse me, Mr. Heywood, I'd like to present you to the Honorable John Senesin. Mr. Senesin, this is Robar Heywood, of South African Metals." While the two men shook hands and mouthed the usual pleasantries, Colonel Lord Sorban watched them with an amusement that didn't show on his placid face. Young Senesin was rather angry that the tete-a-tete had been interrupted, while Heywood seemed flustered and a trifle stuffy. "So you're the son of our Prime Portfolio, eh?" he said. There was a trace of hostility in his voice. Colonel Sorban saw what was coming and made no effort whatsoever to stop it. Instead, he simply sat there in straight-faced enjoyment. "That's correct, Mr. Heywood," Senesin said, a little stiffly. "I should have known," Heywood said. "You look a great deal like him, although I don't know that I've ever seen your picture in the newsfacs or on the screens." "Dad prefers to keep his family out of the spotlight," said Senesin. "Unless we get publicity for something other than the accidental fact that we happen to be the family of the Prime." Yes, of course, I see. May I stand the 3 of us a drink?" Senesin and the colonel were agreeable. The drinks were brought. Heywood took a swallow of his and remarked casually, "Do you agree with your father's politics, sir?" "I don't know," Senesin said flatly. Heywood misunderstood completely. "Yes, I suppose it is a bit disappointing. Hard for a man's son to divide his loyalty like that. You can't support his actions, and yet you hesitate to condemn your own father." "You mistake my meaning, Mr. Heywood," young Senesin said sharply. "I said I don't know, because I honestly don't know what my father's politics is anymore." But Heywood only compounded his error. "Of course not. How could you? Since he became Prime, his policies have been erratic and unpredictable, not to say foolish." This is it, thought the colonel, wondering what young Senesin's reaction would be. He didn't have to wonder longer than half a second. "Mr. Heywood," said Senesin, his voice oddly tight under the strain of suppressed emotion, "a person should learn to know what he's talking about before he makes any attempt to talk. If you must talk drivel about my father, I'll thank you not to do it in my presence." And before Heywood could formulate an answer, Senesin turned to the colonel. "If you'll pardon me, my lord, I have another errand to perform. I'll see you at 11. Then he turned and walked out. Heywood stared at his receding back. "Well," he said after a moment, "I guess I spoke out of turn, but he seemed—" He turned back to his drink, shrugged. "Oh well. Tell me, my lord, what do you think of Senesin's policies? How long do you think he'll last in office?" The colonel adroitly avoided the first question by answering the second. "I dare say he won't last long. There'll be a great fuss in the file, and most of his own party will desert him, I think. They hardly have any choice, considering the reaction of the populace to this Bairnvell thing." "And I agree," said Heywood decisively. "We've got no business interfering with the lawful governments of planets and systems outside the Empire. The old days of imperial expansion are over. Why, the way Lord Senesin acts, you'd think Emperor Jarrus I was on the throne." "Well, not quite," Colonel Lord Sorban said dryly. "I can't imagine any prime portfolio in the time of Jarrus I daring to act on his own initiative." "Exactly," said Heywood, just as though the colonel had agreed with him. "That's why we have a constitutional empire today. One man can't be allowed that much power without the consent of the governed. The people must have a right to depose anyone who abuses the power they give him." He swallowed the remainder of his drink. "Can you imagine what it would be like if the present emperor tried to pull that sort of stuff? Not that he would, mind you. He's too good an emperor for that. He sticks to his job. But these are different times. And then, too, we can't afford to antagonize the Gehan Federation. After all, I mean, war." He shook his head at the thought. Colonel Lord Sorban had listened to Heywood's soliloquy with patience, but he felt his irritation growing. Much as he had expected the play between Heywood and young Senesin, he had expected to get some information out of the boy before he left, and besides, Heywood's cliched monologue was beginning to pall. Therefore the colonel finished his own drink, uttered some polite banalities, and got out. He walked around the corner to the restaurant, was bowed into a seat by an ultra-polite android, and quietly ordered his meal. While he waited, he spread the newsfac on the table in front of him, holding it with his right hand while his left elbow rested on the table and his left palm cradled his left jaw. In that position there was nothing odd-looking about the fact that his left thumb-tip was in contact with his larynx and his left middle finger was pressed tightly against the mastoid bone just behind his left ear. His lips began to move slightly, and anyone at a nearby table would have assumed that he was one of those readers who are habitual lip-movers. "The Senesin boy says he has a lead on the tapes. That's all I could get out of him just now, but I have an appointment with him at 11 tonight. How far shall I let him go, sire?" The sensitive microphone in the tip of his thumb picked up the nearly inaudible sounds. The speaker in his middle finger vibrated against his skull and brought him the answer to his question. "For the moment I'll leave that up to you, but I wouldn't try to stop him just yet." "Very well, sire," murmured the colonel. He had already made up his mind to let the Senesin boy go as far as he could. The lad was smart, and his attack would at least provide a test for the psycho-sociological defenses that surrounded the Emperor. "Do you think those tapes, if they exist, are genuine?" the voice asked. "According to young Senesin," the colonel said carefully, "the tapes are supposed to show that certain, highly placed persons in the Imperial hierarchy are influencing members of the government illegally. You figure out what that might mean, sire. It's a little too ambiguous to mean much to me." "Influencing, eh? That could mean anything from a broad hint, through pressure and bribery, to actual brainwashing," said the voice from the finger. "Which one do you think it is, sire?" the colonel asked with mock innocency. The voice chuckled, then said, "I haven't tried brainwashing yet." No, agreed the colonel, but you might have to if Lord Evondering gets in, and if you have to, you will. Colonel, said the voice gently, there are times when I believe you don't have a very high opinion of your sovereign's moral outlook. The colonel grinned, although he knew the listener couldn't see it, but he knew the other was grinning too. I humbly beg your majesty's pardon. You'll have to wait a while, Colonel. Imperial pardons have to be by the portfolio for the interior. Your sovereign is an impotent figurehead. Sure you are, sire, said the colonel. Meanwhile, what about those tapes? Get them, or copies of them. They can't be dangerous in themselves, but if they're genuine, I want to know who's bugging this place. I can't have spies in the palace itself. Otherwise, keep your eyes on the Senesin boy. The voice went on giving instructions, but the colonel lifted the thumb of his left hand from his larynx. The waiter was approaching, and if he wanted to speak to him, it would be better not to have to interrupt the flow of words from his finger. The android put the dishes on the table. Coffee, sir? Yes, said the colonel. Cream, no sugar, and bring a second cup as soon as I've finished with the first. Only a part of his attention was given to the waiter. The rest was focused on the instructions he was receiving. The instructions kept coming until after the coffee had been brought. Then the voice said, Any questions? No, sire, said the colonel, replacing his thumb. Very well. I'll be expecting your report sometime between 11 and midnight. The colonel nodded, brought his hand down from the side of his jaw to pick up his fork and begin a concerted attack on his lunch. Hawaii, with its beauty and its perfect climate, had been the obvious choice for the center of the Terran Empire. For centuries before the coming of interstellar travel, the islands had been used to a mixture of tongues and races, and the coming of the Empire had merely added to that mixture. In the 5 centuries since man had begun his explosive spread to the stars, more races had come into being due to the genetic variations and divisions that occurred as small groups of isolated colonists were cut off from Earth and from each other. The fact that interstellar vessels incorporating the Contra-Space drive were relatively inexpensive to build, plus the fact that nearly every G-type sun had an Earth-like planet in Bode's 3rd position, had meant scattering to the stars almost an automatic reflex among men. It had also shattered the cohesion of mankind that had been laboriously built up over several millennia. The old UN government had gradually welded together the various nations of Earth under one flag, and for nearly 2 centuries it had run Earth like a smoothly operating machine. But no culture is immortal. Even the UN must fall, and fall it did. And, during the chaos that followed, a man named Jerris Danforth had grabbed the loosened reins of government, just as Napoleon had done after the French Revolution. Unlike Napoleon, however, Jerris had been able to hold his power without abusing it. He was able to declare himself Emperor of Earth and make it stick. The people wanted a single central government, and they were willing to go back to the old idea of empire just to get such a government. Jerris I was neither a power-mad dictator nor an altruist, although he had been called both. He was, purely and simply, a strong, wise, intelligent man, which made him abnormal, no matter how you look at it. Or supernormal, if you will. Like Napoleon, he realized that wars of conquest were capable of being used as a kind of cement to hold the people together in support of their emperor. But, again, unlike Napoleon, he found there was no need to sap the strength of Earth to fight those wars. The population and productive capacity of Earth was greater than any possible coalition among extrasolar planets and vastly greater than any single planet alone. Thus the Terran Empire had come into being with only a fraction of the internal disruption which normally follows empire building. But man can flee as well as fight. Every invading army is preceded by hordes of refugees. Ships left every planet threatened by the Empire, seeking new, uncharted planets to settle, planets that would be safe from the Imperial fleet because they were hidden among 1,000,000 stars. Mankind spread through the galaxy faster than the Empire could. Not even Jerris I could completely consolidate the vast reaches of the galaxy into a single unit. One lifetime is simply not enough. Nor are a dozen. Slowly, the Empire had changed. Over the next several generations, the Emperors had yielded more and more of the absolute power that had been left to them by Jerris. While history never exactly repeats itself, a parallel could be drawn between the history of the Empire and the history of England between, say, 1550 and 1950. But, while England's empire had begun to recede with the coming of democratic government, the Terran Empire continued to spread, more slowly than at first, but steadily. Until, that is, the Empire had touched the edges of the Gehan Federation. For the hordes that had fled from the Empire had not forgotten her. They knew that one day the Empire would find them, that one day they would have to fight for their independence. So they formed the Federation, with its capital on the 3rd planet of Gehan's sun. It was a federation in name only. Even after several generations, the refugees had not been able to build up enough population to fight the Empire. There was only one other way out, as they saw it. They formed a military dictatorship. In the 20th century, the German Third Reich, although outnumbered by its neighbors and enemies, population-wise, had concentrated all its efforts on building an unbeatable war machine. Japan, also outnumbered, had done likewise. Between them, they thought they could beat the rest of Earth, and they came dangerously close to succeeding. The Gehan Federation had done the same thing, building up fleets and armies and material stockpiles as though she were already at war. And in doing so, her citizens had voluntarily forfeited the very thing they thought they were fighting for, their freedom. But they posed a greater threat to the Terran Empire than that empire had ever faced before. Any nation so totally prepared for defensive war may at any moment decide that the best defense is a good offense. Any nation which subjects its people to semi-slavery for the sake of war must eventually fight that war or suffer collapse. The Empire had to change tactics. Instead of steady expansion, she was forced into a deadly game of interstellar chess, making her plays carefully so as not to touch off the explosive temper of her opponent. It was not a situation to be handled by clumsy fools. And Lord Senesin, the prime portfolio of the Imperial File, the elected leader of the Empire, the constitutional head of the Imperial government, was accused not only of being a clumsy fool, but of being a dangerous madman. The planet Bairnvel was an independent autonomic ally of the Gehan Federation, and, although not actually a member of the Federation, was presumably under her protection. For the Imperial fleet to go to the aid of rebels trying to overthrow Bairnvel's lawful government seemed to be the act of an insane mind. The people of the Empire wouldn't stand for it. Colonel Lord Barrack Sorban was well aware of the temper of the people and of the situation that prevailed politically in the Empire, more so, in fact, than most men. He was also well aware that internal strife of a very serious nature could so dangerously weaken the Empire that the Gehan Federation would be able to attack and win. His job was to cut off that sort of thing before it could gain momentum. His job was to maintain the Empire. His only superior was the Emperor himself. His subordinates hand-picked, well-trained, and, like himself, unobtrusive to the public eye, and not one of those subordinates knew who the Colonel's superior was. The Colonel strolled along the streets of Honolulu with all the courteous aplomb of a man who was both an officer and a gentleman of leisure. He dropped in at various respectable clubs and did various respectable things. He went into other places and did other things not so respectable. He gave certain orders to certain people and made certain odd arrangements. When everything had been set up to his satisfaction, he ate a leisurely dinner, topped it off with 2 glasses of Alaskan wine, read the 10th edition of the Globe, and strolled out to the street again, looking every inch the impeccable gentleman. At 10 minutes of 11 he took a skycab to the fashionable apartment house where the Honourable John Senesin, son of the Prime Portfolio, made his home. The skycab deposited him on the roof at 2 minutes of 11. The android doorman opened the entrance for him, and he took the drop chute down to the 15th floor. At precisely 11 o'clock he was facing the announcer plate on John Senesin's door. Senesin opened the door. There was a queer look, half jubilant, half worried, on his face as he said, "Come in, my lord, come in. Care for a drink?" "Don't mind if I do, John. Brandy, if you have it." Young Senesin poured the brandy, speaking rapidly as he did. "I've made an appointment to get those tapes, my lord. I want you to go with me. If we can get them, we can break this whole fraud wide open. Wide open." He handed the Colonel a crystal goblet half filled with the clear, red-brown liquid. "Sorry I left so hurriedly this morning, but if that Haywood character had said another word I'd have broken his nose for him." The Colonel took the goblet and looked into its depths. "John, what do you expect these tapes to prove?" The young man's face darkened. He walked across the spacious room, brandy goblet in hand, and sat down on the wall couch before he spoke. "Just what I told you, my lord. I expect to prove that my father's mind has been tampered with, that he is not responsible for the decisions that have been made in his name, that he is going to lose his position and his reputation and his career for something that he would never have done in his right mind, that he has been the duped pawn of someone else." The Colonel walked over toward the couch and stood over the young man. "Someone? You keep referring to someone. Ever since you asked me to help you, you've been mysterious about this someone. Whom do you suspect?" Senesin looked up at the Colonel for a long moment before he answered. Then, "I suspect the Emperor himself," he said, half defiantly. The Colonel raised his finely drawn brows just a fraction of an inch, as though he hadn't known what the answer would be. "The Emperor? Hannikar IV? Isn't that a little far-fetched?" Senesin shook his head vehemently. Don't you see? Legally, the Emperor is powerless. The throne hasn't had any say-so in the government for over a century, except to sign state papers and such. But suppose an emperor came along who wanted power, power such as the old emperors used to have. How would he go about getting it? By controlling the government. He could slowly force them to give him back the powers that the people of the Empire have taken so many centuries to obtain. The colonel shook his head. Impossible. Not even the Emperor could control the votes of the whole file for that purpose. It simply couldn't be done. Not that way, of course not, the young man said irritably. But there is a way. It's been used before. Are you up on your history? Reasonably well, the colonel said dryly. How did Julius Caesar get dictatorial powers? And, after him, Augustus? Rome was threatened by war, and then actually engaged in it, and the patricians were glad to give power to a strong man. That was in a state ruled by the few patricians, the colonel pointed out, not in a democracy. Very well then, what about the United States during World War II? Look at the extraordinary powers granted to the president, first to stop a depression, then to win a war. What might have happened if he hadn't died? Would he have gone on to a fifth and a sixth term? How much more power could he have usurped from the hands of Congress? The colonel wondered vaguely what history texts young Senesin had read, but he didn't ask. All right, he said. Now tie your examples up with His Majesty. It's very simple. By controlling the mind of the Prime Portfolio, the Emperor can plunge the Empire into war with the Gehan Federation. Once that has been done, he can begin to ask for extraordinary powers from the file. If he has a few key men under his thumb, he can swing the majority of the file any way he wants to. Don't you see that? The colonel said, "It does make a certain amount of sense." He paused, looking at the young man speculatively. "Tell me, son, why did you pick me to tell this tale to?" Senesin's sensitive face betrayed his anxiety. "Because you have been my father's best and oldest friend. If he's really being made a puppet of, I should think you'd want to help him. Do you like to see him being destroyed this way?" "No," said the colonel honestly. "And if he is actually being controlled illegally, if he is actually being blamed for things he did not do of his own free will, I'll do everything in my power to expose the plot. That I promise you." John Senesin's eyes lit up. His face broke into a smile. "I knew I could depend on you, my lord. I knew it." "Just how do you propose to go about this?" asked Colonel Lord Sorban. There was fire in young Senesin's eyes now. "I'll turn the whole case over to the people. I have some evidence, of course, the queer changes in behavior that Dad has exhibited during the past few years, and such things as that. The things that made me suspect in the first place. But that isn't acceptable evidence." He finished his brandy and got up excitedly to walk over and pour himself another. He glanced at the colonel's goblet, but the colonel had 3/4 of his own drink left. Senesin talked as he poured. "Did you ever hear of a group called the Federalist Party?" "Yes," said Colonel Sorban. "They want to federalize the Empire and get rid of the Imperial family. Not a very popular group." "No, but they're right. They're right. Don't you see that? And nobody pays any attention to them." "Calm down, son. What have the Federalists got to do with this?" "They have sympathizers in the palace," Senesin explained. "They've been able to get proof that the Emperor is illegally tampering with the government, that he's been brainwashing my father, and they're going to turn that proof over to me." "I don't quite follow the reason for that," the colonel lied easily. "Why don't they use it for themselves?" "They can't. Nobody'd believe them. Everyone would think that the proof had been faked for political propaganda. On the other hand, if I do it, all I can be accused of is having a personal motive, and if a man wants to get his father out of a jam, most people will agree that I have a perfect right to do so. Besides, I have enough influence to get people to listen to me, to give the evidence a fair hearing. If the newsies got this stuff from the Federalists, they'd throw it away without looking at it. But they'll listen to me." "The newsies?" asked the colonel in a perfect imitation of mild astonishment. "You intend to turn this stuff over to news publishers?" "Certainly, that's the only way. Put the evidence before the people and they'll see what they're up against. I personally don't care whether we have an emperor or not, but at least we can force Hannikar IV to abdicate in favor of Crown Prince Jaime." "I see." The colonel took another sip at his brandy and appeared to think it over. Wisely, young Senesin said nothing. "How are we to get this evidence?" the colonel asked at last. "We're to meet a man," Senesin said with an air of melodrama. "We will get a call at 15 of 12 telling us where to meet him. We have to be there at midnight." "Oh, brother," thought the colonel, "they really picked their man. They've got him thinking he's hip-deep in a romantic spy story. Was I that way at 22? A romantic? I suppose I must have been. Why else would I have joined the Guards? Not for the pay, certainly. Hell, I guess I'm still a romantic, in a way. Being a secret agent isn't all fun and games, but it has its compensations. Aloud, he said, "Very well, son, I'll go with you. Did you tell them there'd be someone accompanying you?" "I told them I'd have a friend along. I told them it would be you. They said it was all right, that they knew you were a friend of Dad's. They even knew you've been a little bitter at being retired from the Guards so young." He looked embarrassed. "Pardon me, my lord." "That's all right," said the colonel steadily. He managed to give the appearance of a man who was doing his best not to look bitter. "You aren't carrying a gun, are you?" Senesin asked suddenly. "They said we weren't to be armed. They'll probably search us." "I haven't been in the habit of carrying a gun lately," said the colonel. "They won't find anything on me." He finished his brandy while Senesin finished his second one. While the younger man refilled both goblets, the colonel asked permission to use the bathroom. He was gone less than 3 minutes, which he had spent with thumb and middle finger to larynx and mastoid bone. At 11:45 promptly, the phone chimed. No face appeared on the screen when young Senesin answered it, but a voice gave an address on Kalia Road. 3 minutes later, the two men were on the roof, signaling for a skycab. At 10 o'clock the next morning, a panel slid aside in a wall that had previously seemed solid. Colonel Lord Barrick Sorban stepped into the room, thinking as he did so that he really was a romantic. He actually rather enjoyed the idea of using secret passages and hidden panels to gain access to the Emperor's private apartments in the Imperial Palace. He gave a gentle nod to the man in the blue lounging robe who sat in a big easy chair just across the room. "Good morning, sire." "Morning, Colonel," said His Imperial Majesty, Hannikar IV. "How are things shaping up?" The colonel chuckled. "Not a single one of the newsies printed a word of it, sire." These men were close friends, and had been for years, yet they clung to the formal titles, both from habit and for self-protection. The accidental use of a first name could mean a dead giveaway at the wrong time. The Emperor was a smaller man than Colonel Sorban, but he was far more impressive. While the colonel seemed rather mild, the Emperor looked, well, imperial. He looked just as an emperor ought to look, handsome, dark-haired, stern at times and kindly at others. The square jaw gave an impression of firmness of character, while the sapphire blue eyes were penetrating without being harsh or hard. "What about the Senesin boy?" he asked. "He's in jail," said the colonel. His Imperial Majesty raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" It was a question and a command. "Not by my orders," said the colonel quickly. "He got a little upset. He'd taken those tapes and documents around to 4 editors and had been thrown out 4 times. The 5th time, at the Globe as a matter of fact, he accused the editor of being in your pay. A hassle started and the editor called the Honolulu police. Don't worry, sire, one of my boys got the tapes and stuff." "Is it genuine?" "The evidence? Yes. The Federalists had the goods on you all right." He grinned. "As you said, everything but brainwashing." "I'll take care of it," said the Emperor. "Prince Jamie's been going through the family files, and I rather want him to see this batch of stuff too. Meantime, get the Senesin boy out of that cell. I want to see him. He's got guts, if nothing else." "He has sense too, sire. He's just a little too young yet." He almost added, "and romantic." But he stopped himself in time. "How long will it take to get him out?" His Majesty asked. "I can have him here in half an hour. The editor of the Globe will drop the charges. I can put a little pressure on in the right places." The Emperor nodded. After a moment he thumbed a button on his chair arm. "Inform Lord Senesin that he is requested to appear for a royal audience in 45 minutes," he said firmly. "Yes, sire," said a voice from a hidden speaker. The Emperor looked at the colonel. "Get the boy." John Senesin sat in a soft chair, his hands gripping at the arms as though it might at any time fall from under him. He looked at the 3 other men in the room. His father, Lord Senesin, looking rather tired, but with a slight smile on his lantern-jawed face, sat on his son's left. One hand ran nervously through his grey hair. On John's right sat the colonel, looking cool, unperturbed, and very gentle. Between them sat the Emperor. John's face looked pale, and there was a slight nervous tic at the corner of his mouth. I don't understand," he said. He swallowed hard as his voice failed him. "Nothing hard to understand, son," said the colonel mildly. "We've been looking for evidence to break up the Federalists for several years. Some of them are honest men who are simply against any kind of hereditary monarchy. We'll let them go eventually. Some of them are fanatics, the kind that is against any form of government that happens to be in power. They'll get psychiatric treatment. But the leaders of the group are agents of the Gehan Federation. My men are picking them up now. The man that contacted you and me last night was arrested within 2 minutes after we left." But the evidence, those tapes, the documents, they all seemed genuine. They seemed so convincing. They should be convincing, John, said Lord Senesin in his smooth, oratorical baritone. You see, they are perfectly true. John Senesin looked at his father as though the older man had suddenly sprouted an extra set of ears. You've been brainwashed? The Prime Portfolio shook his head. No, son, not that. Did you see anything like that on the tapes? No, but the others, Fileman Brenner, Portfolio for Defense Vane, General Finster, all of them, I thought... You thought wrong, son, said Lord Senesin. I am and always have been working loyally with His Majesty. He gives the orders and I carry them out. John's voice became taut. You mean you're helping him? You're trying to get the Empire into a war with the Gehan Federation so that he can become another dictator, like Jarrus I? He kept his eyes carefully averted from the Emperor as he spoke. Thus he didn't notice that His Majesty looked at Colonel Sorban with an expression that said, You're right, he does have guts. Lord Senesin said, No, son, I'm not working toward that at all. Neither is His Majesty. There would be no point in it. Then, for the first time, the Emperor spoke. His voice was soft but commanding. Mr. Senesin, let me explain something to you. John Senesin's head jerked around. There was a confused mixture of fear and determination on his face. Mr. Senesin, I no more want war than you do. I am trying to avoid it with every power at my command. I have that duty to my people. But I have another duty, too. A duty not just to the Empire, but to the human race as a whole. And that duty is to establish, not a Terran Empire, but a galactic empire. A single, consolidated government for every planet in the galaxy. Man can't go on this way, divided, split up, warring with himself. Man can't live in isolation, cut off from other worlds, other types of societies. We can't have a part of the human race living in constant fear of another part. We can't allow the conditions that exist at this moment in the Gehan Federation. To paraphrase Lincoln, the galaxy cannot exist half slave and half free. Right now there is evidence that the Gehan Federation will collapse internally within less than 5 years. The only way for the President of the Federation to avert that collapse will be to declare war on the Empire. We have had to take certain risks in order to ensure that when and if war does come, we will win it. Bairnvell was one of those risks. Not too great a one, as it turns out. Evidently the Federation government doesn't see that our possession of that base is a vital factor in our own defense. Strategy in 3 dimensions isn't easy to reason out. Mr. Senesin, I have no desire for power in a personal way. Any power I have is used for the good of my people. I have no police system for terrorizing the people. I don't suppress the freedom of every man to say or print what he wants. To call your sovereign a fat-headed slob in a newsfac might be considered bad taste, but it isn't illegal. I can't even bring a civil suit against you the way an ordinary citizen could. Now I'll grant that I sometimes use illegal means to control the Empire, but there are reasons for that. He was interrupted by a soft chime. He pressed a button on his armchair. Yes? You go on the interstellar hookup in 20 minutes, sire. The file has assembled, said a voice from a speaker. I'll be right there. He stood up and glanced apologetically at the other 3 men. Sorry, political announcement, you know. You two go ahead and explain to Mr. Senesin. Then he looked directly at the Prime Portfolio. I'll tell them you're slightly ill. He reached out, took Lord Senesin's hand and grasped it firmly. I'll make it look good, old friend. Don't worry. I'll need your help with Lord Evondering when he gets the primacy. The other men were on their feet already. They watched in silence as he walked out the door, then eased themselves back into their chairs. I still don't understand, John said softly. The bitterness and anger seemed to have left him, leaving only puzzlement in their wake. If you take orders from him, Dad, then this isn't a democracy anymore. It's become another imperial dictatorship. Son, said his father, the Empire never has been a democracy in the sense you're thinking about. Ever since Jarrus I, it has been ruled solely by the emperors. Always. The imperial family is a special breed, son. It's a genetic strain in which the quality of wise leadership is dominant. It's a quality that's more than just intelligence. Wisdom is the ability to make correct judgments, not only for oneself, but for others. But Dad! There was almost a wail in the boy's voice. That makes the whole democratic system in the Empire a farce. It's totally unnecessary. You're unnecessary. He could run everything by himself. Lord Senesin started to say something, but Colonel Sorban interrupted. No, you young fool, he is not unnecessary. He is, in a very real sense, the Emperor's shield. Our emperors have always given the people of the Empire the kind of government they need, not the kind of government they want. There are certain things that must be done, whether the people like those things or not. How long do you think the Empire would last without the Imperial line to guide it? Not 10 years. The thing is too big, too vast for any ordinary man to handle the job. The voters are perfectly capable of electing a man to the primacy on the strength of his likable personality alone. Look at Lord Evondering, a hell of a pleasant guy, without a glimmering of real wisdom. When the people don't like the things the government does, they throw it out, even if the thing done was actually for the best. The people demand a new government. We can't allow them to throw the Emperor out, so we need a scapegoat. This time it happened to be your father here. He happened to be prime at a crucial time, and he had to give orders that made him unpopular, so he'll have to get out and let the loyal opposition take over, but the Emperor will go right on running things. Your father is far from unnecessary, son. He's a hero, damn it, and you'd better remember that. He's taking the rap for another man because he knows that he is expendable and the other man isn't. Oh, your father could probably ride this thing out and stay in the primacy for a couple more years, but this mess with the Federation is going to get a lot stickier than it is now. The Emperor is going to have to do things that the people will hate even worse, and we might as well let that fool Evondering take the rap. He'll look so bad by the time he leaves the primacy that everyone will be screaming for your father back again to clean up the mess. John Senesin still looked dazed. But if that's the case, why allow the people to vote at all? Because that's the only way you can keep an empire stable. As long as the average man feels he has a voice in his government, he's forced to admit that any failures are partly his own fault. Nobody rebels against a government he can vote against. As long as he has ballots, he won't use bullets. Lord Senesin said, I know it's a shock coming this way, but look at it right, son. I am, said John slowly. At least, I think I am, but it doesn't really seem right. Not yet. He looked at the colonel. One thing I don't understand, my lord. Why did you let me take all that evidence around to the newsies? And why are you telling me all this now? I'm still not fully convinced. Aren't you afraid I'll tell the whole story? But it was his father who answered. You tried that, son. It didn't work, did it? No, but why? Why wouldn't they believe me, even when I had all that evidence? Because they don't want to believe you, said the colonel. Ever hear of a father image? The Emperor is a symbol, John. He's not a human being in the eyes of the average man. He's the kind All-Father, the godlike being who dispenses mercy, but not justice. Haven't you ever noticed that orders of judgment against criminals are signed only by the courts and by the Portfolio of the Interior, but pardons and paroles are signed by the Emperor? It may not sound ethical to you, but that's the way the Emperor has to operate. He takes credit for all the nice things he does and lets others take the blame for anything that's distasteful. You could blat it around all over 50 star systems that the Emperor was a louse, and all you'd get is a poke in the eye for your troubles. It's not easy for him, and don't ever kid yourself that it is. He's going out there now to tell the Empire that your father and his government have resigned. He has to try to make his best friend and most loyal subject look a little less black than he has been painted, and all the time it was the Emperor who wielded the paint gun. Do you think that's fun? No, said John softly. No, I guess not. He paused. Wouldn't it have been easier to take the evidence away from me, though? No, that would have left you furious. No amount of talking would have convinced you. As it was, you convinced yourself that there is no way to attack the Emperor directly. He's safe right where he is. John shook his head slowly. It all seems so tangled. It still seems as though the whole deception is, well, wrong somehow. If you look at it in a certain way, said Lord Senesin, I suppose it does seem wrong. But it's necessary. Absolutely necessary. Maybe, said John, still unconvinced. It certainly does look as though His Majesty has himself in an almost impregnable position. It's a wonder he needs agents like you. Colonel Lord Barrick Sorban smiled a little. The boy would see the thing straight eventually. He had what it took, even if it didn't show much at this stage. Actually, he was more than halfway convinced now, but wouldn't admit it to himself yet. At least he'd been able to put a finger on one thing. Aloud, the colonel said, You're not altogether wrong there, son. When you come right down to it, I'm the unnecessary man. End of The Unnecessary Man by Randall Garrett. Recording by Nick Number.
We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kirkendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fatima. We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kirkendall. After all, they only borrowed it a little while, just to fix it. I mean, it isn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things like, but gee, we put everything back like we found it, pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using, and I traded my outboard motor for. My father made me trade back. But it was like Skinny said. You know, Skinny Thompson. He's the one you guys keep calling the boy genius. But shucks, he's no... Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor, and we did need a compressor. You've got to have a compressor on a spaceship. Everybody knows that. And that old compression chamber that old man, Mr. Fields, let us use didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it, and Skinny said we were going to make a spaceship out of it, and he said go ahead. Well, no, he didn't say it exactly like that. Like he didn't take it serious, sort of. Anyway, it made a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all that stuff that Skinny put in there. But it didn't have a compressor, and that's why... What stuff? Oh, you know, the stuff that Skinny put in there, like the radar he made out of a TV set, and the anti-gravity, and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awful smart, Skinny is, but he's not like what you think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny 'cause he used to be skinny. But he isn't now. He's maybe small for his age. Anyway, he's smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. 'Cause I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinky Brinker started it. He's always writing Skinny about one thing or another, but Skinny never gets mad, and it's a good thing for Stinker too. I saw Skinny clean up on a bunch of 9th graders. Well, a couple of them anyway. They were saying... Well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo, I guess, because there wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up, and I told him that Skinny had told me that there wouldn't be any rockets, and that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it never would be invented, and I said it would so, and he said it would not, and I said... Well, if you're going to keep interrupting me, how can I... All right. Anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible, and Stinky said, sure he could. And Skinny said, sure he could. And Stinky said, sure he could, like that. Honestly, is there any way to argue? It sounds like 2 people agreeing, only Stinky keeps going, sure, like that, you know? And Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He's had to take remedial arithmetic ever since... No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works. Skinny told me, but it was something about meson flow and stuff like that I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did we get what uranium? Gee, no, we couldn't afford uranium, so Skinny invented a hydrogen fusion plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and... Deuterium? You mean like heavy hydrogen? No, Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said, we couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for that special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each. And it cost $1.50 for the special tube that Skinny needed to make the TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything, really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around. Like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant out of from. And then, a lot of the stuff we already had. Like the skin diving suits we made into spacesuits, and the vacuum pump that Skinny had already, and the generator. Sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about Old Man Brinker's compressor that Stinky said was his, and I traded my outboard motor for and had to trade back. And that's how we knew about Mr. Feud's old compression chamber, and all like that. The rocket? Well, it works on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum. Hardly. 'Cause you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everyone knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship, and believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us. And I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get money for the square tubing for the anti-gravity, and the special tube for the radar, and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmet kid stuff. He was always saying things like, "Say hello to the folks on Mars for me," and "Bring back a bottle of Canal No. 5, and all like that, you know. 'Cause they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Skinny got through with them, they worked fine. We tested them in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got the compressor in. They tested out pretty good for a half hour, then we tried them on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury, but that was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, "Farewell, O brave pioneers," and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was standing there laughing and singing something like, "Up in the air, Junior Birdman." But when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes for it to warm up, you know. So Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared that he'd crack a porthole or something, so he threw the switch and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. One minute he was laughing, you know, and the next minute he looked like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean even more like then. And he was getting smaller and smaller, because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mom made me take a lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were maybe going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, or maybe go down to Carson's Pond. And she made me take a lunch and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming alone, and I sure didn't. But we did go around the world 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite on radar. So Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation, and the batteries were dead, and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside with the antennas sticking out. Course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day, the Russians started squawking about a capitalist plot, and someone had swiped their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd miss just one? So I got worried that they'd find out that we took it. 'Course, I didn't need to worry because Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we put it back. And then when we landed, there were hundreds of people standing around, and Mr. Anderson from the State Department. I guess you know the rest. Except maybe Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him, and he said it was the best joke on the Russians he ever heard. I guess it is when you think about it. I mean, the Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing that bothers me, though, we didn't put it back exactly the way we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less, but we got it going in the wrong direction. End of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kirkendall.
By C.H. Thames. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. World Beyond Pluto. A Johnny Mayhem Adventure by C.H. Thames. They loaded the overage spaceship at night because Triton's one spaceport was too busy with the ore ships from Neptune during the day to handle it. "Symphonies," Pitchblende Hardesty groaned. Pitchblende Hardesty was the stevedore foreman, and he had supervised upwards of 1,000 loadings on Triton's crowded blastways, everything from the standard mining equipment to the innards of a new tavern for Triton City's so-called Street of Sin, to special anti-riot weapons for the interstellar penitentiary not 54 miles from Triton City. But never a symphony orchestra. And most assuredly never an all-girl symphony orchestra. "Symphonies," Pitchblende Hardesty groaned again, as several stevedores came out on the blastway, lugging a harp, a bass fiddle, and a kettle drum. "Come off it, Pitchblende," one of the stevedores said with a grin. "I didn't see you staying away from the music hall." That was true enough, Pitchblende Hardesty had to admit. He was a small, wiry man, with amazing strength in his slim body, and the lore of a solar system which had been bypassed by 30th-century civilization for the lures of interstellar exploration in his brain. While the symphony, the all-girl symphony, had been playing its engagement at Triton's makeshift music hall, Hardesty had visited the place 3 times. "Well, it wasn't the music, sure as heck," he told his critic now. "Who ever saw 100 girls in one place at one time on Triton?" The stevedore rolled his eyes and offered Pitchblende a suggestive whistle. Hardesty booted him in the rump, and the stevedore had all he could do to stop from falling into the kettle-drum. Just then a loud bell set up a lonely tolling, and Pitchblende Hardesty exclaimed, "Prison break!" The bell could be heard all over the 200 square miles of inhabitable Triton, under the glassite dome which enclosed the small city, the spaceport, the immigration station for nearby Neptune, and the interstellar penitentiary. The bell hadn't tolled for 10 years. The last time it had tolled, Pitchblende Hardesty had been a newcomer on Neptune's big moon. That wasn't surprising, for interstellar penitentiary was as close to escape-proof as a prison could be. All right, Pitchblende snapped. "Hurry up and get her loaded." "What's the rush?" one of the stevedores asked. "The gals ain't even arrived from the hotel yet." "I'll tell you what the rush is," Pitchblende declared as the bell tolled again. "If you were an escaped prisoner on Triton, just where would you head?" "Why, I don't know for sure, Pitchblende." "I'll tell you where. You'd head for the spaceport, fast as your legs could carry you. You'd head for an outgoing spaceship, because it would be your only hope. And how many outgoing spaceships are there tonight?" "Why, just 2 or 3. Because all our business is in the daytime. So if the convict was smart enough to get out, he'll be smart enough to come here." "We got no weapons," the stevedore said. "We ain't even got a pea-shooter." "Weapons on Triton? You kidding? A frontier moon like this, the place would be blasted apart every night. Interstelpen couldn't hold all the disturbers of the peace if we had us some guns." But the convict— Yeah, Pitchblende said grimly. He'll be armed all right. Pitchblende rushed back to the manifest shed as the bell tolled a third time. He got on the phone and called the desk of the Hotel Triton. "Hardesty, over at the spaceport," he said. "Loading foreman." "Loading foreman?" The mild, antiseptic voice at the other end of the connection said it as you would say talking dinosaur. "Yeah, loading foreman. At night, I'm in charge here. Listen, you the manager?" "The manager," haughtily, "is asleep. I am the night clerk." "Okay, then. You tell those 100 girls of yours to hurry. Don't scare them, but have you heard about the prison break?" "Heard about it? It's all I've been hearing. They want to stay and see what happens." "Don't let 'em," roared Pitchblende. "Use any excuse you have to. Tell 'em we got centrifugal uppergall and perihelion peritonitis over here at the spaceport, or any darn thing. Tell 'em if they want to blast off tonight, they'll have to get down here quick. You got it?" "Yes, but—" "Then do it." Pitchblende hung up. The escape bell tolled a fourth time. His name was House Bartok. He had killed 2 guards in his escape, and he was as desperate as a man could be. He had been sentenced to Interstelpen for killing a man on Mars, in this enlightened age when capital punishment had been abolished. Recapture thus wouldn't mean death, but the prison authorities at Interstelpen could make their own interpretation of what life in prison meant. If House Bartok allowed himself to be retaken, he would probably spend the remaining years of his life in solitary confinement. He walked quickly now, but he did not run. He had had an impulse to run when the first escape bell had tolled, but that would have been foolish. Already he was on the outskirts of Triton City, because they had not discovered his escape for 2 precious hours. He could hole up in the city, lose himself somewhere. But that would only be temporary. They would find him eventually. Or he could make his way to the spaceport. He had money in his pocket, the dead guards. He had a guardsman's uniform on, but stripped of its insignia, it looked like the jumper and top boots of any spaceman. He had false identification papers if needed, which he had worked on for 2 years in the prison print shop, where the prison newspaper was published. He had— Suddenly, he flattened himself on the ground to one side of the road, hugging the gravel and hardly daring to breathe. He heard a vehicle coming from the direction of Interstelpen. It roared up, making the ground vibrate. Its lights flashed. It streaked by, trailing a jet of fire. House Bartok didn't move until the afterglow had faded. He got up and walked steadily along the road which led from Interstelpen to Triton City. "Girls! Hurry up with your packing! Girls!" Sighing, Matilda Moriarty subsided. The girls obviously were in no hurry. That would have been out of character. Matilda Moriarty sighed again. She was short, stocky, 52 years old, and the widow of a fabulously wealthy interstellar investment broker. She had a passion for classical music, and now that her husband had been dead 3 years, she had decided to exercise that passion. But for Matilda Moriarty, a very outgoing 52, exercising it had meant passing it on. The outworlds, Matilda had told her friends, lacked culture. The highest form of culture for Matilda was classical music. Very well, she would bring culture to the outworlds. Triton was her first try, and even now sometimes she had to pinch herself so she'd know the initial attempt had been a smashing success. She didn't delude herself completely. It had been a brainstorm selecting only girls, and pretty young girls at that, for the Interstellar Symphony. On a world like Triton, a world which played host to very few women, and then usually to the hard types who turned up on any frontier in any century, a symphony of 100 pretty girls was bound to be a success. But the music, Matilda Moriarty told herself. They had listened to the music. If they wanted to see the girls in their latest Earth-style evening gowns, they had to listen to the music. And they had listened, quietly, earnestly, apparently enjoying it. The symphony had remained on Triton longer than planned, playing every night to a full house. Matilda had had the devil's own time chaperoning her girls, but that was to be expected. It was their first taste of the outworlds. It was the outworld's first taste of them. The widow Moriarty had had her hands full, all right, but secretly she had enjoyed every minute of it. "They say the bell means a prison break," the first violin squealed excitedly. First violin was 22, an Earth girl named Jane Cummings, and a student at the conservatory on Syrtis Major on Mars, but to the widow Moriarty she was, and would remain, first violin. That way, calling the girls after their instruments, the widow Moriarty could convince herself that her symphonic music had been of prime importance on Triton, and her lovely young charges of secondary importance. "How many times do I have to tell you to hurry?" "But these gowns, we'll need a pressing when you return to Mars anyway. And a prison break. I never saw a prison break before. It's so exciting. You are not going to see it. You're just going to hear about it. Come on, all of you." At that moment, the room phone rang. "Hello," the widow Moriarty said. "This is Jenkins, ma'am, desk. The spaceport called a few minutes ago. I'm not supposed to frighten you, but, well, they're rather worried about the prison break. The escaped convict, they figure, will head for the spaceport. Disguised, he could—" "Let him try masquerading as a member of my group," the widow Moriarty said with a smile. "All the same, if you could hurry—" "We are hurrying, young man." "Yes, ma'am." The widow Moriarty hung up. "Girls!" The girls squealed and laughed and dawdled. House Bartok felt like laughing. He had just had his first big break, and it might turn out to be the only one he needed. On an impulse, he had decided to strike out directly for the spaceport. He had done so, and now stood on the dark tarmac between the manifest shed and the pilot barracks. And, not 10 minutes after he had reached the space field, a cordon of guards rushed there from Interstelpen and had been stationed around the field. Had Bartok arrived just a few minutes later, he would have been too late, his capture only a matter of time. As it was now, though, he had a very good chance of getting away. Circumstances were in his favor. He could get so far away that they would never find him. It was simple. Get off Triton on a spaceship. Go any place that had a big spaceport, and manage to transship out in secret. Then all the police would have to search would be a few quadrillion square miles of space. But first, he had to leave Triton. From the activity at the port, he could see that 3 ships were being made ready for blastoff. 2 of them were purely cargo carriers, but the third, Bartok could tell because he saw hand luggage being loaded, would carry passengers. His instinct for survival must have been working overtime. He knew that the third ship would be his best bet, for if he were discovered and pursued, hostages might make the difference between recapture and freedom. Bartok waited patiently in the darkness outside the pilot barracks. The only problem was how to discover which pilot belonged to which ship. The cordon of police from Interstelpen had set up several score arc lights on the perimeter of the field. The spaces between the lights were patrolled by guards, armed, as Bartok was, with blasters. Bartok could never have made it through that cordon now, but it wasn't necessary. He was already inside. The barracks door opened and a pilot came out. Tensing, ready, Bartok watched him. The 3 ships were scattered widely on the field. Venus Belle to the north, Star of Hercules to the south, Mozart's Lady to the east. Venus Belle and Star of Hercules were straight cargo carriers. Mozart's Lady, What a queer name for a spaceship, Bartok couldn't help thinking, had taken in hand luggage. So if the pilot who had just left the barracks headed east, Bartok would take him. The pilot paused outside, lit a cigarette, hummed a tune. The scent of tobacco drifted over to Bartok. He waited. The pilot walked east toward Mozart's Lady. "Ready, girls? Ready, Mrs. Moriarty? Couldn't we, well, sort of hang around until we see what happens?" "You mean the escaped convict?" "Yes, ma'am, hopefully. They'll catch him. They always catch them. But, come on. Aw, gosh, Mrs. Moriarty. I said come on." Reluctantly, the 100 girls trooped with their chaperone from the hotel. Bartok struck swiftly and without mercy. The blaster would make too much noise. He turned it around, held it by the barrel, and broke the pilot's skull with it. In the darkness, he changed clothing for the second time that night, quickly, confidently, his hand steady. In the darkness, he could barely make out the pilot's manifest. The manned ship was Mozart's Lady, all right, outbound from Triton City for Mars. Well, Bartok thought, he wouldn't go to Mars. Assuming they learned what ship he had boarded, they would be guarding the inner orbits too closely. He would take Mozart's Lady daringly outward, beyond Neptune's orbit. Naturally, the ship wouldn't have interstellar drive, but as yet Bartok wasn't going interstellar. You couldn't have everything. You couldn't expect a starship on Triton, could you? So Bartok would take Mozart's Lady outward to Pluto's orbit, and wait. From the amount of hand luggage taken aboard, Mozart's Lady would be carrying quite a number of passengers. If that number were reduced, drastically reduced, the food, water, and air aboard would last for many months. Until the fuss died down. Until Bartok could bring Mozart's Lady, long since given up for lost, in for a landing on one of the inner planets. Now he dragged the dead pilot's body into the complete darkness on the south side of the pilot barracks, wishing he could hide it better, but knowing he didn't have the time or the means. Then he walked boldly across the tarmac, wearing a pilot's uniform, toward Mozart's Lady. 15 minutes later, House Bartok watched with amazement while 100 pretty young women boarded the ship. Of all the things that had happened since his escape, this came closest to unnerving him, for it was the totally unexpected. Bartok shrugged, chain-smoked 3 cigarettes while the women boarded slowly, taking last-minute looks at dark Triton, the spaceport, the cordon of guards, the arc lights. Bartok cursed impotently. Seconds were precious now. The pilot's body might be found. If it were... At last the port clanged shut and the ground crew tromped away. Since even an over-age ship like Mozart's Lady was close to 90% automatic, there was no crew. Only the pilot, who was Bartok, and the passengers. Bartok was about to set the controls for blastoff when he heard footsteps clomping down the companionway. He toyed with the idea of locking the door, then realized that would arouse suspicion. A square woman's face over a plump, middle-aged figure. "I'm Mrs. Moriarty, pilot. I have 100 young girls aboard. We'll have no nonsense." "No, sir. I mean, no, ma'am." "Well, make sure." "Yes, ma'am." "And I want an easy trip, without fuss or incidents. For half of our girls, it's the second time in space, the first being when they came out here. You understand?" "Yes, ma'am." "What happened to the pilot who took us out?" Pressed into service last week on a Mercury run. I'm surprised the control board didn't tell you." "They didn't. It doesn't matter. You do your job and that's all." "Yes, ma'am," House Bartok said. "Just my job." A few moments later, Mozart's Lady blasted off. "Stop! Hey, wait!" Pitchblende Hardesty bawled at the top of his voice, but it didn't do any good. The police rushed up behind Pitchblende, not daring to fire. Moments before, they had found the dead pilot's body. They knew at once what it meant, of course. They had not been more than a minute too late. "Call Central Control on Neptune," a police officer said. "We'll send a cruiser after them." "Won't do any good," Pitchblende Hardesty groaned. "What are you talking about, fellow?" "Unless the cruiser's brand new." "On Neptune? Don't be silly. Newest one we've got is 10 years old." "Like I said, won't do any good. I worked that ship over, mister. I know what she's like inside. She may look like an overaged tub on the outside, but don't let that fool you. She's got power, mister. She's probably the fastest thing this side of the Jovian moons, except for those experimental one-man rocket bombs down at Neptune Station. But chasing a big tub in a one-man space-bound coffin—" Here Pitchblende used the vernacular for the tiny one-man experimental ships. "Ain't going to do anybody any good. Best thing you can do is track Mozart's lady by radar and hope she'll head sunward. Then they could intercept her closer in." But Mozart's lady did not head sunward. Radar tracking confirmed this moments later. Mozart's lady was outward bound for Pluto's orbit. And with Pluto and Neptune currently in conjunction, that could even mean a landing, although the police decided that wasn't likely. There were no settlements on Pluto. Pluto was too weird. For the strangest reason in a solar system and a galaxy of wonders, Pluto was quite uninhabitable. More likely, Mozart's lady would follow Pluto's orbit around, then make a dash sunward. The radar officer threw up his hands. "I give up," he said. "She's heading for Pluto's orb all right. Call Neptune Station." "Neptune Station, sir?" "You bet. This job's too big for me. The brass will want to handle it." Seconds later, subspace crackled with energy as the call was put through from Triton City to Neptune Station. Whatever else history would write about him, it would certainly call Johnny Mayhem the strangest and literally most death-defying test pilot in history. Of course, testing the sleek, experimental beauties out of Neptune Station and elsewhere wasn't Mayhem's chief occupation. He was, in a phrase, a troubleshooter for the Galactic League. Whenever he had a spare few weeks, having completed an assignment ahead of schedule in his latest of bodies, he was likely to turn up at some testing station or other and volunteer for work. He was never turned down, although the Galactic League didn't approve. Mayhem was probably the galaxy's best pilot, with incredible reflexes and an utter indifference toward death. For the past 2 weeks, having completed what turned out to be an easier-than-expected assignment on Neptune, he had been piloting the space-bound coffins out of Neptune Station, and with very satisfactory experimental results. A few minutes ago he had been called into the station director's office, but when he entered he was surprised to see the Galactic League Firstman of Neptune waiting for him. "Surprised, eh?" the Firstman demanded. "I'll bet you want me to quit test flying," Mayhem said with a smile, which, clearer than words, told the Firstman his advice would be rejected. The Firstman smiled too. "Why, no, Mayhem. As a matter of fact, I want you to take one of the coffins into deep space." "Maybe something's wrong with my hearing," Mayhem said. "No, you heard it right. Of course, it's up to you. Everything you do, you volunteer." "Let's hear it, Firstman." So, the Firstman of Neptune told Johnny Mayhem about Mozart's lady, which, 6 hours ago, had left Triton for Pluto's orbit with an eccentric wealthy widow, 100 girls, and a desperate escaped killer. "The only thing we have out here fast enough to overtake them, Mayhem, is the one-man coffins. The only man we have who can fly them is you. What do you say?" Mayhem's answer was a question, but the question didn't really require an answer. Mayhem asked, "What are we waiting for?" The firstman grinned. He had expected such an answer, of course. The whole galaxy, let alone the solar system, knew the Mayhem legend. Every world which had an Earthman population and a Galactic League post, however small, had a body in cold storage, waiting for Johnny Mayhem if his services were required. But of course, no one knew precisely when Mayhem's services might be required. No one knew exactly under what circumstances the Galactic League Council, operating from the hub of the galaxy, might summon Mayhem. And only a very few people, including those at the hub and the Galactic League firstmen on civilized worlds and observers on primitive worlds, knew the precise mechanics of Mayhem's coming. Johnny Mayhem, a bodiless sentience. Mayhem, Johnny Marlowe then, who had been chased from Earth, a pariah and a criminal 8 years ago, and who had been mortally wounded on a wild planet deep within the Sagittarian swarm, whose life had been saved, after a fashion, by the white magic of that planet. Mayhem, doomed now to possible immortality as a bodiless sentience. And Elan, which could occupy and activate a corpse if it had been frozen properly. And Elan, doomed to wander eternally because it could not remain in one body for more than a month without body and Elan perishing. Mayhem, who had dedicated his strange, lonely life to the service of the Galactic League, because a normal life and normal social relations were not possible for him. "One thing, Mayhem," the firstman said, now on Neptune. "How much longer have you in that body of yours?" 5 days, possibly 6. "That doesn't give you much time. If you're caught out there when your month is up, I won't be. We're wasting time talking about it. It would mean your death. Then let's get started." The firstman stared at him levelly. "You're a brave man, Mayhem." "Let's say I'm not afraid to die. I've been a living dead man for 8 years. Come on." One of the so-called coffins, a tiny one-man ship, barely big enough for a prone man, food concentrates and water, was already waiting at the station space field. 10 minutes after hearing about Mozart's lady, without fanfare, Mayhem blasted off in pursuit. Maintaining top speed all the way, House Bartok brought Mozart's lady across almost 2 billion miles of space, from Neptune's to Pluto's orbit in 3 days. He was delighted with the speed. It would have taken the average space tub 10 days to 2 weeks, and since, as far as Bartok knew, there were nothing but average space tubs on Neptune, that gave him a considerable head start. It was Jane Cummings, first violin, who discovered Bartok's identity. Bartok was studying the star map at the time, and considered himself safe from discovery because he kept the control door of Mozart's lady locked. However, Jane Cummings had established something of a liaison with the pilot, outward bound from Earth and Mars, so she had been given a spare key which she'd kept, secretly, all the time the symphony was on Triton. Now, curious about the new pilot, for the same reason that the miners on Triton had been curious about the symphony, Jane made her way forward, inserted her key in the lock, and pushed open the control door. "Hello there," she said. House Bartok whirled. The turning of a key in the lock had so unnerved him, it was the last thing he expected, that he forgot to shut off the star map. Its telltale evidence glowed on the wall over his head. "What do you want?" he managed to ask politely. "Oh, just to say hello." "You already said it." Jane Cummings pouted. "You needn't bite my head off. What's your name? Mine's Jane, and I play the violin. It wouldn't hurt you to be polite." Bartok nodded, deciding that a little small talk wouldn't hurt if he kept the girl from becoming suspicious. That was suddenly important. If this girl had a key to the control room, for all he knew, there could be others. "My, you have been hurrying," Jane said. "I could tell by the acceleration. You must be trying to break the speed records or something. I'll bet we're almost to Earth." Her voice trailed off, and her mouth hung open. At first, Bartok didn't know what was the matter. Then he saw where she was staring. The star map. "We're not heading for Earth," she cried. Bartok walked toward her. "Give me that key," he said. "You're going to have to stay here with me. Give me that key." Jane backed away. You couldn't be our pilot. If you were—" "The key. I don't want to hurt you." Bartok lunged. Jane turned and ran, slamming the door behind her. It clanged and echoed. The echo didn't stop. Bartok, on the point of opening the door and sprinting down the companionway after her, stopped. It wasn't the echo of metal slamming against metal. It was the radar warning. Either Mozart's lady was within dangerous proximity of a meteor, or a ship was following them. Bartok ran to the radar screen. The pip was unmistakable. A ship was following them. A ship as fast, or faster, than Mozart's lady. Cursing, Bartok did things with the controls. Mozart's lady, already straining, increased its speed. Acceleration flung Bartok back in the pilot's chair. Pluto loomed dead ahead. Johnny Mayhem knew at what precise moment he had been discovered, for suddenly the speed of Mozart's lady increased. Since this had occurred an hour and a half after Mayhem had first got a clear pip of the bigger ship on his radar, it meant he'd been spotted. Prone, with his hand stretched forward in the coffin-like experimental ship, Mayhem worked the controls, exactly matching speed with Mozart's lady. He tried to put himself in the position of the escaped convict. What would he do? His best bet would be to swing in close around Pluto, as close as he dared. Then, on the dark side of the planet, to change his orbit abruptly and come loose of its gravitational field in a new direction. It was a dangerous maneuver, but since the escaped convict now knew for sure that the tiny ship could match the speed of the Mozart's lady, it was his only hope. The danger was grave. Even a first-rate pilot would try it only as a last resort, for the gravitational pull of Pluto might upset Mozart's lady's orbit. If that happened, the best the convict could hope for was an emergency landing. More likely, a death crash would result. Seconds later, Mayhem's thinking was confirmed. Mozart's lady executed a sharp turn in space and disappeared behind the white bulk of Pluto. Mayhem swore and followed. "He's trying to kill us all! He doesn't know how to pilot a ship! We're helpless! Helpless! Do something, Mrs. Moriarty! Now, girls, whatever happens, you must keep calm. We can only assume that Jane is right about what she saw, but since none of us can pilot a spaceship, we'll have to bide our time." "Bide our time? We're all as good as dead!" One of the girls began screaming. Mrs. Moriarty slapped her. "I'm sorry, dear. I had to hit you. Your behavior bordered on the hysterical, and if we become hysterical, we are lost. Lost, do you understand?" "Yes'm." "Good. Then we wait and see what happens." What was happening was an attempt at what test pilots term planet swinging. Moving in the direction of Pluto's orbit, Mozart's lady swung in very close behind the planet. Then, as the rotation of Pluto on its axis hurled it forth again, as a slingshot hurls a pellet, Mozart's lady's rockets would alter the expected direction of flight. Unless a pursuing ship followed exactly the same maneuver, it would be flung off into space at top speed in the wrong direction. It might be hours before the first ship's trail could be picked up again, if ever. House Bartok, aware of all this, and one other factor, sat sweating it out at the controls. The one other factor was closeness to Pluto. For if you got too close, and the difference was only a matter of miles covered in an elapsed time of milliseconds, Pluto might drag you into a landing orbit. If that happened, traveling at tremendous speed, there'd be the double danger of overheating in the planet's atmosphere and coming down too hard. Either way, the results could be fatal. His hands sweating, Bartok struggled with the controls. Now already he could see Pluto bulking, its night side black and mysterious, in the viewport. Now he could hear the faint shrill scream of its atmosphere. Now, trying to time it perfectly, he slammed on full power. A fraction of a millisecond too late. Mozart's lady stood for an instant on its tail, shuddering as if it were going to come apart and rain meteoric dust over Pluto's surface. That had happened too in such a maneuver, but it didn't happen now. Instead, Mozart's lady went into a landing orbit. But its speed was still terrific, and, lowering, it whizzed twice around Pluto's 15,000-mile circumference in 20 minutes. Atmosphere screamed, and the heat siren shrilled, and a cursing House Bartok applied the braking rockets as fast as he could. Pluto's surface blurred in the viewport, coming closer at dizzying speed. Bartok stood Mozart's lady on its tail a second time, this time on purpose. The ship shuddered and struck Pluto. Bartok blacked out. When Mayhem's radar screen informed him that Mozart's lady had failed to break free of Pluto's field of gravity, Mayhem immediately went to work. First, he allowed the tiny scout ship to complete its planet swing successfully. Then he slowed down, turned around in deep space, and came back, scanning Pluto with radar scopes and telescope until he located the bigger ship. That might have taken hours or days ordinarily, but having seen Mozart's lady go in, and having recorded its position via radar, Mayhem had a pretty good idea as to the landing orbit it would follow. It took him 3/4 of an hour to locate the bigger ship. When he finally had located it, he brought it into close-up with the more powerful of the 2 telescopes aboard the Scout. Mozart's lady lay on its side in a snow tundra. It had been damaged, but not severely. Part of the visible side was caved in, but the ship had not fallen apart. Still, chances were that, without extensive repairs, it would not be able to leave Pluto. There was no way, Mayhem knew, of making extensive repairs on Pluto. Mozart's lady was there to stay. The safe thing to do would be to inform Neptune and wait in space until the police cruisers came for House Bartok. The alternative was to planetfall near Mozart's lady, take the convict into custody, and then notify Neptune. If Bartok were alone, the choice would have been an easy one. But Bartok was not alone. He had 100 girls with him. He was desperate. He might try anything. Mayhem had to go down after him. The trouble was, though, that of all the worlds in the galaxy, not merely in Sol's system, Pluto was the one most dangerous to Johnny Mayhem. He had been pursuing House Bartok for 3 days, which meant he had 2 days left before it was imperative that he leave his current body. This would mean notifying the hub of the galaxy by subspace radio to pull out his elan, but Pluto's heaviside layer was the strongest in the solar system, so strong that subspace radio couldn't penetrate it. And that was not the only thing wrong with Pluto. It was, in fact, an incredible anomaly of a world. Almost 4 billion miles from the sun at its widest swing, it still was not too cold to support life. Apparently, radioactive heat in its core kept it warm. It even had an Earth-type atmosphere, although the oxygen content was somewhat too rich and apt to make you giddy. And it was a slow world. Time moved slowly on Pluto. Too slowly. When you first landed, according to the few explorers who had attempted it, the native fauna seemed like statues. Their movement was too slow for the eye to register. That was lucky, for the fauna tended to be enormous and deadly. But after a while, how long a while Mayhem didn't know, the fauna, subjectively, seemed to speed up. The animals commenced moving slowly, then a bit faster, then normally. That, Mayhem knew, was entirely subjective. The animals of Pluto were not changing their rate of living. The visitor to Pluto was slowing down to match their laggard pace. 2 days, thought Mayhem. That was all he had. And, hours after he landed, he'd start to slow down. There was absolutely no way of telling how much time had elapsed once that happened, for the only clocks that did not go haywire on Pluto were spring-wine clocks, and there hadn't been a spring-wine clock in the solar system for 150 years. Result? On Pluto, Mayhem would slow down. Once he reached Pluto's normal time rate, it might take him, say, 10 minutes to run, top speed, from point A to point B, 15 yards apart. Subjectively, a split second of time would have gone by in that period. 2 days would seem like less than an hour, and Mayhem would have no way of judging how much less. If he didn't get off Pluto in 2 days, he would die. If he didn't land, House Bartok, growing desperate and trying to scare him off or trying to keep control of the 100 girls while he made a desperate and probably futile attempt to repair the damaged Mozart's lady, might become violent. Mayhem called Neptune and said, "Bartok crash-landed on Pluto. Geographical coordinates, north latitude 33 degrees 4 minutes, west longitude 18 degrees even. I'm going down. That's all." He didn't wait for an answer. He brought the space-bound coffin down a scant 3 miles from Mozart's lady. Here, though the tundra of Pluto was buckled and convoluted so that 2 low jagged ranges of snow-clad hills separated the ships. Again, Mayhem didn't wait. He went outside, took a breath of near-freezing air, and stalked up the first range of hills. He carried a blaster buckled to his belt. When he saw the scout ship come down, Bartok didn't wait either. He might have waited had he known anything about what Pluto did to the time sense, but he did not know. He only knew, after a quick inspection, that the controls of Mozart's lady had been so badly damaged that repair was impossible. He knew, too, that the scout ship had reported his whereabouts. He had, on regaining consciousness, been in time to intercept the radio message. True, it would take any other Neptune station ship close to 2 weeks to reach Pluto, so Bartok had some temporal leeway. But obviously, whoever was pursuing him in the one-man ship had not come down just to sit and wait. He was out there in the snow somewhere. Well, Bartok would go out too, would somehow manage to elude his pursuer, to get behind him, reach the scout ship, and blast off in it. And, in the event that anything went wrong, he would have a hostage. He went amirships to select one. Went with his desperation shackled by an iron nerve, and a blaster in his hand. "Very lucky," Matilda Moriarty was saying, trying to keep the despair from her voice. "We have some cuts and bruises, but no serious casualties. Why, we might have all been killed." "Lucky," she says. "We're marooned here. Marooned with a killer." Before the widow Moriarty could defend her choice of words, if she was going to defend them, House Bartok came into the rear lounge, where the entire symphony and its chaperone was located. They would have locked the door, of course. They had locked it ever since they had learned who Bartok was. But the door, buckled and broken, had been one of the casualties of the crash landing. "You," Bartok said. He meant Jane Cummings. Me? Yes, you. We're going outside. Outside? That's what I said. Let's get a move on. Jane Cummings didn't move. The Widow Moriarty came between her and Bartok. "If you must take anyone, take me," she said bravely. "The girl." Still, the Widow Moriarty didn't move. House Bartok balled his fist and hit her. 3 of the girls caught her as she fell. None of them tried to do anything about Bartok, who had leveled his blaster at Jane Cummings. Trembling, she went down the companionway with him. A fierce cold wind blew as they opened the airlock door. It looked like a sea serpent floundering in the snow. Only it was caught in the act of floundering, like an excellent candid shot of a sea serpent floundering in snow. Its movements were too slow for Mayhem's eyes to register. Which meant, he realized gratefully, that he hadn't begun to slow down yet. He had to be careful, though. If he were Bartok, he would make immediately for the scout ship. It would be his only hope. Realizing this, Mayhem had gone through deep snow for what he judged to be 15 minutes, until he had reached a spine of rock protruding from the snow. Then he had doubled back, now leaving no footprints along the spine. He was waiting in the first low range of hills, not 400 yards from the scout ship, his blaster ready. When Bartok prowled into view, Mayhem would shout a warning. If Bartok didn't heed it, Mayhem would shoot him dead. It seemed like an airtight plan. And it would have been, except for 2 things. First, Bartok had a hostage. And second, Pluto time was beginning to act on Mayhem. He realized this when he looked at the sea serpent again. The long neck moved with agonizing slowness. The great gray-green bulk of the monster, 60 feet long, shifted slowly, barely perceptibly, in the snow. Mountains of powdery snow moved and settled. The spade-shaped head pointed at Mayhem. The tongue protruded slowly, hung suspended, forked and hideous, then slowly withdrew. The neck moved again, 10 feet long, sinuous, and faster. Faster? Not really. Mayhem was slowing down. Then he saw Bartok and the girl. They were close together. Bartok held her arm. Walking toward the scout ship, they were too far away and too close together for Mayhem to fire. Bartok would know this and wouldn't heed any warning. So Mayhem didn't give any warning. He left the spine of rock and rushed down through the snow toward the space-bound coffin. A low rumble of sound broke the absolute stillness. It was the monster, and now that his own hearing had slowed down, Mayhem was able to hear the slower cycles of sound. How much time had really passed, he didn't know. How much time did he have left before death came swiftly and suddenly because he had been too long in his temporary body? He didn't know that either. He sprinted toward the scout ship. At least it felt like he was sprinting. He didn't know how fast he was really moving. But the sea serpent creature was coming up behind him faster. No place near what would have been its normal apparent speed, but faster. Mayhem, his breath coming raggedly through his mouth, ran as fast as was feasible. So did Bartok and the girl. It was Bartok, spotting Mayhem on the run, who fired first. Mayhem fell prone as the raw zing of energy ripped past. The sea serpent-like creature behind him bellowed. And reared. It didn't look like a sea serpent any longer. It looked like a dinosaur, with huge solid rear limbs, small forelimbs, and a great head with an enormous jaw. And speed. Now it could really move. Subjectively, time seemed normal to Mayhem. Your only basis was subjective. Time always seemed normal. But Mayhem knew, as he got up and ran again, that he was now moving slower than the minute hand on a clock. Slower as objective time, as measured in the solar system at large, sped by. He tripped as the creature came behind him. The only thing he could do was prop up on an elbow in the snow and fire. Raw energy ripped off the two tiny forelimbs, but the creature didn't falter. It rushed by Mayhem, almost crushing him with the hind limbs, each of which must have weighed a couple of tons. It lumbered toward Bartok and Jane Cummings. Turning and starting to get up, Mayhem fired again. His blaster jammed. Then the bulk of the monster cut off his view of Bartok and the girl and the scout ship. He heard the girl scream. He ran toward them. Jane Cummings had never been so close to death. She wanted to scream. She thought, all at once, hysterically, she was a little girl again. If she screamed, maybe the terrible apparition would go away. But it did not go away. It reared up high as a very tall tree, and its fangs were hideous. Bartok, who was also frightened, raised his blaster, fired, and missed. Then, for an instant, Jane thought she saw someone running behind the monster. He had a blaster too, and he lifted it. When he fired, there was only a clicking sound, then he fired again. Half the monster's bulk disappeared, and it collapsed in the snow. That was when Bartok shot the other man. Mayhem felt the stab of raw energy in his shoulder. He spun around and fell down, his senses whirling in a vortex of pain. Dimly, he was aware of Bartok's boots crunching on the snow. They fired simultaneously. Bartok missed. And collapsed with a searing hole in his chest. He was dead before he hit the snow. The girl went to Mayhem. Who are you?" "Got to get you back to the ship. No time to talk. Hurry." "But you can't walk like that. You're badly hurt. I'll bring help." "Dangerous. I'll take you." He'd take her, flirting with death. Because, for all he knew, his time on Pluto, objectively, had already totaled 48 hours. If it did, he would never live to get off Pluto. Once his 30 days were up, he would die. Still, there might be danger from other animals between the scout ship and Mozart's lady, and he couldn't let the girl go back alone. It was almost ludicrous, since she had to help him to his feet. He staggered along with her, knowing he would never make it to Mozart's lady and back in time. But if he left her, she was probably doomed too. He'd sacrifice his life for hers. They went 100 yards, Mayhem gripping the blaster and advancing by sheer effort of will. Then he smiled and began to laugh. Jane thought he was hysterical with pain, but he said, "We're a pair of bright ones. The scout ship." Inside, it was very small. They had to lie very close to each other, but they made it. They reached Mozart's lady. Mayhem didn't wait to say goodbye. With what strength remained to him, he almost flung the girl from the scout ship. The pain in his shoulder was very bad, but that wasn't what worried him. What worried him was the roaring in his ears, the vertigo, the mental confusion as his elan drifted, its 30 days up toward death. He saw the girl enter Mozart's lady. He blasted off, and when the space-bound coffin pierced Pluto's heavy-side layer, he called the hub. The voice answered him as if it were miles away, and not halfway across the galaxy. "Good Lord, man, you had us worried. You have about 10 seconds. 10 seconds more, and you would have been dead." Mayhem was too tired to care. Then he felt a wrenching pain, and all at once his elan floated, serene, peaceful, in limbo. He had been plucked from the dying body barely in time, to fight mankind's lone battle against the stars again, wherever he was needed, out beyond Pluto. Forever, it wasn't impossible. The end of World Beyond Pluto.